Chapter 181. Copy Xiaobai's thunder flash, and give it to Shaoqing. Early morning. The sun has not yet risen. Chen Fan sat cross-legged on the bed, with 9 transparent spiritual platforms emerging around him. The spiritual platform is formed by the condensed sea of qi. The 9 qi seas condensed into 9 spiritual towers. The sea of qi stores a small part of the star power to highlight the sea of stars. The initial breakthrough from the 2nd level realm to the 3rd level realm was to condense the sea of qi, temper the bones, open the meridians, and fixate the 10 directions. As for the cultivation of the 3rd level, it is Huilingtai. The first step is to turn the 9 seas of qi into spiritual platforms, and solidify the star power in the seas of qi. In the 2nd step, after the sea of qi turns into a spiritual platform, it must absorb the evil star power between heaven and earth, and build 5 layers of spiritual platforms, 1 layer at a time. The 3rd step, after the 5-layer spiritual platform is successfully cast, the last step is to solidify the star sea, and then break through to the 4th level in one fell swoop. Before the insect wave, Chen Fan had already turned 9 seas of qi into spiritual towers, and cast the 1st level of spiritual towers, reaching the 3rd level and the 1st level. But it wasn't until the promotion league started that Chen Fan began to attack the 2nd level of the spiritual platform. The walkout league has ended for 6 days. It was not until early this morning that Chen Fan's 2nd level spiritual platform finally reached the final stage. Chen Fan silently recited the Holy Demon Secret formula, stimulating his star power, and kept going back and forth between the Sea of Stars and the 9 spiritual towers. This Holy Demon Technique is the magical power of the Heavenly Demon sect to suppress religion. It is a technique that has been continuously modified and perfected by generations of amazingly talented leaders of the Heavenly Demon sect. Even in the Tianyu world, Holy Demon Technique can be regarded as the top skill. Of course, these words were said by the Orange Cat. Whether it was an exaggeration or not, Chen Fan didn't know and didn't care much. Anyway, after signing the contract with Orange Cat, Chen Fan coerced and lured him out of the leader of this secret technique. For Chen Fan, as long as this Holy Demon Technique is stronger than the foundation building technique of Ares Academy, it will be fine. The foundation building techniques of the 3 major academies in Donghai City only reach the early stage of the 3rd level realm, and are basically gone after that. If you want to obtain the cultivation techniques above the 3rd level, you must obtain them from the Martial Arts University. But Chen Fan is not ready to go to the Magic City too early, because he still has to raise animals in Donghai City. And there is another benefit to practicing this Holy Demon Art. The Orange Cat possessed by the old leader has signed a contract with Chen Fan. Chen Fan can practice this Holy Demon Technique with the step-by-step guidance of the old leader, and he can practice it much faster than other techniques. Therefore, from the first night of the promotion league, Chen Fan began to practice the Holy Demon Art. The Orange Cat has been lying on the side to supervise and guide. During this period, Chen Fan's cultivation can be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. It would take at least several months for an ordinary 3rd level person to transform 9 qi seas into spiritual platforms. But it only took Chen Fan 6 days. No, to be exact, it only took 6 nights. Because during the day, Chen Fan was still raising animals like crazy. Although the star power did not increase much during this period of practice, the star power continued to temper the meridians, and each meridian was broadened and became stronger. After the 9 seas of qi were turned into spiritual platforms, the star power on the spiritual platform solidified. The circulation speed increased exponentially, and the explosive power was several times stronger than before. Buzz! As if a translucent bell vibrated, a faint spiritual light flashed on the 9 platforms around Chen Fan. The Orange Cat lying on the bed opened its eyes. Oh! The 1st level of the spiritual platform will start to condense so soon! The Orange Cat blinked. This guy is really a pervert. When I was practicing the Holy Demon Art, it took me 2 full months to break through from the 1st level of the 3rd level to the 2nd level of the 3rd level. What's weird? It only took him 6 days. Humph! Haven't I taught you well? If I hadn't been patiently guiding him, teaching him bit by bit, step by step, how could he have cultivated so quickly? The Orange Cat narrowed his eyes and nodded proudly. I saw the surrounding star power suddenly shake, and the light on the 9 spiritual platforms skyrocketed. Boom! On top of the 9 spiritual platforms, a layer of spiritual platforms was condensed at the same time. 3rd level. 2nd level. Call! Chen Fan exhaled a heavy breath and opened his eyes. System energy, 710-5689. Host, Chen Fan. Level, 3rd level. 2nd level heaven. Star power, 2,588 cards plus. Psychic power, 379 Hz plus. 4-story spiritual platform, 2 floors plus. After glancing at the system panel, Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief with great satisfaction. Etc. Has the system energy reached 700W? Chen Fan's eyes widened and he looked towards the system panel again. 710W. Before sinking into practice last night, Chen Fan took a look. At that time, it was only a little over 520W. Unexpectedly, so much has been added in one night. Chen Fan clicked on the system energy details. Except for the beast-controlling masters of Donghai City, the system's energy mainly comes from the 3 major pioneering groups. Although the crisis of the insect wave has passed, even the 8th grade expert Su Feng has returned to the Demon City. But there were too many insects and centaurs, and after killing them for so many days, places like 10,000 Beast Mountain were still crawling with insects. Therefore, during this period of time, the 3 pioneering regiments and the army of Donghai City were still busy and fighting everywhere. After being brought back to Donghai City by Yun Songhai, Chen Fan ran to the city lord's mansion in the middle of the night, using his master Zhang Hai as a cover to help several other masters beast masters increase their combat power level and race level. After that, the beast masters of those masters were scattered in the southeast, northwest and northwest directions outside Donghai City, sweeping away the insect tide and chasing down the centaurs. The system energy was rising slowly, so much that Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud while sleeping. After the system energy reached 200W, in order to deal with Hong Quan, Chen Fan hid in the beast-controlling space, and then consumed 200W of system energy to activate the exploration function of the beast-controlling space. After turning on the probing function, there is not much energy left in the system. Now, the insect tide and centaurs have caused the system energy to break through to 710W. Finally, you can activate the copy skill! Chen Fan is eager to try. Seeing Chen Fan's beaming expression, the orange cat couldn't help but mock. Isn't it just that you have broken through to the 3rd level and the 2nd level? Are you so happy like this? Chen Fan glanced at the orange cat, said nothing, and turned his attention to the copy skill. Enabling the copy function requires 600W system energy. Once the copy function is turned on, you can copy the skill of the beast by touching the beast, and then give it to your own beast or the beast you have cultivated. Copying and granting require energy. The copied skills, after being given, will match the level of the beast to which the skill is given. Even if a level 20 beast control skill is copied and given to a level 10 beast, the skill can only be used to 10 the power of a super beast. Chen Fan did not hesitate. Just click on the gray copy button on the system panel. A prompt immediately popped up. Excuse me, do you want to consume 600W system energy and enable the copy skill? Yes. No. Chen Fan clicked yes. The 2 large characters, copy, that were originally gray on the system panel immediately flashed with golden light and turned into large golden characters. The copy skill is finally enabled. Chen Fan was ecstatic and looked at the orange cat. This guy's skills are so rubbish. As soon as Chen Fan saw the orange cat, he immediately put away his smile, and then summoned Xiaobai and the others. Xiaobai and the others were stunned for a moment, then subconsciously squeezed over. Xiaobai jumped into Chen Fan's arms. The jade fell on Chen Fan's head. Gongzi lay on Chen Fan's lap. The old ape stood by the side in an orderly manner. Xiao Qing stood next to the old ape and looked at Chen Fan with a puzzled expression. Xiao He flew to the orange cat and said, Hey, silly cat, why did the master wake us up? The orange cat was furious and raised his paw to hit Xiao He. Xiao He glared and said, Want to be beaten again? The orange cat put down his paw in frustration. Xiao Haidu is already a high lord, and his combat power level is already level 8. And he is still at level 5. Even if Xiao He pecks him with his mouth, he can be pecked to death. Chen Fan's eyes slowly swept across the attribute panels of Xiaobai and Xiui. Copy. Skills have no skill upper limit. Only skill attribute restrictions. For example, if Xiaobai's Thunder Flash is copied to the demon type Xiao He, it will definitely not be used. Copying it to the old ape of the shadow system will not work either. Chen Fan scanned the skills of Xiaobai and Xiui. Among all these skills, Xiaobai's Thunder Dragon should be the strongest at the same level. But Thunder Dragon needs to accumulate power, and it takes several seconds to cast its skills, so it can be easily interrupted. Moreover, the Thunder Dragon is not as fast as the Lightning Chain. After it is sent out, Those beasts with fast speed and quick reactions can still dodge it. In comparison, among all these skills, Chen Fan prefers Xiaobai's Thunder Flash and Xiuhei's Spiritual Spike. UI. Although there are traces of Thunder Flash, it is extremely fast. Whether it is used to coordinate attacks or escape, it can be regarded as a first-class powerful skill. As for Xiuhei's Spiritual Spikes, unless the mental barrier is opened early or related magic weapons are used, it is almost impossible to resist. Chen Fan has also used Xiuhei's move to kill many powerful enemies. Lao Yuan's Frog Transformation can also be regarded as a powerful control skill. But the skill of transforming into a frog is not as good as Xiuhei's Mental Spike, because when the frog changing skill is activated, the old ape's eyes will turn red and 2 red lines will be released. If you encounter a powerful enemy, you can still avoid it. Chen Fan was silent for a moment and looked at Gongzi and Xiaoqing. Gongzi and Xiaoqing are both rock types. However, Gongzi already has the skill Rage Charge. Although this skill is not as good as Xiaobai's Thunder Flash, it finally helped Gongzi get rid of the embarrassment of short legs. How about copying Xiaobai's Thunder Flash and showing it to Xiaoqing? The rock type shouldn't conflict with the thunder type, right? Chen Fan thought to himself, clicked copy, and then touched Xiaobai. Behind Xiaobai's skills, a copy button immediately appeared, flashing with light. Chen Fan clicked on the copy next to Thunder Flash. System prompts were displayed immediately. Copying the Thunder Flash skill requires 50 W system energy consumption. Copy. Please click yes. To cancel, please click no. Does it cost 50 W system energy to copy a skill? Chen Fan felt a little sore. After frowning, he clicked yes. On the system panel, the 2 characters, Thunder Flash, immediately appeared surrounded by lightning. Chen Fan waved to Xiaoqing beside him. Xiaoqing walked over timidly, not knowing what Chen Fan was going to do. Chen Fan stretched out his right hand and gently touched Xiaoqing's head. The system prompt appears again. To give the Thunder Flash skill to the Green Crystal Demon Fox, you need to consume 50 W of system energy. Yes. No. Another 50 W points of system energy are needed. If you use 50 W again, you will become a pauper. Chen Fan's eyes twitched. He hesitated for 3 seconds, and finally clicked yes. Crack! Xiaoqing's body was immediately surrounded by electric snakes. All the beasts stared at Xiaoqing with their eyes wide open. The orange cat also stood up and glanced at Xiaobai strangely. Just now, Xiaobai was lying in Chen Fan's arms. Did he use thunder armor on Xiaoqing? As for Xiaoqing, he only felt an electric current flowing into his body, and he got a new skill Thunder Flash out of thin air. Xiaoqing thought she was hallucinating, so she immediately closed her eyes and started to check. Success! Chen Fan looked at the Thunder Flash skill added to Xiaoqing's attribute panel and was immediately ecstatic. Before trying it, he was worried that Xiaoqing, a rock type, would not be able to accept Xiaobai's thunder type skills. Unexpected, Chen Fan immediately frantically clicked on the plus sign on Xiaoqing's Thunder Flash skill, directly increasing Xiaoqing's Thunder Flash skill proficiency to 100. The next moment, Xiaoqing suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes filled with disbelief. There is really one more skill. Thunder Flash. Isn't that Xiaobai's trick? Just now, Chen Fan touched Xiaobai's head, then touched its head again, and actually taught it Xiaobai's skills? And in a few seconds it closed its eyes. Lei Shan's skill proficiency was rising slowly. Xiaoqing looked at Chen Fan with wide eyes. Ever since she saw Chen Fan's extraordinary method of raising beasts, Xiaoqing, like many other beast masters, regarded Chen Fan as the god of beast masters. I never expected that this god could have such terrifying methods. Chen Fan smiled and said, Come on! Xiaoqing! Use Thunder Flash to show everyone. All the beast masters present were stunned for a moment. What's the situation? Let Xiaoqing use Thunder Flash? Xiaohei said. Master, have you fallen asleep? Thunder Flash is Xiaobai's skill. Xiaoqing doesn't know Thunder Flash at all. So you shouldn't have named us like this in the first place. What are you talking about? Xiaobai. Xiaohei. Xiaobai. Qing. You can't tell who is who now. Shut up. Chen Fan reached out and patted Xiaohei's head. Still looking at Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing became nervous. Do you really know how to... Thunder Flash. That is a super powerful skill. Xiaoqing swallowed hard, and then tried to activate Thunder Flash. Crack. Boom. Xiaoqing. who was using Thunder Flash for the first time, did not control the direction and distance well, and directly smashed a big hole in Chen Fan's bedroom and rushed into the hall. Xiao Bai stood up in Chen Fan's arms. Every hair of the orange cat stood on end. Holy shit. Damn it. How did you do that? Why did the rock-type Azure Demon Fox flash with lightning? Huh? Chen Fan ignored the orange cat, jumped out of bed, and rushed into the hall. In the hall, Xiaoqing was surrounded by electric light, motionless like a sculpture. Ha ha ha. Chen Fan laughed wildly. Successful. Very good. Very good. Ha ha ha. In another bedroom, the old blind man sat up from the bed. He turned his head slightly, looking toward the hall as if he could see through the wall. The orange cat kept circling Chen Fan. Hey, boy, how did you do that? Talk. I'm so worried. Shut up. I'm so annoying. Chen Fan grabbed the orange cat and threw it out of the window. But the orange cat jumped back. Xiao Hei landed on Old Ape's shoulder and was also startled. Old Ape? Am I dreaming? Or am I hallucinating? Why did Xiaoqing have a thunder flash? The old ape scratched his head and looked at it with surprise and joy. Gongzi rushed over, hugged Chen Fan's feet, and rubbed his little head in a coquettish manner. Chen Fan gently patted Gongzi's little head and said, Don't be anxious. I'm sure you will be indispensable. But we have to wait a while. As he said that, he looked at Xiao Hei again. Xiao Haiyan's hair stood on end. Master, I protest. Chen Fan, what are you protesting for? Xiao Hei said with a cry. Master, please don't take away my spiritual spike. Without the spiritual spike, I can't live. Chen Fan gently patted Xiao Bai's head. Xiao Bai clicked and used Thunder Flash to rush into the garden outside the hall. Then, she used the lightning flash to return to Chen Fan's arms. Xiao Hei breathed a sigh of relief. But immediately, it shouted again. Master, the mental spike is my trump card. Can you not take it away? If Gongzi and the others also know this skill, then I won't be your only one. Shut up. Chen Fan said. You must keep this matter a secret and never let it out. Do you understand? A group of beast masters nodded repeatedly. The orange cat stretched out his paw. If you want me to keep a secret, then help me upgrade to level 10 first. Before he could finish his words, he was kicked out by Chen Fan. But the fat orange cat came running back. Chen Fan, show your hand again and use that move just now. For example, give me Xiao spiritual spike. Xiao Hei was so angry that he used a spiritual spike on the orange cat's head. The orange cat screamed and hit his head on the ground. He raised his head and shouted hysterically. Chen Fan, take care of this dead bird Xiao Hei. Chen Fan looked at the orange cat silently. The orange cat was so frightened by what he saw that he turned around and wanted to run away, but was caught by Chen Fan and lifted up. Hey, what do you want to do? The orange cat is a little weak. But when he thought that Chen Fan had just given Xiao Bai's skills to Xiaoqing, but Xiao Bai did not lose his skills, the orange cat was relieved again. Chen Fan put the orange cat down. Thoughtfully, after copying a skill and giving it to a beast, the strength of the skill depends on the level of the beast that received the skill. Give the level 20 beast taming skills to a level 10 beast taming skill, and the level 10 beast taming skill is used to exert it, which is the level 10 power. Xiao Hei's spiritual spike is very powerful, but this skill is mainly based on mental power and supplemented by star power. If Xiao Hei's skill is given to Gongzi and the others, it may not be very effective if Gongzi and the others use this skill. Xiao Hei is a soul-eating bird, and his mental power is very strong. Even a large part of the power fed back to him when he upgraded his mental power. It's still uncertain whether Gongzi's attributes can match this skill. Even if he could accept this skill, using it would probably be far from Xiao Hei's level. But the orange cat is different. After Empress He Hongyan injected the old leader's soul into the orange cat's body, the old leader's almost broken soul had been sealed. But it was still very powerful. Some time ago, Chen Fan asked Orange Cat. Orange Cat said that his current mental power is almost the strength of the 5th level mental power. With such intense mental power, if Xiao Hei's spiritual spikes were used, he could destroy the 4th level realm with just one move. Chen Fan slapped his forehead. The system energy is only 5,000. Irritated? Let's wait and see again in the afternoon. The battle to exterminate the Zerg outside Donghai City continues. Although Chen Fan has not had time to cultivate all the beasts of the 3 pioneering groups. Even if these beasts that have been cultivated now can kill the Zerg, they can wipe out a large area. especially for flying beasts like Jinyu Heidongking who have group attack skills. If they fly over the Zerg and attack with one move, they will kill a large area. From last night to now, the system energy has increased by nearly 200 W. During the day today, it seems that it is not difficult to increase 100 W. Chen Fan glanced at Xiaobai and Gongzi and said, even if your levels increase in the future and you don't awaken powerful skills, I will find powerful skills and give them to you. Do not worry. Gongzi held Chen Fan's feet and raised his head. His! The old ape grinned. Xiaoqing also nodded shyly towards Chen Fan. Jade flew to Xiaoqing's head, and she seemed to be wondering why Xiaoqing used Thunder Flash. Chen Fan added, Xiaoqing, you should use the Thunder Flash skill as a forbidden skill. If you don't encounter a crisis, don't use it in ordinary combat. Xiaoqing nodded, indicating that he understood. Orange Cat suddenly said, Chen Fan, just now Xiaoqing used Thunder Flash. Is it like a beast master borrowing the skill of beast control? What method did you use to let Xiaoqing borrow Xiaobai's skill? Chen Fan smiled slightly and shook his head. It's not borrowing. The Orange Cat's eyes were straight. Outside the house, there was a lot of noise. A group of people, including Henry Chu and Yi Hao, came in again. Maid, the freeloader is here again! When Chen Fan saw the large, dark group of people, he turned around and left. But Jiang Yuanfan and Mu Yuan ran a few steps quickly and held Chen Fan's hands, one on the left and the other on the right. Let go! Chen Fan made a long face. Men and women are not allowed to kiss each other. Jiang Yuanfan. We are men. Chen Fan. I'm not happy with women. And I'm even less happy with men. Mu Yuan laughed and said, Chen Fan, you don't have to be like this. Help us breed a beast for $1 million. And we'll eat your 2 meals. What a big deal. Only 2 meals? Chen Fan was furious. Until now you have only given me 500,000 yuan. And you haven't paid back the other debts. You drag a group of beasts to eat at my place every day. Do you think your giant stone armor crocodile has eaten a few of my fire ants? There are more than 100 of you and hundreds of beasts. You are eating me like this every day. I am exhausted. Jiang Yuanfan and Mu Yuan were both a little embarrassed and let go of their hands. The group of people who followed behind all turned their heads. Some raised their heads to count the stars, and some were walking in the garden. But they all pretended not to hear. Suddenly, Li Feng walked over and said, Brother Fan, Shui Yunjian, haven't they given you the money for those level 40 demons you picked up? Are they worth at least tens of billions? Everyone else was shocked. Everyone knows that Chen Fan is rich. It's the Blood Petal Flower King again. It's the Crying Demon again. It's the Fire Demon Stone Mine again. And it costs 1 million to cultivate a beast. These hundreds of beasts. Being a level 40 demon and earning tens of billions is so crazy. Chen Fan raised his foot and kicked Li Fengxing away. Shen Nato looked at Li Fengxing, who flew out and shook his head repeatedly. Sure enough, if you are a quiet and beautiful man like me, nothing will happen. Only a bastard like Feng Xing gets beaten every day. Shen Hongxiu and Bai Rouge rolled their eyes. Mu Yuan, who was a little embarrassed just now, said expressionlessly, I want to eat the meat of level 15 fire ants today. Chen Fan grinned, rubbed his fists, made a cracking sound, and said, I want to beat you all up today. Jiang Yuanfan, I just made an appointment with Yi Hao to discuss with him later. Where is Yi Hao? Yi Hao, where have you been? Yi Hao came over. I'm here. Give me 3,000 alliance coins and I'll fight you. Otherwise, you just have to wait to be beaten by Brother Fan. Jiang Yuanfan put his arm around Yi Hao's shoulders. Deal? Everyone. Mu Yuan immediately said, I made an appointment with Shen Tao Ao last night. I will spar with him later. Where is Tao Ao? Shen Tao Ao. I'm right behind you. Give me 3,000 alliance coins and I'll fight you. Otherwise, just wait to be beaten by Brother Fan. Mu Yuan turned around and left. I remembered wrongly. I made an appointment with Li Fengxing. Fengxing? Fengxing. Shen Tao Ao. The poor devil of Demonic City. A group of students from Matian City looked over fiercely. What are you looking at? Shen Tao Ao glared back. If you don't accept it, have a fight with me. A group of people in Matian City turned their heads again. Damn it. Chen Fan helped you raise all the beasts to level 7. Only an idiot would fight you with 3 level 7 beasts. Li Fengxing touched his butt and came back. Brother Fan, your relationship with your beast master is very good, right? Nonsense. Are you familiar with their skills and habits and preferences? Of course I'm familiar with it. Then let me ask you a question. Explain. Is Xiaobai's lightning a direct current or an alternating current? Chen Fan blinked, pressed his fist, making a cracking sound, and then said, "You said that when I punched you in the face? Did it hurt your face or my hand?" Li Fengxing turned around and ran away. The training ground became lively again. Chen Fan was too lazy to talk to everyone and walked towards a huge stone pillar. After breaking through to the 3rd level and 2nd level, he needs to get familiar with his current power. Although his star power has not improved much, his overall strength has actually improved a lot. The 9 Cs of Qi have turned into spiritual platforms, and there is now a 2nd level of spiritual platforms. Just the solidified star power on the 9 spiritual platforms is more than 10 times stronger than before. Chen Fan walked to the stone pillar. That was a stone pillar that he asked the Animal Breeders Association to customize for him. The stone pillars are made of cold iron and fine gold and are indestructible. And there are countless powerful inscriptions engraved on the stone pillars, which can rebound and absorb the power of attacks. Even if you are in the late 4th level realm, it is not that easy to destroy the stone pillar. Chen Fan took a deep breath, flipped his wrist, and the star power from the 9 spiritual platforms instantly poured into his right hand. He curled his fingers slightly and grasped the stone pillar with one claw. Boom! The stone pillars glowed brightly, erupting with terrifying energy and spreading outward. Chen Fan made a fist with his right hand and punched the stone pillar directly. Boom! A loud noise rang out on the training ground. Chen Fan was pushed out by the force of the backlash, and his feet plowed a deep ravine in the ground. The training ground, which had been very noisy just now, suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked towards Chen Fan. Feng Tianlin, who was about to spar with Shen Taotao, also stopped. That bastard got stronger again. The chance of revenge is even slimmer. Feng Tianlin looked at the sky silently. Shen Taotao didn't care about this. When he saw Feng Tianlin distracted, Shen Taotao took a step forward and kicked Feng Tianlin in the abdomen, sending the latter flying out. "Maid! You!" Feng Tianlin covered his abdomen and was about to accuse Shen Nato. Shen Naotao's 3 beasts rushed over at the same time. "Asshole! You don't have martial ethics!" On the training ground, apart from Chen Fan's loud noise, the only thing left was Feng Tianlin's screams. Xiao He stood on a stone pillar and shook his head repeatedly. "This idiot gets beaten every day." All the beast masters around looked at Xiao He silently. Xiao He said condescendingly, "How dare a group of level 7 and 6 ants look at me like this? Do you believe that I will pass by you with a spiritual spike and make you kneel down and sing Conquest?" A group of beast masters turned their heads away speechlessly. If it weren't for the fact that it couldn't fly, I would have caught this stupid bird and beat it to death. Sudden, Chen Fan, who originally punched the stone pillar with punch after punch, retreated 6 or 7 meters. Immediately, he made a seal, closed his palms, and opened his mouth. Roar! A fire dragon roared out and hit the stone pillar heavily. The entire stone pillar immediately burst into flames, which took a while to extinguish. On the training ground, a group of people who were originally full of energy and ready to find someone to compete with others suddenly had long faces. No more practice. It feels like the more I practice, the greater the distance between me and this pervert. Chen Fan glanced at Zhu and felt a little depressed. This way, the power of the move just now cannot be seen at all. The move just now was the Fire Dragon Technique, a martial art learned by the old leader. Chen Fan turned his head and looked at Shen Naotao and Feng Tianlin, who were fighting fiercely. There is a bit of a gap in strength between the two. Feng Tianlin is much stronger than Shen Taotao, but Shen Taotao has 3 level 7 beasts, while Feng Tianlin only has 1. So when the two sides fought, they were evenly matched. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and released a fire dragon towards the battlefield between the two. Roar! The huge and terrifying fire dragon roared and swept towards Feng Tianlin and Shen Taotao. Chapter 182. Chu Tianan suddenly arrived and only gave Chen Fan 10 days. Chen Fan only used 10% of his star power for this fire dragon. His current star power is 2,588 cards, which is about 258 cards at 10%. As for the ordinary second level realm, the star power value is at least 350 cards. Therefore, Chen Fan was not worried. Such a fire dragon would kill Shen Taotao and Feng Tianlin. Roar! With a sound that broke through the air, the fire dragon blasted towards Shen Yaotao and Feng Tianlin, who were fighting. When Shen Taotao heard the movement behind him, he turned around and took a look. He was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. Boom! The fire dragon flew over his head and hit Feng Tianlin, who took the opportunity to attack. Feng Tianlin howled miserably, and his whole body flew out, then fell to the ground and rolled over. Fortunately, he had the prison dragon armor of the savage prison dragon on his body, and the fire dragon did not cause much harm to him. Chen Fan! Feng Tianlin got up in embarrassment and shouted hysterically. If you have the ability to fight me head-on, what kind of hero can you think of a sneak attack? As soon as he said these words, Feng Tianlin regretted it. It's so easy to say. It's okay to say this to others. It's definitely not possible to put it on Chen Fan. Chen Fan really came over. I just want to try out my newly learned martial arts to see how fast and powerful it is. Since you want me to fight. That's great. Huh? Where are you going? Feng Tianlin turned around and left. I fell on the ground and soiled my clothes and hair. Let's go wash the clothes first. Chen Fan. Okay. Then wash the clothes and then play. Feng Tianlin. I have to take a shower after washing my clothes. Chen Fan. Then take a shower and then fight. Feng Tianlin roared. Is it over yet? I want to beat you in them. There are so many people. Everyone else turned their heads. It was obviously you who said you wanted to fight Chen Fan. But now you are acting like a coward. Chen Fan had no choice but to come back again. He glanced at the special stone pillar in front of him. This kind of stone pillar is very stiff and would be difficult to damage without using the sky-destroying demon sword. But because of this, it is difficult to measure his current strength. Chen Fan picked up 3 chopstick-like branches from the ground, grabbed one, poured 30% of his star power into it, and swung it toward a boulder. The branch instantly penetrated the boulder, leaving a small hole in the boulder. Chen Fan walked around behind the boulder and took a look. The branch penetrated the boulder more than 1 meter thick and was inserted into a big tree 3 meters away behind the boulder. Everyone gathered around and marveled at the holes in the boulder. Henry Chu stretched out his hand towards Chen Fan. Give me one and I'll try it. Chen Fan was a little speechless. You have to ask me to get even a branch? There are so many on the ground that you don't know how to pick them up. Henry Chu. I haven't seen anything so straight on the ground. Chen Fan. Henry Chu took a branch from Chen Fan's hand, narrowed his eyes slightly, and swung it towards the boulder. The branch drove into the boulder, leaving a hole. But Shinado walked around to the back and took a look, shook his head and said, It didn't penetrate the boulder. Yihao picked up a branch and waved his hand. Get out of the way. Watch me. With that said, Yihao threw out the branch in his hand. Boom! Yihao's branch made a huge noise. Not only did it hit the boulder, it also shook the boulder with a loud noise. When the dust cleared, everyone took a closer look. Spider web-like cracks appeared around the hole made by Yihao's branch. Yihao smiled proudly. The power of my branch is much greater than that of Henry Chu's. If you can save your face, everyone will look at Yihao sideways. Fong Qingqing walked around the boulder and after checking it, said, The power of Chen Fan's branch has at least 800 calories of star power. And the star power is extremely concentrated and rarely exposed. So not only did it penetrate the boulder, even the holes are as smooth as jade. The power and star power of Henry Chu's branch is probably about 530 calories. Although it is very condensed, the power is much smaller, and it has not completely penetrated the boulder. Yihao's branch. Yihao interrupted Fong Qingqing and said, The power of my branch is at least 535 calories. If it were stronger, it would probably be able to crack this boulder. Everyone looked at Yihao speechlessly. Yihao felt proud instead of ashamed, looking forward to Zixiong. Shen Hongxiu glanced sideways at Fong Qingqing, sneered and said, What 800 calories? 530 calories. Does it sound like you are testing it with the instrument? Even if the school teacher comes over, I don't dare to guess the approximate star power value just by looking at these 2 holes. Right, Fong Qingqing said calmly. I have practiced so far that I am very sensitive to data. Unlike some people, who can't tell the difference between accelerator and brake, and can climb up a big tree while driving a car. Shen Hongxiu was furious. What does accelerator and brake have to do with whether your data is sensitive or not? Chen Fan felt a headache. Okay, stop arguing. I just used about 800 calories of star power. Shen Hongxiu pursed her lips and glared at Chen Fan. You don't help me at all. Chen Fan. Whoever is right, I will help. Fong Qingqing glanced at Shen Hongxiu proudly. Suddenly, Feng Tianlin said, How can it be possible that Henry Chu's star power has 530 cards? If it has 530 cards, it would be at least the 2nd level and 3rd level. When we met in the ring a few days ago, his strength was not much stronger than mine. He did not dare to doubt Chen Fan's star power, but he raised questions about Chu Xian's star power. Henry Chu said. I broke through to the second level and third level 2 days ago. Feng Tianlin. Everyone. Yi Hao walked up to Chen Fan silently and said, Brother Fan, have you helped him cultivate the beasts first? He is still only at the second level and first level. Seeing the gap between himself and Henry Chu getting wider and wider, Yi Hao felt a little crazy. He is the person who controls the most beasts besides Chen Fan. Even Chu Xian and Shen Hongxiu are just 3 beasts. But he has 4 beasts. A beast master who has 4 beast masters. But his cultivation is far behind that of a beast master who has 3 beast masters. How can you bear this? Chen Fan blinked and said nothing. He indeed helped Chu Xian cultivate the beasts first, and raised all 3 of Chu Xian's beasts to level 8. Because Henry Chu came to him a few days ago, and said that he felt that he could reach the second level and third level. Seeing that Chen Fan was silent, Yi Hao looked at Chen Fan with resentment and said, Brother Fan, I am still a little short of the second level and the second level of heaven. Can you help me cultivate the beasts first? Everyone around him stared at Chen Fan with burning eyes. They all already know that Chen Fan has a very strong method of cultivating beasts. Many of them, such as Mu Yuan, Jiang Yuanfan and others, have made breakthroughs in their beast control some time ago. But they didn't know exactly how Chen Fan raised the beast. After the promotion league ended, they ate and drank here every day. Chen Fan forced them to train wildly on beast control, and then found each other to compete with each other in actual combat. Yours is fast too. Chen Fan patted Yi Hao on the shoulder and said, Don't worry. Yi Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sudden, Henry Chu walked toward the gate and greeted him. Grandpa! Hello! Grandpa Zhang! Why is Henry Chu's grandfather here? Chen Fan and everyone were stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the door. He saw Chu Xian's grandfather, Chu Tianan, and Chen Fan's master, Zhang Hai, walking over with their hands behind their backs and smiling. Shen Hongxiu, Fang Qingqing and others immediately came forward to greet them. Hello, Grandpa Chu. Hello, Grandpa Zhang. Regardless of whether they were familiar with each other or which major city they came from, every student came to greet them respectfully. The recent insect crisis. From the beginning, it was Chu Tianan who led the Chu family and supported the Dahai City defense formation. When the Nightmare Court formation was broken and Mentor Su Feng was outnumbered and injured, it was this old man who turned the tide. At that time, people realized that the old man of the Chu family of Dahai City was not in the 6th level at all. He is in the 8th level. Moreover, he is at the 8th level even more powerful than Instructor Su Feng. Even if Chen Fan saw the video later, he couldn't help but be surprised by the old man's strength. In the video, as soon as Chu Tianan appeared, he crushed the neck of an 8th level expert in the Nightmare Court. Later, Chu Tianan used his cloak to turn into a rope, trapped another person, and then crushed the other person's head instantly. Such strength is truly earth-shattering. Chen Fan walked over and said a little cautiously, Hello, Master. You are here. Chen Fan's identity is indeed a bit embarrassing, so he didn't call him Grandpa Chu, because his master Zhang Hai refused. Ha 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 ha! Chu Tianan looked at Chen Fan and laughed heartily. Zhang Hai also smiled and nodded. Afterwards, Chu Tianan put one arm around Henry Chu's shoulders and the other around Chen Fan's shoulders and said, You guys play. I'll have a few words with my grandson. Zhang Hai from behind widened his eyes. It belongs to your uncle. Everyone smiled. The 4 of them immediately entered the living room. Chu Tianan flicked his hand, and a barrier immediately enveloped the entire hall. Then, he sat on the sofa, looked at Chen Fan and Chu Xian and said, You all chose the #1 martial arts university in the Demon City? Chen Fan and Chu Xian nodded at the same time. Very good, Chu Tianan said. In 7 days, you will leave for the Magic City. Henry Chu was stunned. I told you before that I will go to the Magic City with Chen Fan after the new year. I know, Chu Tianan said. Everyone outside now thinks that you will not go to the Magic City until next year, so you should catch him by surprise. Chen Fan looked strange and said, Senior Chu, when you talk about him, do you mean the Garden of Nightmares? Do you doubt that the Nightmare Court will take action against us? Henry Chu also frowned. What reason does the Nightmare Court have to target pawns like them? Use them to threaten Dahai City? Impossible? At this time, Zhang Hai said, It is very likely that I will take action against you, especially Henry Chu. Henry Chu's expression moved slightly. Zhang Hai said, What do you think the previous insect wave and the earlier ant wave were for? Just for this old guy. Chen Fan and Chu Xian were silent. They already knew more or less about the Nightmare Court's plan to deal with Chu Tianin. It's just that we can't be completely sure yet. Zhang Hai continued. This time, 2 8th level people and a group of 7th level people died in the Nightmare Court. They will definitely not give up. Even if Old Man Chu continues to guard Dahai City, he may not be able to protect Dahai City, because they already know that Old Man Chu is already at the 8th level. Next time, if a peerless expert at the 9th level comes, how can we resist it? So, you must go to the Magic City as soon as possible. After that, the Demon City will send strong men to help the Chu family and move the entire Chu family to the Demon City. The Magic City is one of the 2 largest main cities in our Tang Kingdom. Although the Nightmare Garden is arrogant, it does not dare to run wild near these 2 main cities. Chen Fan frowned and said, Let Chu Xian and the others go there first. I'm not from the Chu family, and I'm just a little boy. You must go there too, Chu Tianin said. Chen Fan was puzzled. Why? Chu Tianin said calmly. I'm afraid that the Nightmare Court will attack you because of the Empress. Chen Fan was stunned. Empress Yi Hongyan? I have nothing to do with the Empress. But the Nightmare Court doesn't know, Chu Tianin said. You ruined their good deeds in Qixing Mountain, water and cloud stream, and finally caused the colorful sacred stone to fall into the hands of the Empress Yi Hongyan. There is no way the Nightmare Court will let you go. No, Chen Fan said. Your reason is too far-fetched. I have made it very clear what happened that day. No matter whether I touched the 5-colored sacred stone at that time, the 5-colored sacred stone would definitely fall into the hands of the Empress in the end. Because after I touched the 5-colored sacred stone, the Empress appeared, then crushed a group of 9th level people to death and took away the 5-colored sacred stone. Chu Tianin said, I know. We can all accept your explanations, but the Nightmare Court may not accept it. In that battle, 8 of them died in the 9th level. Do you think that the 9th level is like Chinese cabbage? In order to find out this matter and the whereabouts of the 5-colored sacred stone, the Nightmare Court will definitely come to you. If not you, why don't you come to me? Chen Fan. That makes sense. Then can you give me more time? For example, half a month is okay? Chu Tianin shook his head. No. You have to set off in 7 days. I have arranged all the routes and other things for you. 7 days. Chen Fan was a little crazy. From the beginning of the insect wave to now, he has been continuously helping the 3 pioneering groups to cultivate beasts. But I was afraid that it would be too shocking. So I took the 4 senior beast masters from shop number 9 and pretended to do research. Only cultivating 3 or 4 beasts a day. As of today, the 3 major pioneer groups still have a large number of beasts that they have not had time to cultivate. On the other hand, after an advertisement was placed in the promotion link, the business of the number 9 beast breeding store is now booming. Many beast masters in East China Sea are sending their own beasts to the number 9 store. How could Chen Fan be willing to do this if he didn't cultivate these beasts well? But only 7 days. Time is too short. Moreover, in Donghai City, with master and senior brother protecting him, there won't be much of a problem even if he breeds beasts unscrupulously. But I ran away to the Magic City, Chen Fan said with a sad face. Can 10 days be okay? Chu Tianin was also depressed. Are you here to breed animals? Although I know that breeding beasts is very profitable. Those little guys out there can charge hundreds of thousands or millions of alliance coins for just one beast. But the level 40 demons drag back from Qixing Shanchuyanjian, and those magical weapons are all your trophies. Those level 40 demons are worth tens of billions. The 6 magic weapons are extremely valuable. Even I can't estimate their value. Why do you still care about the money for raising animals? I am here for the system energy. Chen Fan only dared to roar these words in his heart, but did not dare to say them out loud. Compared to money, Chen Fan cares more about system energy. Because in the future, whether it is copying the beast control skills, or activating the skills on the system panel such as 9 sky-breaking swords, everything will rely on system energy. And after the system energy is increased, he can even directly use the system energy to practice. For example, now casting a spiritual platform. If the system has tens of millions of energy, why would he need to sit there and activate the holy demon art? To build it bit by bit, you can cast the spiritual platform by directly consuming system energy. Where does system energy come from? It just depends on breeding animals. At this time, Zhang Hai suddenly looked at Chu Tianin and said, Let's give them 10 days. Give them more time to prepare. Seeing Zhang Hai also said the same, Chu Tianin sighed and nodded slightly. Okay. Then 10 days. Don't tell anyone about this yet. Chen Fan and Henry Chu looked at each other and nodded. Zhang Hai gently patted Chen Fan on the shoulder and said, I will leave for the Magic City tomorrow. I will arrange everything there first and wait for you to go there. Chen Fan was stunned. Master, are you going to the Magic City too? Zhang Hai smiled and said, I came to Donghai City mainly to help you. Senior brother Bai. He was immersed in the practice of swordsmanship and neglected to cultivate beasts. His cultivation was stuck at the 6th level and 5th level for a long time. That's why I came here specifically to help him raise animals. In the end, I didn't do it, but you helped him do it. Now that he has successfully broken through to the 7th grade Grandmaster realm, and you are going to the Demon City to study at university, I naturally want to go to the Demon City as well. Master, Chen Fan's eyes were a little red. Zhang Hai made this very clear. He was preparing to go to the Magic City just for himself. The Zhang family where the master belongs is the largest animal breeding family in the Tang dynasty. But the Zhang family is not in the Magic City. The Zhang family is in the imperial capital. Now that Chen Fan is going to the Magic City, Zhang Hai immediately put aside everything here in Donghai City and prepared to go to the Magic City, thinking about what his master had done for him in the past few months. Chen Fan felt warm in his heart. Don't think too much about it. Zhang Hai smiled and said, Actually, I hope you can get into the university in the imperial capital. But old man Chu refuses and insists on letting you go to the imperial capital. What? Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. He felt something was wrong before. Doesn't the old man Chu Tianen seem to be too lenient? You care about your own grandson. There is nothing to say. Why do you still care about me? I don't have much to do with you. I'm just a classmate with your grandson. We have a good relationship. Right? Chen Fan looked at Chu Tianen. Chu Tianen smiled slightly, as if he didn't notice Chen Fan's doubts at all. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. He felt that the old man seemed to be hiding something from him. But the two had only met once before. There is no deep relationship between them at all. Never mind. It's better to think about controlling beasts. Only 10 days. I won't practice cultivation for the next 10 days. Focus on breeding animals. Go crazy. First, cultivate all the beasts of the 3 pioneering groups in Donghai City. You can cultivate as many other beasts as you can, as long as the materials can be obtained. Use the fastest speed to help the beast control break through. Chapter 183. He was intercepted on the way and chased. Early morning. The sun has not yet risen. The mist is thick. A large truck was driving on the mountain road. In the truck, Chen Fan turned his head and looked at Yi Hao and Shen Taotao silently. Why are you two here? Chu Tianen only gave Chen Fan 10 days. In the past 10 days, Chen Fan had been so busy that he finally cultivated the beasts of the 3 pioneer groups and the beasts of the students who participated in the recommended league. Unexpectedly, when Bai Tianyu and Chu Tianen were preparing to quietly take him and Chu Xian out of Donghai City, Yi Hao and Shen Taoao appeared. There was no other way. So Chu Tianen simply brought Yi Hao and Shen Taoao over. Seeing Chen Fan's unkind look, Shen Na said, Haozi said that he noticed something was wrong between you and Henry Chu during this period. During this period, he asked you to go to the secret realm, but you all ignored him. He wanted to discuss with Henry Chu, but Henry Chu didn't respond. Brother Fan, you are too busy again. Haozi said it must have something to do with the day Grandpa Chu came to see you. So we have been following you quietly these past few days. Yi Hao smiled awkwardly and said, Brother Fan, what happened? Even if you are going to the Magic City, there is no need to be so sneaky. Right. What do you know? Chen Fan said angrily. The Nightmare Court has its eyes on the Chu family, and also on me. As soon as Henry Chu and I leave Donghai City, we may be ambushed at any time. Be cautious in everything. Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of the worst. Shen Taotao and Yi Hao looked at each other and did not ask further questions. Chen Fan's gaze turned to the opposite side. Just opposite them, 2 women were sitting. Deputy leader of the Aries Pioneer Regiment, Zhen Qing. Xiao Zi, deputy leader of the Tiansheng Pioneer Regiment. Chen Fan opened his mouth, and then said after a while, Xian Chu. His grandfather and my senior brother said that everything has been arranged for you two to protect us. Can we call it arranged? Zhen Qing and Xiao Zi are both in the 1st level of the 5th rank realm. Chen Fan originally thought that Donghai City would at least arrange for a 6th level escort all the way. In the end, there were only 3 people. In addition to Zhen Qing and Xiao Zi, there was also an uncle in the cab in front. However, Uncle Qian is much stronger than these 2 people. Although Uncle Qian is a star warrior, he is now at the 5th level and 5th level, and is only one step away from reaching the 6th level. Jin Qing and Xiao Zi pursed their lips at the same time, rolled their eyes, and turned away. If it were other people who looked down on them like this, Jin Qing might have been better off. With Xiao Zi's bad temper, she might have taken action in anger. But the person who spoke was Qin Fan. Xiao Zi has also dealt with Qin Fan several times during this period. The beast masters of the Tiansheng Pioneer Regiment, under the cultivation of Qin Fan, are now greatly increased in strength. Therefore, Xiao Zi couldn't lose his temper at all. Seeing Qin Fan's dissatisfied look, Xiao Zi couldn't help but said, "There are spies from the Nightmare Court in Donghai City, and the Black Armored Army has been secretly investigating during this period. But it is impossible to find all the scum in a short period of time. There are only a handful of experts above the 6th level in Donghai City, and the Nightmare Court has been staring at their movements. This is the information obtained after interrogating Hong Quan. So, if we send a strong man above level 6 to escort you, I'm afraid the Nightmare Court will know about it immediately. This time, we are 2 pioneer groups joining forces to escort a batch of resources to the Magic City. Every 3 months, several of our pioneer groups will take this route. Basically, it won't attract any attention. On the other hand, Jin Qing and I both have flying beasts. Once we find something bad, we will arrange flying beasts to take you away as soon as possible." Qin Fan nodded slightly, walked to the place where the goods were piled in front, spread out a blanket, and lay down directly. During this period of time, he had been helping the 3 pioneer groups control beasts, and he had hardly had a good rest. Now that I'm on the bus to the Magic City, I can take a good rest. Unfortunately, 10 days is still a little too short. After all, collecting various materials takes time. Some special materials for beast control require several days of waiting. After 10 days of crazy beast breeding, there are still many beasts in the 9th store that have not been bred. But fortunately, with the Donghai City Beast Breeders Association taking over, there won't be any big problems in the future. Qin Fan had already decided to move the number 9 store to the Magic City after a while. When the time comes, let Mr. Zhao take Shui Sheng, Zhang Wei, and the old blind man to move to the Magic City and open a number 9 store in the Magic City. It's just a pity for those beast masters in Donghai City. There are so many beasts that have not been cultivated. For Qin Fan, it is like a big golden mountain that has not been moved. It's okay not to want to. It's easy to vomit blood just thinking about it. At this time, the smartwatch on Yi Hao's wrist rang. Yi Hao opened WeChat and saw a message from his father. "May you wander for half your life and still be a young man when you return." Yi Hao fell silent. He and Shen Taoao followed Qin Fan before getting into the truck. Not only was nothing prepared, but I didn't even have time to tell my family. But now it seems that the city lord may have told his parents. After all, Blue Star is not like the Earth. Yi Hao has never traveled far in his life. Recalling everything in Donghai City, Yi Hao's eyes turned a little red. Shen Taoao looked over and took a look and said, "Translation. This sentence means, I hope to hang out with you for decades and still look the same when I come back." Yi Hao, Jin Qing, and Xiao Zi. Immediately, Yi Hao became furious and punched Shen Nato in the chest, almost causing the latter to vomit blood. Henry Chu sat quietly next to him and said nothing. After Shen Daodao coughed twice, he sighed. "Oh, the scene I imagined going to the Magic City is not like this." Yi Hao was stunned. "What's that like?" Shen Taoao. "The scene I imagined is that the entire Donghai City came to see us off, including all the female students from the 3 major colleges. We have brought glory to Donghai City. We beat the geniuses in several other main cities to the point where they knelt down and begged for mercy." Henry Chu. "Where did you kneel down and beg for mercy?" Shen Taoao. "That's how I compare it. The picture in my imagination is of teachers holding our hands and giving us instructions. The female classmates watched us get on the bus with runny noses and tears, reluctant to leave." Jin Qing and Xiao Zi. Hashtag. Shen Nato continued with a sad look on his face. "Now, I really feel like I want to say sorry to those female classmates." Yi Hao was stunned again. "Why do you have to say sorry to them? You owe them money and haven't paid it back?" Shen Taodao said. "Because, after more than 2 years of high school, I didn't let them give me. I feel very sorry." Everyone. Jin Qing coughed lightly and said, "Before arriving in the Magic City, do not send any messages to your classmates and teachers." Shen Taoao rolled his eyes. "You still need to teach me? Oh, I really didn't expect that I couldn't even say goodbye until I arrived in the Magic City." Yi Hao patted Shen Nao on the shoulder. Okay. Don't be sad. It's not a separation of life and death. There is no such thing as a love affair or a banquet that lasts forever. Shen Qing and Xiao Zi. Yi Hao looked at Henry Chu. Moo, why don't you say a word? Henry Chu. I just said something. Yi Hao and Shen Taoao. Xiao Zi glanced at Henry Chu and said, I heard that the Chu family will move from Donghai City to the Magic City after a while? Henry Chu nodded slightly and said nothing. Shen Taoao's eyes widened. Damn! Chu Xian went to the Demon City to study, but no valuable information was found. As soon as the Garden of Nightmares was mentioned, the atmosphere in the truck became depressing. The initial ant wave was okay, but it was quickly crushed by Donghai City. Donghai City even directly eliminated several 7th grade grandmasters from the other side. But this insect wave is really terrifying and scary. The insect tide is still there. The truly terrifying thing is the large formation and the 2 8th level ones. Right under the eyes of Donghai City. They actually set up such a large formation around Donghai City. Hoping to break it, 2 people came to the legendary 8th level realm as soon as they arrived. If Chu Xian's grandfather hadn't led the Chu family to support the formation, even with the 8th grade instructor Su Feng, Donghai City might not be able to stop the Garden of Nightmares this time. This strange dark force is like a demon descending upon its appearance. Ordinary people would tremble all over just thinking about their names, and it would be difficult to control them. What's even more terrifying is that a group of legendary 9th level people actually appeared in Qixing Mountain near Donghai City. Although it was later determined that those dark powerhouses came to hunt down the leader of the demon cult, and did not come for Donghai City. But thinking about it still makes people feel frightened. If they had approached Donghai City at that time, and it was just the aftermath of their battle, I don't know if Donghai City's formation could have blocked them. Jin Qing thought of that time when Chen Fan was nearby and ran up to a group of 9th level powerhouses and touched the 5-colored sacred stone. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and he couldn't help but turn his head and glance at Chen Fan a few more times. To be fair, if she had been there, she would have stayed away immediately, and there was absolutely no way she would have run over this guy Chen Fan. In the weird atmosphere, Henry Chu took out a roast chicken from the package, pulled off the head of the chicken, then pushed the window open and threw the whole roast chicken body out of the window with a whoosh. As soon as the roast chicken was thrown out of the window, Henry Chu was stunned and stared at the chicken head in his hand. The people in Jinqing looked at the chicken head in Henry Chu's hand silently, with a strange look on their faces. This kind of thing is normal whether it happens to Yi Hao or Shen Taoao. But it happened to Henry Chu. Yi Hao narrowed his eyes. Xian Chu, the chicken head in your hand reveals the anxiety in your heart. What are you thinking about? Henry Chu threw the chicken head in his hand out of the car, then closed the window and said, We left quietly. But when the Chu family moved, there must be a lot of movement. Yi Hao put away his playful smile, patted Henry Chu's shoulder gently and said, Don't worry. Grandpa Chu is at the 8th level. I've watched that video dozens of times. As soon as he appeared, he broke the neck of an 8th level man with one move. The second move is to trap another person with your cloak, and then crush the 8th level person's head with a claw. He is simply a godlike existence. If you dare to come to the Nightmare Court, one of you will die, and 2 of you will die. Chen Fan, who was lying on the ground, sat up, glanced at Henry Chu silently, and said, Don't worry too much. The Magic City will definitely send someone to come to take care of him. Henry Chu nodded slightly. Shen Nato opened his mouth to speak, but Yi Hao had quick eyes and quick hands and reached out to cover his mouth. Shut up, Yi Hao said angrily. If you dare to talk nonsense, I'll beat you to death. Shen Naodao looked at Yi Hao resentfully and nodded. Yi Hao let go of his hand. Shen Daodao said faintly, I won't talk. Why don't you just sing? 3 points of licking is doomed. 7 points of pooping. Yi Hao gritted his teeth. Work hard. Work hard. You can't sing the Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast with red sleeves well. If you can't sing, don't sing. Shen Nato angrily changed the song. Like Yonghua, walking through the black smoke, your sister quietly crossed the horizon. Whose mullions travel through reincarnation? The way to breastfeed is right at your feet. Don't be hacked. Don't be afraid of sex. Jin Qing was stunned for a moment. What kind of song is this? Shen Tao. Haven't you heard of Ultraman's theme song? Everyone. Chen Fan lay down again speechlessly, then turned sideways. To his right, inside a cage, there were many pigs huddled together. Chen Fan and one of the pigs looked at each other for a long time and almost became friends. Helpless, Chen Fan turned around again, put his hands behind his head, and looked at the system panel. System energy, 6565688. Host, Chen Fan. Level, 3rd level. 2nd level heaven. Star power, 3,698 cards plus. Psychic power, 432 Hz plus. 4-story spiritual platform, 2 floors plus. During these 10 days, he had been raising animals and rarely had time to practice. But after raising the combat power levels of Xiaobai and Gongzi to level 9, his current star power has reached 3,698 cards. And his mental strength, thanks to Xiaohei's feedback, has also made further progress. System energy has also increased rapidly during this period, reaching 650W again. Chen Fan looked at the system panel. Many clouds on the system panel began to shine. There are a total of 10 clouds on the system panel. Before this, apart from the copied clouds, only the 9 sky-breaking swords clouds could be seen clearly. But now, starting from the copy cloud group, in addition to 9 sky-breaking swords, there are 3 other cloud groups that slowly dispersed, revealing several large gray characters. Copy 9 sky-breaking swords. Void divine body. This is the divine body refining technique, which can ultimately transform the body into a void divine body. It is divided into 2 parts, body refining and soul refining. You can use the void value to add points to improve it. Cultivation to the ultimate level. The divine body will be perfected. The divine soul will be immortal. It will be able to evolve into the void. All laws will not be broken. All evil will not invade. And all calamities will be immortal. Chen Fan was stunned when he saw the description on the void divine body. The system is saying that Mrs. Wang is bragging about her own business. Is she exaggerating? Divine body? All laws are indestructible and all calamities are immortal. It feels like the level is even higher than Duan Tianjiu Dao. Duan Tianjiu Dao has never blown it to such an extent. Chen Fan moved his attention upwards again. Copy 2. Why is there another copy? Don't you already have copy skills? Chen Fan was stunned for a moment and scanned the detailed description. Permanently copy the skills of the contracted beast master and make them your own. Seeing this relatively simple explanation, Chen Fan was completely stunned. Copy the contracted beast controlling skills for your own use? After a beast control master reaches the 3rd level, he can temporarily borrow his own beast control skills. However, there are 2 major restrictions on the borrowing of beast masters. First, the time to borrow beast control skills is not long, usually only about 3 minutes. Second, within 10 minutes after the beast master uses the beast master skill, the beast master can no longer use this skill. And this time increases as the beast master level increases. This skill of the system actually directly copies the skill of controlling beasts. Copying is permanent. It does not affect the beast control itself. It's so outrageous. If this skill is turned on, Chen Fan won't even need to learn those martial arts in the future. He can completely copy the skills of the beasts after signing up multiple beasts, as long as the system energy is enough. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Chen Fan looked at the 5th skill. Whispers of the Demon King. The whispers of the Demon King can change the emotions, even the IQ, of people or monsters, and distort everything. Whisper of the Demon King is divided into 9 levels. It is not completed until you reach the 9th level. The higher the number of levels, the stronger the effect. When Whisper of the Demon King is used on demons, the effect will be much stronger than when used on other creatures. Chen Fan's whole body tensed up and his eyes went straight. Why does the word devil appear on the system? The Demon King skills? Why does the beast control system involve demons? Is this a mental suppression type skill or a rules type skill? Well, demons are also considered beast controllers. Didn't the Nightmare Cord help those Star Warriors control the demons? Chen Fan swallowed and scanned the energy required to activate several skills. 9 Heaven-Breaking Swords. Requires the least energy. Only 220W system energy. But this is just to open the 9 Heaven-Breaking Swords. To practice the first sword, the second sword, etc. Each level requires a separate large amount of system energy. Next is the Void Divine Body, which requires 450W system energy. Similarly, the Void Divine Body is also divided into many realms, and each realm requires a large amount of system energy. The Copy 2 skill requires 500W system energy, although it requires the highest energy. Like the previous Copy skill, it consumes system energy in one go and is not separated into multiple levels. Finally, there is Whisper of the Demon King. Turning on Whisper of the Demon King requires 700W of system energy, and Whisper of the Demon King has 9 levels, each of which requires a large amount of system energy. Chen Fan flicked back and forth on several skills. Now his system energy is only 656, 5688. Whisper of the Demon King cannot be turned on at all. The question is, which one should be enabled first? Chen Fan has been practicing the 9 sky-breaking swords for such a long time. The first 99 and 81 swords are just the 9 swords that he has mastered. If you directly consume the system energy, you can master all the 99 and 81 swords of the first sword today and practice the first sword to great perfection. Even if he is only in the 3rd level now. Even if he is in the 5th level, he may not be able to catch this sword. The only trouble is that the current star power of more than 3,000 cards may not be able to support the consumption of this first knife. Void Divine Body. Judging from the name and description, it seems that the proportion of defense is greater than attack. After practicing, the enemy will not be able to cut oneself. Or will not be able to cut oneself. If this is the case, the Void Divine Body should be the most cost-effective. If he had to choose between attack and defense, Chen Fan would definitely choose defense. Copy 2. Once this is turned on, it can be used directly. By activating this skill, Chen Fan can now immediately obtain multiple skills such as Thunder Flash, Spiritual Spike, and Ghost Step. How about turning on Copy 2 first? Chen Fan hesitated in his heart. Void Divine Body and 9 sky-breaking swords are terrifying techniques that can transcend levels. Chen Fan was not very familiar with the Void Divine Body, but after practicing for so long, Chen Fan is very clear about the 9981 swords that he is currently using as his first sword. He has only practiced a few swords, and with the help of the sky-breaking demon sword, he can easily kill a 4th grade sword. Realm, even the 5th level. If you use the system energy, directly open the first knife. Even if you face the 5th level, what do you have to fear? Copy 2 allows Chen Fan to acquire a large number of skills at once. But those skills are limited by Chen Fan's current cultivation level and his star power, etc. Although the 9 blades of cutting sky only consume 220W of system energy, how much more is needed for the first blade? Chen Fan clicked on the 9 sky-breaking swords. The first knife, the second knife, the third knife. A series of menus were displayed. After turning on the 9 swords that break the sky, the first sword requires 380W system energy. Chen Fan, thank you for taking another look. I didn't expect that it would take so much energy to activate the 9 heaven-destroying blades. Originally, he thought that the current energy could at least be used to activate the second sword. If the second sword can be activated, and combined with the current high-grade mysterious weapons, I am afraid it will be easy to kill the 5th grade realm. Right? To activate the 9 sky-breaking blades, and then activate the first blade, a full 600W system energy is required. Chen Fan was a little depressed. Just the first cut. Should I turn on the Copy 2 skill? Or wait, and then turn on the 9 heaven-breaking swords? At this time, Shen Dao changed another song and sang, "Human life is full of ups and downs." As soon as the song was sung, the truck roared and rolled over. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan threw himself on the pig cage, and his mouth almost came into close contact with the mouth of the pig inside. "It's your uncle's fault. You crow's mouth!" Chen Fan cursed. Yi Hao also echoed, "I can't even stop him!" Shen Nato felt like Dou-Yi. If the truck overturned, the driving uncle should be blamed. Why was he blamed? Not allowed to speak. Not allowed to sing. A group of people scrambled out of the truck. "Careful!" As soon as he stood firm, Chen Fan shouted loudly. Right in his sight, 4 demon attribute panels appeared in the surrounding woods. They are all level 18 demons. "Chong!" Chen Fan unsheathed his sword and said in a deep voice, "They are from the Garden of Nightmares. For level 18 demons." Brush! Uncle Qian, Jin Qing, and Xiao Zi stood in a triangle, surrounding Chen Fan and others. Jin Qing and Xiao Zi summoned a beast at the same time. Level 19 Jinyu Heidonking. Level 18 Three-Headed Bird. Uncle Qian didn't control beasts. He was a star warrior. Chu Xian and Yi Hao also took out their weapons. But none of the 3 summoned the beast. Facing level 18 demons and matching beast masters or star warriors, their level 8 beast masters are simply unstoppable. On the contrary, like Chen Fan, they spent a lot of money to buy high-grade mysterious weapons and armor, and they were able to deal with level 18 demons. Chen Fan gritted his teeth. The people in this nightmare garden are like gangrene on their bones. But it hasn't been long since I left Donghai City. Chen Fan had a thought in his mind. Concentrated slightly. And directly clicked on the Copy To skill on the system panel. Turn on the Copy To skill. As soon as the skill was activated, Chen Fan's mental power immediately locked onto Xiao Bai in the beast control space and copied Xiao Bai's Thunder Flash. Immediately, a summoning circle opened and Xiao He flew out. When Xiao He saw that he was the only one coming out, he immediately laughed proudly. I am indeed the strongest beast master under my master. When encountering a crisis, I am the only one who can come in handy. As he said that, Xiao He cast his gaze towards the jungle ahead. Its mental power is very powerful, even much higher than level 12 Shaoqing. The terrifying auras of the 4 level 18 demons were immediately sensed by it. Xiao He looked at Chen Fan silently. Master, I have a cold today. Can you let me go back and rest? Chen Fan. Shut up! Xiao He wailed and flew up. Xiao Zi said in a deep voice. Chen Fan, you ride center and leave here first. The 3 of us hold them back. Chen Fan and Henry Chu looked at each other, and the 4 of them swayed and immediately jumped on the back of the 3-headed bird. The 3-headed bird flapped its wings, soared into the sky, and flew quickly towards the north, almost as soon as they left. For terrifying demons screamed and rushed out of the jungle. Jinyu Heidongking was not afraid. Soared into the sky, and directly used the move. Golden feathers fill the sky. TSK, 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 TSK! Countless golden feather arrows hit the 4 demons, and kept retreating. The 4 demons are only level 18. But Jinyu Heidongking is already level 19. The most important thing is that Jinyu Heidonking's racial level is already a medium lord, which is much higher than many beast masters with the same combat power level. A group attack was carried out with one move. And before the 4 demons could even get close, they were beaten to the ground. But those 4 demons obviously have powerful skill defense armors. Jinyu Heidonking's move, which can kill ordinary level 18 monsters almost instantly, only knocks them back a few meters, but does not kill them all. Hee. For men in black robes walked out of the jungle like ghosts. Uncle Gon's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, their auras are all in the 5th grade realm. At least 5th grade and 3rd level heaven or above. You 2 are hiding behind Jinyu Heidongking. Leave it to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Qian's figure swayed, turned into a wisp of smoke, and appeared in front of a man in black robe like a ghost. What? The man in black robe obviously underestimated his uncle's strength. He was so frightened that he tried to retreat. But it was too late. Uncle Qian appeared quickly and slashed the man's neck with a short knife in his hand. A head rolled down. Although Uncle Qian killed one person with one move, the faces of Zhenqing and Xiao Zi did not change for the better. The 2 of them took action at the same time, attacking a man in black robe who was rushing towards him. The 2 sword energies crossed together and cut towards the man in black robe. The man in black robe shivered slightly and slowed down his steps. Zhenqing and Xiao Zi had already taken the opportunity to jump on Jinyu Heidongking's back. Jinyu Heidongking circled in the air, and the golden feathers all over the sky hit the 4 demons again and howled strangely. The other side, Xiao Zi's 3-headed bird took Chen Fan and 4 others away quickly. But the 3-headed bird just flew more than 300 meters. A skeleton bird suddenly flew up from the jungle below and stopped it. Another level 18 demon. Chen Fan was startled. Satyr, let us down! The 3-headed bird also reacted very quickly. As soon as it saw the skeleton bird, it immediately flew down to the woods on the right. If there were no Chen Fan or 4 people on its back, it would naturally be able to rush up and have a fight with the skeleton bird. But if there are 4 people on the back, if you are not careful, the 4 of them may be killed on the spot by the skeleton bird's skills. The 3-headed bird's eyes flashed with a stern look, and it quickly flew over the big trees. Chen Fan shouted softly, Jump down! The 4 of them jumped down almost at the same time, then grabbed the trunks of the big trees and fell to the ground gently and skillfully. In the air, the skeleton bird flapped its wings and released countless bone spurs. But as soon as the 3-headed bird's wings moved, a strong wind swept over and destroyed those bone spurs. Chen Fan and Chu Xian quickly shuttled through the woods. Hee! From behind, a cold voice was approaching quickly. Henry Chu said in a deep voice, The beast master of an 18th level demon should be level 5 or above. We can't escape at all. Yi Hao gritted his teeth and said, Damn it! If it's the 5th grade, won't my itching powder be ineffective? Shin Tao Ao. Don't talk about the 5th level. It is very difficult for the 4th level to be effective. The 4th level already has star power armor on its body, and itching powder cannot penetrate the star power armor. Chen Fan whispered as he ran. Do you still remember what I told you in the hospital before we fought the crying demon? Yi Hao was stunned. You mean holding hands? Chen Fan said coldly. If you are desperate, remember, we must not be separated. Remember to hold my hand. Shen Tao Thao. Henry Chu turned his head and glanced at Chen Fan. Chen Fan grinned. No matter whether it is the 5th level realm or the late 4th level realm, we can't escape. If we can't escape, then we won't escape. As he spoke, he lightly touched his chest with his left hand. There was a flash of light on the armor, and the defense had been stretched to its maximum. A summoning circle appeared, and Jade climbed out and flew to Chen Fan's head. Henry Chu and the other 3 also stopped. Call! From behind, a wisp of black mist chased after him like a ghost, and then condensed into a human form, transforming into a middle-aged man wearing a black robe. Little guys, our nightmare court has no ill intentions towards you, the middle-aged man in black robe said. I came to you this time to invite you to join the nightmare court. What? Henry Chu and others were stunned for a moment. Chen Fan immediately laughed. You, the court of nightmares, want to recruit us into your group? If you had told us earlier, we were so scared that we couldn't tell the difference between the east, west, and we ran around. The middle-aged man in black robe said. You guys are extremely talented, and we in the Nightmare Court know it very well. As long as you join the Nightmare Court, your future achievements will be limitless. Chen Fan said. We also have an organization. How about you join us? I think your bones are very suitable for joining our organization. You join today and go to work tomorrow. You can work part-time on a daily basis. Wouldn't it be nice to work 1 day and 6 days off? Middle-aged man in black robe. Chen Fan continued. The treatment in our organization is very good. Not only is it 996, but there is absolutely no overtime pay for overtime work on weekdays. There is endless pie to eat every day. I drew it all with my own hands. You are the one who can come to us. The blessings cultivated in the previous life will cause your ancestral graves to explode. The middle-aged man in black robe. Maid. Chen Fan. Look at you. You are so happy that you are calling me mom. Young people, don't always think about money. This is a very good learning opportunity. We are all funny and talented people. They speak well and can pick up soap when they have nothing to do. We can also learn all kinds of awesome forbidden techniques here, such as the sealing of the 4 elephants by corpses, the reincarnation of heretics, etc. It is guaranteed that you can die with the enemy with 100% chance. Isn't it tempting? The face of the middle-aged man in black robe turned dark. It seems that you are drinking as a penalty for not eating the toast? I won't even eat the fine wine for the toast. Chen Fan said lightly. I'll treat you to it. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a plastic bottle that had been prepared in his left hand towards the man in black robe. And Jade was immediately blown out by a storm. Bang! Plastic bottles exploded. The sky was full of itchy fruit powder, caught in the storm, and swept towards the middle-aged man in black robe. Poison? The middle-aged man in black robe stood motionless, with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. The storm blew through, and the itchy fruit powder did not work. Chen Fan frowned. How could it be ineffective? As he spoke, he took out another round ball and threw it over. The ball flew towards the middle-aged man in black robe and exploded with a bang. The sky is full of black fog. Brush! The moment the black mist exploded, Chen Fan used a thunder flash to close the distance between the two parties. He raised the sky-breaking demonic sword high and slashed at the black mist. Chapter 184, Running Away. The system energy shows its power. Court death. A cold snort came from the black mist. A claw with concentrated star power grabbed the light of Chen Fan's sword like lightning. Boom! The sword was instantly crushed by the claws. The terrifying energy directly dispersed all the black mist. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Xian and Yi Hao rushed over quickly and surrounded the man in black robe. The man in black robe showed disdain in his eyes. Even Chen Fan, who was already in the 3rd level, was no threat to him. Not to mention just 3 second-level realms? Chen Fan glanced at Henry Chu and the others and frowned. The difference in strength is really too big. It's so big that they don't even dare to summon the beast, because the beasts don't have the kind of armor they have on them. Chu Xian is already at the 2nd level and 3rd level. Yi Hao and Shen Tao are already at the 2nd level and 2nd level. But this kind of power puts it bluntly. Even if they have high-grade mysterious weapons in their hands, and the man in black robe stands and cuts them, It will take them a long time to cut through the star power armor. How to fight this? The 5th level realm in its heyday is completely different from the 5th level realm when Jin Qing and Yi Hao were hunted down on 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Qin Fan's eyes moved slightly, and he glanced in the air, because he and Henry Chu were blocked by the men in black robes. The 3-headed bird threw away the skeleton bird and was rushing towards this side quickly. With a thought in his mind, Qin Fan summoned the orange cat wearing the cyan crystal armor. Henry Chu and others were stunned for a moment when they saw the orange cat. Before, they had always thought that the orange cat was someone else's beast. Unexpectedly, the orange cat also became Qin Fan's beast. No, that's not the point. The key is that the orange cat should be the weakest among Qin Fan's beasts. Summon the orange cat to die? The orange cat was also very depressed. As soon as he came out, he angrily hid behind Qin Fan. He is only level 6 now. With such strength, the man in black robe could kill him with just a flick of his finger and a wisp of wind. Fortunately, before coming out, Xiaoqing added a pair of azurite armor to herself. The orange cat raised his head and was about to speak. Xian Chu, you guys step back first. Qin Fan shouted loudly, held up the long knife again, and advanced towards the man in black robe. Snort! The man in black robe snorted softly, without even looking, and grabbed Qin Fan with his left hand. Brush! A huge ghost claw grabbed Qin Fan at an extremely fast speed. Crack! Qin Fan's body flashed with lightning and disappeared out of thin air. The man in black robe frowned, turned his right hand into a knife, and slashed behind him. Call! No one behind him, and almost at the moment when the black robe man swung his sword, Qin Fan appeared in the void. But as soon as he appeared, he quickly flashed again and appeared above the skeleton bird chasing the 3-headed bird. His initial target was not the man in black robe, but the demonic skeleton bird. Die! As soon as he appeared above the skeleton bird, Qin Fan raised the long knife in his hand over his head, and the light of the knife exploded. The skeleton bird felt the power of thunder and lightning, but did not panic. It turned its head and opened its mouth to spit out the bone spurs. But just then, the unnoticed Xiao Hei flew over from the side and released the spiritual spikes. Violent! The skeleton bird screamed, and its skills were instantly interrupted, and Qin Fan's long knife seemed to cut through the space, and it landed on the neck of the skeleton bird. Click! As if it were cut into fine steel. Qin Fan felt his arms go numb. But even so, this high-grade mysterious weapon, with its powerful thunder power, still chopped off the skull bird's head directly. Level 18 demon. Nothing more than that. Qin Fan! The man in black robe became furious, jumped into the air with a bang, and punched Qin Fan in the air. Crack! Qin Fan made another lightning flash, and fell to a position only 10 meters above the ground. After 3 thunder flashes, the thunder flash skill will have a 6-second cooldown. Qin Fan fell like a meteorite. He pushed hard with his right foot and rushed forward more than 20 meters. Center! Kill him! Qin Fan turned around and shouted loudly. The 3-headed bird in the air seized the opportunity, raised its 3 heads at the same time, and sprayed out 3 pillars of fire. Although the man in black robe was strong, he was only in the 5th level and could not fly yet. Seeing 3 pillars of fire coming, he could only cross his hands and open a shield. Boom! 3 shields hit the shield opened by the man in black robe, and the man in black robe immediately smashed down diagonally like a missile. A black shadow flashed in the sky. Xiao Hei seized the opportunity and flew over like an arrow. After closing the distance a little, spiritual spike! Invalid. The 5th level person in front of him has obviously studied Qin Fan a long time ago and knows Qin Fan's beast controlling skills, so he has opened up his mental shield early in the morning. Xiao Hei was a little annoyed and flew high again, not daring to get close. But Qin Fan below, after determining the approximate location where the man in black robe landed, rushed over quickly. Henry Chu and others also ran over from the other side, waiting for an opportunity to take action. Bang bang bang! Qin Fan's speed became faster and faster. Not only did a series of afterimages appear on his figure, but also on the long knife he was carrying. The first of the 9 swords to break the sky. Of the 81 swords in the first time, Qin Fan only learned 9. While running wildly, Qin Fan combined the 9 swords into one in an instant with his footwork. Brush! The dazzling sword light instantly illuminated the dim jungle. At this time, the man in black robe was less than 5 meters away from the ground. Huh? Feeling the threat of Qin Fan's sword, the man in black robe let out a light sigh. But before he could open up his defenses, The almost forgotten orange cat below suddenly flashed with light. Spiritual Spike! The skill copied by Chen Fan from Shuhei some time ago was now used by Orange Cat. The same move is more than 10 times more powerful than Xiao Hei. The leader's mental power is much higher than that of ordinary 5th level people. With one move, he immediately broke down the barrier that the man in black robe had used his mental power to prop up. The man in black robe felt as if a sharp needle had been driven directly into his head. Ah! Amid the screams, the man in black robe did not open his shield, but still struggled desperately. And Chen Fan's sword light has already fallen. Boom! Like a peerless magic sword, it struck the black-robed man's right shoulder with one strike, cutting off his right hand at shoulder level. Damn it! Because the man in black robe twisted his body. This sword did not directly kill the man in black robe. Chen Fan gritted his teeth, stepped forward and slashed rapidly, and slashed at the man in black robe 3 times in a row. Boom! 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 These 3 swords were just ordinary slashes, not the 9 sky-breaking swords. So their power was much weaker. They only blew the black-robed man away, but did not crush his star power armor. But the 3-headed bird in the sky also flew down at this moment, opened its mouth and fired 3 pillars of fire, directly hitting the man in black robe. Boom! The body of the man in black robe was directly driven into the ground by the pillar of fire. The star power armor on his body was now burning. Bang! The man in black robe with a broken arm slapped the ground with his palm, and his whole body flew up like a spring, then turned into a wisp of black mist and quickly rolled towards Chen Fan. Careful! Henry Chu and the 3 others on the other side were shocked. Crack! The 6 seconds for the Thunder Flash skill to cool down have long passed. Chen Fan flashed lightning and appeared on the back of the 3-headed bird in the sky. The black mist transformed by the man in black robe condensed into a human form with a cry, and punched the 3-headed bird in the air. The 3-headed bird knew that the strength gap between the 2 sides was huge, so it refused to attack hard. It flapped its wings and flew out diagonally, avoiding the punch. Where to run? The man in black robe lost a demon and lost an arm, and he refused to stop until he killed Chen Fan. Seeing the 3-headed bird turning around and wanting to fly high, he flexed his feet slightly, soared into the sky with a bang, and then grabbed the 3-headed bird and Chen Fan with a claw from a distance. Crack! As the 3-headed bird increased its speed and surged upward, Chen Fan flashed lightning and appeared below the black-robed man. Man in black robe. Before the man in black robe could react, Chen Fan made another lightning flash and fell to the ground. With his current star power, a thunder flash was more than 50 meters away, and several lightning flashes occurred in succession. The man in black robe could not even touch his shadow, and he screamed in anger when the upward force of the man in black robe dissipated and he fell down again. Chen Fan ran quickly again, trying to activate the 9 sky-breaking swords. This time, the man in black robes in the air was prepared. The remaining hand shook violently and opened a shield. But the 3-headed bird that had just shot higher came back. The mouths of the 3-headed bird were on fire again. Call! The man in black robe fell quickly, when he was still 7 or 8 meters away from the ground. The 3-headed bird's attack was launched 1 step ahead of Chen Fan. This time, it's not 3 pillars of fire, but 3 fire dragons. The 3 fire dragons roared, making rumbling sounds in the air, and blasted at the black-robed man at the same time. The man in black robe was startled, and subconsciously turned the shield held open by his left hand upward. Boom! After the 3 fire dragons shattered the black-robed man's shield, they scattered the star power armor on his body, and then blasted him to the ground. Almost at the moment the man in black robe landed, the light of lightning lit up. The first of the 9 heaven-breaking swords and the spiritual spike were fired at the same time again. The black-robed man's eyes darkened, and he rolled out like a donkey regardless of the pain in his head. Brush! Chen Fan's sword energy failed and split a big tree into 2 pieces. But before the man in black robe on the other side had time to rejoice, a red light flashed in front of his eyes, and a red cloak fell on his head, hugging his head tightly. Then, Yihao spun out from behind the big tree like a ghost. The axe in his hand flashed with light, and after a few quick steps forward, his body sank, and he struck the black-robed man on the right leg with the axe. The man in black robe screamed, and his right leg was broken. Just when he was in the air, his star power armor was shattered by the 3-headed bird's fire dragon, before it could be condensed again. With the cooperation of Henry Chu and Yihao, they chopped off one of his thighs with one axe. Shen Taoao was eager to take the credit and rushed over. Don't! Chen Fan stretched out his hand just to stop him, Shen Nao's long sword had already slashed down towards the man in black robe. The skinny camel was bigger than the horse, although the man in black robe had lost an arm and a leg, and his head was still wrapped in a cloak. After he fell to the ground, he grabbed the gravel on the ground and threw it out like crazy. Before Shen Nao's sword could hit him, a stone had already been hit in his chest. Boom! Shen Nao's body was directly blasted away and hit a big tree hard, causing the tree to break apart. A strong person at the 5th level can easily kill a beast master or star warrior below the 4th level even if he just throws gravel. Shen Taodao's face turned pale. He fell to the ground and checked the armor on his body. There were no cracks in the armor. What a great luck! Fortunately, I spent a lot of money to buy this armor. Shen Taodao turned around and ran away, not daring to come any closer. On the other side, Yi Hao reacted much faster than Shen Taodao and used the shield on his wrist guard to block the attacks from the gravel. Spiritual spike! The orange cat ran nearby and took another stab. The black-robed man's head hurt. He didn't care about throwing gravel, and screamed again and again, taking advantage of this gap. Qin Fan appeared next to the man in black robe with a flash of lightning, fell directly with his sword, and cut the latter in half. Ah! The man in black robe, who was cut off at the waist, screamed for a long time before falling silently. Henry Chu gasped and took back the red cloak. Shen Taodao walked up to Henry Chu, took a look at the red cloak, and said, "This magic weapon of yours is so powerful that it can't be torn apart, and it can't be stained by dust or blood." Henry Chu was too lazy to pay attention to him, sat down against the big tree, and put a pill into his mouth. On the other side, Qin Fan waved his hand. "Said, go back and help Shen Qing, Xiao Zi, and the others first." The three-headed bird hovered in the sky and refused to leave, although it was also worried about the safety of its master. Xiao Zi had given instructions early in the morning to protect Qin Fan and the others. Seeing the three-headed bird's hesitation, Qin Fan hurriedly added, "We are very safe now. We will hide nearby in a while. You can help them kill those enemies and then bring them here." The three-headed bird called twice, turned quickly in the air, increased its speed, and flew back to the place where it was attacked before. Shen Taodao ran over. "Brother Fan, shouldn't we go back to help them? Look, we can all kill at the 5th level." Qin Fan. He glanced sideways at Shen Naodao, and came over to help Henry Chu up, in order to control the cloak. Henry Chu almost exhausted all his star power. On the contrary, Qin Fan, who had been fighting for a long time, was still very active. Yi Hao touched a smart watch, a ring, and 2 bracelets from the black-robed man, and he dug out the crystal core of the skeleton bird. "Brother Fan, look!" Yi Hao held up the 2 bracelets and said, "These 2 bracelets are also shields. The defense is probably many times stronger than our shield." Qin Fan took the crystal core and put it in the package, then grabbed a bracelet and gave it to Henry Chu. "Take this with you." Shen Taodao looked at Qin Fan eagerly and said, "Brother Fan, the defense of Henry Chu's red cloak is also very powerful. He has a cloak. Why not give this to me?" Qin Fan rolled his eyes. "You don't need a shield. You just need to stay away." Shen Taodao shrank his head. He still wanted to speak, but Yi Hao pushed him. "What time is it? Why are you worrying about this? Hurry and leave. I just sent a message to my father asking for help, and then said our location. But Dahai City will send people to rescue, and I don't know what it will take." Shen Taodao was stunned for a moment. "Didn't Brother Fan say to find a place nearby to hide?" "No," Henry Chu said. "If you hide nearby, if someone from the Nightmare Court comes, they will be discovered immediately. The perception of the 5th level realm is extremely powerful, and we don't even know how to hold our breath. Even Lao Yuan Shadow Canopy can hardly escape the induction of a strong person in the mid to late stage of the 5th level." Qin Fan nodded. "It's difficult to say that back in Crescent Mountain, when that old monster Hong Quan was chasing me, the old age Shadow Canopy didn't work. The old ape and I are hiding in the shadow sky. The old monster can pinpoint my location from a long distance." The 4 of them walked away while talking. Yi Hao, "Although the signal here is weak, we can still contact Sister Qing and the others. Let's run a little further first. If they defeat the enemy and rely on flying beasts, they will soon catch up with us. I just sent a location to Sister Qing." Shen Taodao was startled. "Why did you send a location to Jin Qing and the others? What if they were attacked by the enemy?" Before he could finish his words, Qin Fan covered his mouth. Qin Fan gritted his teeth and said, "What the hell? If you say such things again, I will beat you into a pig's head." When others say this, it is discouraging at best. But Shen Naoto's crow's mouth is really scary. Yi Hao also poked Shen Nao's shoulder with his finger and said, "Talk less and do more." Shen Naoto closed his mouth in grievance. Chen Fan glanced at Henry Chu, who was still weak, and said, "Howsy, you summon the sacred cow of the sky. Tao Ao, summon the dragon-blooded lion." Yi Hao and Shen Tao summoned their two beasts respectively. Yi Hao and Chu Xian both climbed on the back of the sacred cow. Shen Tao rode on the back of the dragon-blooded crazy lion, and then waved to Chen Fan. "Brother Fan, let's ride the dragon-blooded crazy lion together. My dragon-blooded crazy lion is very big. 2 or 3 people will be fine." Chen Fan shook his head. "Save it some strength. It can't run away from me even without you on its back." Dragon Blood Lion. Shen Tao. Chen Fan sent the orange cat back to the beast controlling space and rushed out with a bang. "Follow me!" The heavenly sacred ox and the dragon-blooded crazy lion quickly followed. As if being stimulated by Chen Fan's words just now, the dragon-blooded lion suddenly ran in front of the sacred cow and pursued Chen Fan faster and faster. But Chen Fan left behind a trail of dust and almost disappeared. The dragon-blooded mad lion ran for a long time. But instead of getting closer, the distance got farther and farther. Seeing this, Yi Hao quickly shouted, "Brother Fan, run slower!" Chen Fan ran back with a roar. Dragon Blood Lion. The 2-legged person can run so fast, and there is really no way for the 4-legged person to survive. Grasping the horns of the sacred cow, Yi Hao looked at Chen Fan, who was sprinting ahead with a strange look on his face, and said, "Brother Fan, how much star power do you have now? Why do I feel that you can run faster than my brother?" But it's the 4th level," Chen Fan said without looking back. "More than 3,000 calories." Yi Hao, Shen Tao, Henry Chu lay on the back of the sacred cow. Abnormal. Yi Hao and Shen Tao are now at the 2nd level and 2nd level, with about 410 calories of star power. Henry Chu is a little stronger than them. He is a 2nd grade 3rd level man with a star power of about 500 calories. And Chen Fan actually has more than 3,000 cards. You know, a 4th grade 1st level beast master or star warrior has only about 2,100 calories of star power. In terms of pure star power, Chen Fan may be comparable to the 4th grade and 4th heaven. It's true that one person is more likely to die than another. Xiao He landed on the head of the Tian Wang Shenyu and started shouting, "Master, Henry Chu said you were perverted again." Chu Xian, this long-tongued bird, Yi Hao said speechlessly. "Xiao He, you are a bird. Why don't you fly? Is it really okay to be so lazy?" Xiao He, do you think flying doesn't require strength? Wouldn't it be better for me to save more strength? If there is another battle, I can still participate, but your Tian Wang Shenyu can only be used as a mount. Tian Wang Shenyu was so angry that he mooed twice in protest. "Shut up," Xiao He said angrily. "Why are you shouting? Do you want to attract the enemy?" The godly cow of heaven shut up obediently. Yi Hao and Shen Tao rolled their eyes at the same time. Suddenly, the dragon-blooded lion ran closer, and Shen Tao whispered, "Xiao He, the spiritual spike that made the man in black robe scream just now was not cast by you. Was it? Was it cast by the orange cat?" Xiao He's body froze. And then he said coldly, "You know nothing. Except me. Among the beast masters, you know. Who else knows the spiritual spike? Of course, I cast the mental spike." Shen Tao frowned. "But at that time, he was on the ground and you were high in the sky. The distance was very far." "Right," Xiao He said angrily. "Then I stay away from you now and use the spiritual spike on you?" "No. No. No." Shen Tao waved his hands repeatedly. "I just said that casually. I didn't expect that, Xiao He. You are getting more and more powerful now." Xiao He was a little depressed. This time, it didn't help much. But Chen Fan, who was sprinting ahead, said, "Thanks to Xiao He. Without Xiao He, the 4 of us would have been disabled this time." Xiao He's eyes suddenly shone, and he stood on the back of the Tian Wang divine ox, proudly raising his head and chest. Yi Hao couldn't help but praise again. "Xiao He is so powerful. He can often help us a lot. When Sister Qing and I were being hunted down in 10,000 Beast Mountain, it was Xiao He who took action. And Brother Fan was killed in the end." The strong man from the Nightmare Court. Xiao He was even more proud. Together with Chen Fan, the 2 beasts ran wildly and rushed straight into the vast mountains. After more than half an hour, they stopped. Trouble. Yi Hao jumped off the back of the sacred cow and said, "There is no signal here." Chen Fan asked Yi Hao and Shen Tao to recall the beast to the beast's space. Then, he summoned the old ape. Under the canopy of the old ape's shadow, the four of them found a cave and got in. Xiao Hei stood guard at a crack at the entrance of the cave. Chen Fan and others got into the depths of the cave. Yi Hao sighed. I don't know how Sister Qing and the others are doing. Chen Fan frowned and said, it may be a tough battle, but the probability of winning is very high. Uncle Qian is already at the 5th level, and the 5th level. He is only one step away from reaching the 6th level. When they came out, Uncle Qian killed one of them with one move. The three-headed birds will go back to help later, and our side has a great advantage. Henry Chu and others nodded. 1 level 5 and 2 level 18 demons. Even if the strength of that 5th level player is equal to that of Uncle Qian, our own advantage is very obvious. After all, under Chen Fan's cultivation, Jinyu Heidongking not only reached level 19 in combat power, but also reached the medium lord racial level. Jin Qing and Xiao Zi may be relatively weak, but as long as Uncle Gon clings to the black-robed man, Jinyu Heidongking should be able to kill the 2 demons in a short time. What's more, the three-headed bird at level 18 later also flew back. The only thing I'm not sure about is, are these people and demons we see now all sent by the Nightmare Court this time? If it's all, it's simple. But if they have someone else, then life or death is unpredictable. Chen Fan sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. When Yi Hao and the other 3 saw him, they thought he had run all the way and needed a rest. So they sat down cross-legged and began to adjust their breathing. But Chen Fan didn't rest. He's looking at the system panel. System energy, 572688. Host, Chen Fan. Level, 3rd level. 2nd level heaven. Star power, 3,698 cards plus. Psychic power, 432 Hz plus. 4-story spiritual platform, 2 floors plus. When the truck was attacked, the system energy value was more than 6.5 million. Chen Fan turned on Copy 2, which consumed 500 W of energy. Then he copied Xiao Bai's Thunder Flash and used 100 W of energy. In the end, the energy was only 56.5 W. But after more than half an hour, it seems to have risen a little, reaching 57.2 W. The crazy breeding of animals some time ago was not in vain, although the insect tide in East China Sea City is in its final stage. Until now, the 3 pioneering regiments are still cooperating with the East China Sea City Army to fight everywhere to clean up the remaining insect swarms. As long as they continue to kill monsters, the system energy will continue to increase. However, after the insect wave has passed for so long, it is impossible for the system energy to increase so quickly later. Chen Fan sighed and focused on the last line of the system panel. 4-story spiritual platform, 2 floors plus. His expression moved slightly, and he clicked on the plus sign behind the 2nd floor spiritual platform. Creating the 3rd level spiritual platform requires 50 W of system energy. Please click yes to confirm. Chen Fan clicked yes without hesitation. The next moment, 9 spiritual towers appeared around him. Chu Xian and the other 3 immediately stared closely at Chen Fan's 9 spiritual towers. There are 9 spiritual towers with only 2 floors. But the moment these 9 spiritual towers appeared, light flickered. The 3rd level of the spiritual platform was successfully cast. All 9 spiritual towers have a 3rd floor, 3rd grade and 3rd heaven, with Chen Fan as the center. A circle of energy exploded. Yi Hao's eyes widened. Brother Fan, are you talking about a breakthrough? With a click, you just built a spiritual platform. Did you break through the 1st level of heaven? Chen Fan felt the majestic power in his body and said, breakthrough when you say breakthrough? How can it be that easy? I have been practicing during this time. I just had a sudden realization. So I quickly seized the opportunity and built this spiritual platform. In fact, I didn't practice at all. These 10 days were all spent raising animals. Shen Tao said dejectedly. The gap between us and you is getting bigger and bigger. Alas, Henry Chu said expressionlessly. Don't compare with perverts. Chen Fan was silent for a moment and then said, let me teach you a skill. Yi Hao's eyes lit up. Is this the technique you have been practicing? It must be very powerful. Chen Fan pondered for a moment and said, I'm not sure how powerful it is. In fact, I haven't been practicing for a long time. But at least it is much stronger than the foundation building techniques of the 3 major academies in Donghai City. The leader is currently in the beast control space and did not hear Chen Fan's words. Otherwise, we have to fight Chen Fan desperately. Chen Fan actually compared the Heavenly Demon Sect's magical skills to suppress the teachings with the basic skills of Donghai City High School. Chen Fan continued, "This skill is called the Holy Demon Art. Not only can it be practiced to break through the realm, but the Holy Demon Art also has many offensive and defensive martial arts. It is mysterious and very powerful. The old guy who passed it on to me told me that this technique can be regarded as the top technique even in the Qianyu world." Qianyu realm? Yi Hao and Shen Taoao exclaimed at the same time. Henry Chu also widened his eyes. Ordinary people may not know about Qianyu realm, but Yi Hao and the others have been exposed to the Nightmare Court many times. So they have long known that this Qianyu realm is the fairy world, in the eyes of those in the Nightmare Court. According to legend, these cultivation techniques, weapon refining and medicine refining techniques of Blue Star all come from the Qianyu realm. As for the mysterious and strange Nightmare Court, the top experts in it also came from the Qianyu realm. It is considered the top skill in the Qianyu world. So how powerful is this Holy Demon Art? Shen Tao asked in a low voice. Brother Fan, is this passed on to you by a powerful being from the Qianyu realm? Chen Fan said nothing. Yi Hao and Henry Chu's eyes were like knives, sweeping toward Shen Nato. Shen Taodao's head shrank. I don't mean anything else. I'm just curious. Why don't I stop asking? Chen Fan said. You will always know in the future. But you really can't say it now. It will be neither good for you nor me. Not only can I not say it, but you can't say it either. Even your relatives can't say it. Otherwise, it might bring me big trouble. Yi Hao and the three others were solemn and nodded at the same time. Chen Fan began to pass the first half of the Holy Demon Secret, word by word to Chu Xian and the others. The Tianma sect's suppression technique was extensive and profound, and it took Chen Fan just over 8 hours to teach the first half to Chu Xian and the others. Fortunately, the three of them, Chu Xian, were already in the second level, and their mental power was relatively strong. So they recited it many times and confirmed it with Chen Fan again and again before memorizing the first half. As for the second half, there is no rush anyway. Chen Fan plans to wait until he reaches the first martial arts university in the Demon City before passing it on to them. By the time the first half of the Holy Demon Secret was finished, it was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Jin Qing and the others still didn't find them. To be cautious, Chen Fan could only let Xiao Heifei go out and take a look. But there was nothing unusual in the jungle. Chen Fan and the 4 others felt a little heavy. If Jin Qing and the others killed the enemy, there was no reason why they wouldn't come after them. Uncle Qian is a 5th grade and 5th level heaven. It is not difficult to follow the clues to find this place. They only ran for half an hour in total. Not very long. After running for half an hour, the 4 of them had been hiding in the cave and did not move anymore. Hold on! Chen Fan gritted his teeth. Stay in this cave for 1 night and then go out. Because of the insect tide, the system energy is rising very fast now. The beast controllers of the 3 pioneering groups of Donghai City have been outside Donghai City during this period, cooperating with the army to sweep away the insect swarms. In 1 night, even if the system energy does not increase by 1 or 2 million, there should still be 4 or 5 million. If it can increase to more than 500,000 yuan, then we can cast another level of spiritual platform. With Chen Fan's current star power level, if he improves to a higher level, his explosive power and attack power will increase several times. By then, even if they encounter the 5th level again, with the cooperation of Orange Cat and Xiao Hei, they will be able to fight. Inside the cave, the 4 people took out dried meat and water. After filling their stomachs, they dispersed to 4 locations and all sank into cultivation. Chen Fan ran the Holy Demon Art and began to activate the star power week after week, preparing to try to cast the 4th level of the spiritual platform. In a short period of time, it will definitely not be possible to build the 4th level of the spiritual platform. But this kind of practice can definitely reduce the required system energy. Stay up until tomorrow morning and see how much the system energy can increase. But if it can be increased to more than 100 W, will it be used to cast a spiritual platform or to copy skills? When copying Thunder Flash before, 100 W of system energy was used. After thinking about it, Chen Fan felt that it would be better to copy the old ape's Ghost Step, facing a strong person in the 5th level. No matter in terms of speed or strength, the opponent is far superior. Only Thunder Flash and Ghost Shadow Step, plus the Skybreaking Demon Sword, and the Spiritual Spike can have a chance of killing a 5th level player. In this situation, even if you only raise a small level, your strength will at least skyrocket. After all, The reason why I killed the man in black robe before was because of the help of the level 18 three-headed bird. If another one comes, the fight will probably be very difficult. But a ghost step consumes 100 W system energy. Forget it. Let's see how much system energy there is then. Now that it is the third level and the third level, the system energy consumed by the next level of spiritual platform is probably a bit higher than 50 W. After all, the casting of the 5-story spiritual platform becomes more and more difficult as you go up. After getting rid of the messy thoughts in his head, Chen Fan activated the Holy Demon secret. Time passes little by little. Chen Fan entered a state of forgetfulness about things and myself. Suddenly, Yi Hao's voice rang out. Brother Fan, it's dawn. Shall we eat something first? Chen Fan opened his eyes. The casting of the spiritual platform is very difficult. After practicing for one night, there was not much substantial progress. Chen Fan took the piece of dried meat handed over by Yi Hao. Before eating, Chen Fan glanced at his smartwatch. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. From about 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, I practiced until 7 o'clock in the morning. 19 hours have passed. Chen Fan immediately looked at the system panel. System energy, 887989. 88 W more. Chen Fan was overjoyed. Although it is impossible to copy the ghost step, it can certainly be used to cast another level of spiritual platform. He checked the system energy details. In addition to the beasts of the 3 pioneering groups, there are also the beasts of Shangwan Songlong and Jiang Yuanfan. Those killed by their master beasts were all those strange insect swarms. It seems that after controlling the situation, Donghai City has opened the city gate, and even these second-level people can go out to kill the insect swarms. Chen Fan took a deep breath and placed the dried meat Yi Hao gave him on the leaves beside him. What's wrong? Yi Hao and others were stunned for a moment. Chen Fan didn't say anything. He sat cross-legged, concentrated his energy, and clicked on the plus sign behind the third-floor spiritual platform. Consume 75 W of system energy to cast a layer of spiritual platform. Please click yes to confirm. Sure enough, last time it only consumed 50 W of system energy to cast the third-level spiritual platform. But this time it required 75 W. Chen Fan clicked yes. Chapter 185 Chopping Melons and Vegetables. Around Chen Fan, 9 spiritual towers appeared again. Huh? Henry Chu and the other 3 were stunned for a moment. Next moment, on top of the 9 spiritual platforms, light flickered. The 4th floor of the spiritual platform was successfully cast. All 9 spiritual towers have a 4th floor, 3rd level and 4th level. Boom! With Chen Fan as the center, a circle of energy exploded. Stars were falling all over the sky. Henry Chu and the other 3 were stunned. Last night, Chen Fan just cast a level of spiritual platform, breaking through from the 3rd level of the 2nd heaven to the 3rd level of the 3rd level. How come one night passed, and he built another spiritual platform? Yi Hao and Chu Xian were all turned to stone. Although they have not yet reached the 3rd level, they are very familiar with it. They know that each of the 5 levels of spiritual platform after the 3rd level is very difficult. Yi Hao's eldest brother Yi Zhan is a rare genius in the Yi family, and Ye Jia has huge resources. But it took more than 4 months for Yi Zhan to break through from the 3rd level of the 3rd heaven to the 3rd level of the 4th level. Chen Fan only spent 19 hours. Brother Fan. Yi Hao touched his nose and said, although we are very happy for your breakthrough, it is too shocking for you to do this. Shen Tao nodded with wide eyes. Hit people. Henry Chu. Same as above. Yi Hao added. Last night, I didn't see you helping Xiaobai and the others break through. How did you practice? Chen Fan didn't want to talk nonsense about this matter, and just said lightly, I just work harder and harder than ordinary people. Yi Hao and the other 3. Convex. Where did you work hard? You just practiced for one night. We worked very hard last night too. Chen Fan saw the 3 people looking at him with strange eyes and said, you guys should work harder and practice the holy demon art well. Shen Tao was overjoyed. Can you do this kind of thing by practicing the holy demon art? It can't be done, Chen Fan said. But at least it's much better than it is now. Look, what have you accomplished after practicing all night? Yi Hao and Shen Tao rolled their eyes at the same time. Even Henry Chu felt a little discouraged. Regardless of whether he is a beast master, a star warrior, or a beast master, what does one night of training mean? For things like cultivation, even when you are at a low level, it is calculated on a monthly basis. Upgraded 2 levels in one night. Is this something humans do? It's okay if you don't compare with him. When you compare with him, you want to vomit blood. Henry Chu pulled Chen Fan's package, turned it over, took out a large piece of barbecue wrapped in tinfoil, and ate it by himself. After practicing all night, I feel hungry. I need to fill my stomach first. Chen Fan was stunned. Xian Chu, did you take the wrong package? That's my package, Henry Chu said without raising his head. The barbecue in your package must be much higher than ours. If you don't eat it, you won't eat it. Yi Hao and Shen Tao walked over silently, took out 2 pieces of barbecue, sat in a row with Henry Chu, and started eating. Chen Fan. At this time, Xiao Hei's voice rang in Chen Fan's mind. Someone is coming! They are people from the Nightmare Garden. 4 of them. Chen Fan's heart suddenly sank. It's not that he's afraid of being caught up by people from the Nightmare Garden. After all, he still has the last resort of beast control space. But the people from the Nightmare Garden appeared here, and Zhen Qing and Uncle Qian had no news at all. Does this mean that Uncle Qian and the others might have had an accident? Chen Fan's eyes turned cold, and he repeated Xiao Hei's words. Someone is coming! They are people from the Nightmare Garden. 4 of them. What? Chu Xian and the others stood up. Henry Chu grabbed the sky fire ant meat, took several big bites, and devoured it. Chen Fan was stunned. Damn it! I told you that people from the Nightmare Garden are here, but you can still eat it. After Henry Chu swallowed it, he said, whether you are fighting or running away, you must eat enough to have strength. What you said makes sense. Chen Fan also picked up a piece of barbecue and took a big bite. Yi Hao and Shen Tao did the same, crunching and taking a few bites. Shen Tao ate so fast that he almost choked to death, holding the weapon in one hand and the barbecue in the other. The 4 of them walked to the entrance of the cave in this strange posture. Outside the cave, Xiao Hei said, They are coming! These people may have some kind of tracking secret. They came all the way along our escape route. Chen Fan waved his hand gently. Xiao Hei immediately jumped into the air. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and quickly glanced around. The demon's attribute panel does not appear. Are these people without demons? Or are they not summoning demons? The difference between the two is very big. If these people don't have demons, that means they have not reached the 4th level or above. Because in the Nightmare Court, whether you are a beast master or a star warrior, you need to reach the 4th level or above before you can sign a contract with the devil. At this time, the 4 people were jumping around in the forest. After a few breaths, they appeared in the sight of Chen Fan and others. Yi Hao and the others threw away the leftover barbecue and grabbed their weapons. Yi Hao wiped his mouth, held up the axe and said, What about it? Do we want to strike first? Previously, an axe broke off the 5th level leg, which made Yi Hao's confidence increase a lot. The armor he wears and the axe he holds in his hand are all top-grade mysterious weapons. As long as you find an opportunity, even if you are in the 4th level, you can kill him. But if it is 4 or 5 levels, the corner of Chen Fan's mouth curled up slightly. Don't be anxious. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. If the enemy moves, I will move randomly. Yi Hao and others. Shen Tao. Brother Fan, open your eyes and take a look. What grades are these people in? Yi Hao and Xian Chu both turned to look at Shen Tao. Shen Tao glared and said, What? Is there a problem? Chen Fan said, I can only look at the level of the beast, not the level of the person. The only thing that is certain is that these people will definitely not be in the 5th level, because there must be demons in the 5th level realm, and they normally ride demons. It is impossible to jump around in the jungle like this, and this kind of speed is not as good as the normal 4th level. Yi Hao grinned. Damn it! He was so angry when he ran away for his life. If you are in the 3rd level, what do you have to fear? Yesterday I even broke into the 5th level. Shen Tao looked at Yi Hao with squinting eyes and said, The fact that I split the 5th level by yesterday will make you brag about it for the rest of your life. Yi Hao said lightly, It's better than someone being thrown away by a small stone. Shen Tao. Damn! Henry Chu. Shut up! Even if you are in the 3rd level, you are much stronger than us. You two are only in the early stage of the 2nd level. How can you have the confidence to underestimate the 3rd level? Before Yi Hao and Shen Tao could speak, the 4 people had already rushed to the front and spread out in a fan shape. And here, Chen Fan and 4 others summoned all the beasts at the same time. The orange cat was startled when he saw the 4 people in front of him. Chen Fan said, Xiuju, take a look. What are the cultivation levels of these guys? Henry Chu and the others were stunned. Is the orange cat so awesome? The orange cat immediately said, There are 4 3rd level realms, and the triangular eye in the middle is the 3rd level and 4th level heaven. The person on his right is a third grade. Third level heaven. And the other two are both third grade. First level heaven. Hey, there's no need to call me out for this kind of fight. Right. The words just fell. The triangular-eyed man in black robes in front of him started laughing strangely. Those little bastards are running too slow. I thought you might have escaped from the Broken Soul Mountain Range in one night. I didn't expect that you would hide here all night. While talking, Xiaoqing and the dark-blooded stone man added a pair of armor to Chen Fan. The four of them. And a group of beasts. Chen Fan said calmly. Leave the triangular eyes and the all-face next to him to me. Xiaoqing, you and Xiaobai deal with the woman on the left. The others and the beast masters will deal with the last person. Hua Hua. Hide behind and pay attention to treating them. Chu Xian. The three of them. And a group of beasts immediately dispersed. Gongzi's fighting spirit rose, and he was gearing up. The old ape had disappeared into the shadow sky early in the morning, and had already touched behind the four people. The four people from the nightmare court laughed angrily. Triangle Eyes sneered and said, What a good boy. You actually plan a strategy in front of us? And you are just a guy in the third level and first level. Dare to say that you can fight one against two of us. Boom! Chen Fan rushed out like a cannonball. At the same time, the long knife in his hand suddenly came out of its sheath with a clang sound. The triangular-eyed man suddenly made a long face. I hate that kind of thing very much. Not letting people finish their words. Quack! Before he finished speaking, he fell into the frog-changing trick of the old ape behind him. Brush! The moment the triangular eye turned into a big frog, the long knife in Chen Fan's hand had already been slashed down. Court death! The all next to him was furious. He took a step forward and wanted to smash the three-section whip at Chen Fan. But Xiao Hei in the air swooped down and cast the skill, Fear. Ah! I'm so scared! Why are you so scared all of a sudden? The all-faced man held his head in his hands, turned around and ran out. Boom! Chen Fan's long knife split the big frog in half with one stroke. There was a flash of white light, and the two halves of the body fell to the sides. Chen Fan flashed with lightning and caught up with Zi Lian, who was driven away by fear, and slashed with his long sword. A head flew up. Chen Fan turned around, glanced at the stunned Chu Xian and the other two people, as well as the remaining two people in the nightmare court, and said calmly, My mission has been completed. What are you still dragging on about? Grass. The other two men in black robes from the nightmare garden were so frightened that they turned around and ran away. The leaders of the third level, fourth level heaven, and the third level heaven were all killed with a knife. And they even got a spanking. It's just like chopping melons and vegetables. Without hesitation, the two of them increased their speed to the extreme, and ran out more than 10 meters in a few strokes. Grass. Yi Hao and others were furious and quickly chased after him. Their defense is strong. The weapons in their hands are also very strong. But the gap between the second level realm and the third level realm is still very big. How could the three of them catch up? They can't. But Xiaobai and Xiaoqing can. There was a flash of thunder in the air, and Xiaobai's two thunderbolts flashed over and stood in front of the two people. From behind, Xiaoqing quickly caught up. Court death. Seeing a ragdoll cat blocking the way, the woman among the two people kept walking and struck down with a sword toward Xiaobai. Xiaobai was not afraid. He dodged a lightning flash and opened his mouth to create a lightning chain. Crack. The power of chain lightning is far less than that of Thunder Dragon. But chain lightning is extremely fast and extremely difficult to dodge. Before the man and woman could react, two lightning chains were wrapped around their bodies. Ah! Both of them were shaken by the electric shock at the same time. Immediately, the star power on the two men shook, shattering the lightning chain. But Xiaoqing, who was catching up behind him, was still 7 or 8 meters away, and he also launched an attack. Rock Blade. This skill, like Xiaobai's chain lightning, is a group attack skill, but this move is much stronger than Xiaobai's lightning chain. Xiaobai is only level 9, and Xiaoqing is already level 12. Even if Xiaoqing, a high lord in level 12, faces the 4th level, there won't be much difference. As soon as the rock flying blade was fired, sharp rocks filled the sky, causing the two people to scream in agony. The flying blades cut holes in the two people's bodies, but the two people reacted very quickly. As soon as they were attacked by the flying rock blade, they moved their hands at the same time and opened a shield on the left and right, blocking the front of Xiaobai and Xiaoqing respectively. Chain lightning. Rock blade. Xiaobai and Xiaoqing didn't care. They just kept using these two skills. The lightning chain and rock flying blade hit the two shields, causing the shields to tremble continuously. But they were all blocked by the shields. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Xian, Yi Hao, Gongzi and the others chased after them, and surrounded the two people with a roar. On the contrary, Qin Fan was not in a hurry, and walked over slowly with Holy Moon Morning Glory. When the two people saw that Qin Fan was still behind them, they looked at each other and nodded slightly. Before Qin Fan comes, break out of the encirclement as soon as possible. The swords in the hands of the two men immediately flashed with faint light. But just then, above the heads of Chu Xian, the others, and all the royal beasts, a bloody crown flashed away. Gongzi turned on, bloodthirsty. Roar! The dark-blooded stone man took the lead in launching an attack, soaring high into the air and hitting the woman with a hammer. On the other side, Xiaobai flashed with lightning, bypassed the shield, and appeared above the man. The woman snorted coldly, moved the sword in her hand, and before the dark-blooded stone man's sledgehammer could hit him, she stabbed the dark-blooded stone man in the head. But as soon as she raised her sword, Gongzi, who had been looking for an opportunity, rushed over and bit her right leg in one bite. Ah! The woman screamed, and rolled out with the strength on her legs, avoiding the hammer of the dark-blooded stone man. Boom! The dark-blooded stone man hit the ground with a hammer, creating a big hole in the ground. A red shadow flashed on the side, and the sword in Chu Xian's hand stabbed the woman on the ground like lightning. The woman raised her head suddenly, and sprayed out a mouthful of flame towards Henry Chu. Third-level beast masters or star warriors can practice and use martial arts. Henry Chu didn't dare to be careless. He raised his hand, and the cloak blocked his body and face. Boom! The terrifying force pushed Henry Chu back. Ha 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 ha! Yi Hao seized the opportunity, emerged from behind Henry Chu, and struck down with an axe. The woman on the ground ignored the severe pain from Gongzi's bite, moved her left wrist slightly, and opened a shield. Yi Hao's axe hit the shield with a bang. After all, the power of a high-grade mysterious weapon cannot be controlled by Yi Hao, a second-grade and second-level warrior. The huge force of the rebound directly flew Yi Hao away and hit a big tree high. Holy Moon Morning Glory, who had followed Qin Fan, saw her master being blown away. She was immediately furious, ran over, and threw 3 star power burning shots at the woman on the ground. Thinking that Yi Hao was injured, the orange-red poisonous spider became furious and spat out several spider webs at the woman. The woman and Gongzi were caught in the spider web before they could react. In the spider web, Gongzi opened his mouth angrily, then crawled 2 steps and bit the woman's other thigh. The woman once again let out a heart-rending scream. Ah! A group of beasts. The woman hated Gongzi so much that she raised the sword in her right hand and cut through the spider web. The sword struck directly at Gongzi's head. When? Before her long sword touched Gongzi's head, it was pushed away by Chu Xian's long sword. Henry Chu flipped his wrist, changed the direction of the sword in his hand, and stabbed the woman's neck with the sword. The woman shouted angrily and wanted to repeat her old trick. She opened her mouth and wanted to spit out flames at Henry Chu. Spiritual Spike! Xiao He in the air used his trump card skill. The woman groaned miserably, and the spell casting was interrupted, and Henry Chu's long sword had already reached her neck. At this moment, a long knife struck from the side and struck Chu Xian's long sword. He changed the direction of Chu Xian's long sword and stabbed the woman's right leg with the sword. Ah! The woman screamed again. Qin Fan reversed his sword and hit the woman on the head with the back of the sword, knocking her unconscious. Henry Chu frowned and turned to look at Qin Fan, who had just taken action. Qin Fan pointed to the other side and said, That one was killed. Let's leave one alive and ask about the situation. Henry Chu turned his head and saw another person whose head was cut off by Shen Tao's sword. Shen Tao laughed and walked over. Finally, it's my turn to show off my power. If the tiger doesn't show off its power, you think I'm a sick cat. I didn't expect that the third-level realm would be so vulnerable. Yi Hao walked over and said with a sneer, Don't be so pretentious. It was obviously Shao Qing and Xiaobai who severely injured the guy. You just went up to pick the fruits of victory in the end. Shen Nato just pretended not to see it and continued to look at Zixiong. Qin Fan called the old ape over, grabbed 2 claws of the woman on the ground, disabled her hands and feet, and gave her slowing toxin. Then, he took out a chain from the package and tied the woman up. Yi Hao looked at this scene and his eyes narrowed slightly. Brother Fan is so skilled in binding techniques. This binding is exactly the same as in Yonggua action movies. Snapped. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Fan slapped him on the head. You can drive anytime. Anywhere. Right. You like driving so much. Next time, I'll let Hong Xiu drive you for a ride in the mountains. Yi Hao rubbed his head and laughed. Chen Fan held up a long knife and kicked the woman on the ground. Stop pretending. I just hit her lightly. The woman opened her eyes, staring at Chen Fan with fear in her eyes. Chen Fan said calmly, I ask, you answer. Woman, what if I refuse? Chen Fan pinched the woman's chin and poured a little tickle-free powder into her mouth. The woman was slightly startled. Immediately, a strange itching spread throughout his body. She screamed and rolled on the ground. After she howled for a while, Chen Fan held her down and poured some antidote into her. I ask, you answer. You tell me. What happened to Jinqing and Xiao Zi? Are they alive or dead? They were seriously injured by our people and escaped using 2 flying beasts. How many of you are here? What are their cultivation levels? 2 people at the 6th level, 4 at the 5th level, 6 at the 4th level, and there are 14 people under the 4th level and 4 at the 5th level. They have all been killed by your people. 2 people at the 6th level. We are currently chasing Jinqing and the others, while others are searching for you in the Soul Dead Mountain range. How did you find us? The triangular eye you killed was good at tracking. After seeing the body of the skeleton bird, he chased you along the route you took to escape. Among the others, are there anyone who are good at tracking? No. But if the 2 people from the 6th level come back to look for you, you can't escape the extremely powerful perception of the 6th level. As long as you appear within a few hundred meters of them, you will definitely be discovered by them. Chen Fan and Henry Chu looked at each other, and their hearts sank suddenly. No wonder Jinqing and Uncle Qian were prepared to chase them. Something really happened. No wonder they were seriously injured, and the Nightmare Court actually sent 2 6th-level ones. In comparison, Chen Fan and the other 2 are relatively safe. The group of people chasing them were only the 6 4th-level ones, who were a bit of a threat. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and said, Did the 6 4th-level people you mentioned form a team to search in the Broken Soul Mountain range? The woman on the ground said, No. We usually work in pairs. We met on the road this time, so the 2 groups walked together. Chen Fan asked again, What are the specific cultivation levels of those 6 people in the 4th level? The woman took a breath and said, 2 of them are in the 4th level and the 4th level, and the other 2 are in the 4th level and the 3rd level. Chen Fan, They have all signed with the devil? Woman, Yes. They have all signed a contract with a demon. Chen Fan raised the long knife in his hand. I am very satisfied with your answer. I will give you a pleasure. Wait a minute. The woman panicked. Don't kill me. Chen Fan shook his head. You, the Nightmare Court, are in league with the devil. You kill people and destroy the main city at every turn. Do you think you can convince me to spare your life? Xian Chu and Yi Hao on the side did not speak. Even the mean-mouthed Xiao He remained silent and watched quietly. The woman said, I can atone for my sins by taking me to the demon city and handing me over to the demon city. I can tell the demon city officials about the location of the Nightmare Court in the Tang Kingdom. I know at least 3 strongholds. Yi Hao frowned and said, Gongzi bit both of her legs. If we take her with us, we won't be able to move fast. Gongzi hissed twice in embarrassment. Yi Hao continued, And we are not sure whether she will do tricks on us or on the road to attract others, like Chiyoko, we met in the secret realm last time. I won't, the woman shouted. My hands and feet are disabled now. If you really want to attract people, you can kill me at any time. Even if any of the beasts around you can kill me, I won't take my own life for granted. Seeing that Chen Fan was silent, the woman continued, I am just a star warrior. I have just entered the Nightmare Court not long ago. I have not done many evil things, and I am not loyal to the Nightmare Court. Now that I have become a prisoner under your command, I only want to keep this life, and I will never seek death. After Chen Fan and Henry Chu looked at each other, they nodded slightly. Tao, let your dragon-blooded mad lion take her. Shen Tao was stunned. Why the dragon-blooded lion? Chen Fan. Oh, I looked up and saw the dragon-blooded lion. Shen Tao. After muttering a few words, Shen Nato blocked the woman's mouth with a pile of weeds, and then lifted the woman up. Wait a moment. Yi Hao stopped Shen Tao, and then started groping around the woman. Shen Tao said disdainfully, You really are a dog that can't change its habit of eating shit. Even at your age, you can do this? The woman had bulging veins and wanted to curse, but her mouth was blocked by weeds. She didn't know whether it was because she was touched by Yi Hao, or because Shen Nao was mocking her age. Yi Hao took out 2 wristbands, a necklace, and a smartwatch from the woman. Shen Taoao was stunned for a moment. Yi Hao didn't say anything, and scurried out, then took out the things on the headless corpse. Then, he picked up the knife on the ground, walked back, and picked up the woman's sword. There is nothing more joyful than picking up corpses. Yi Hao grinned. Shen Taoao, you were searching for a long time just now. Were you looking for something? Yi Hao, what do you think? Shen Taoao, I thought you were eating tofu. Yi Hao, Shabai. Shen Taoao, get out. Yi Hao approached the woman again. Shen Taoao was stunned. You've touched everything. What else do you want to do? Yi Hao said. When you get to a place with internet later, transfer the money from your bank account to my account. Shen Taoao, Chow, how come you have learned all the moves that Brother Fan has used? The woman, Shen Taoao said angrily. I killed that man, and his spoil should be mine. Yi Hao, obviously it was Xiao Bai and Xiaoqing who killed him. It's none of your business. Chen Fan opened his package and looked at Yi Hao. Yi Hao put everything except the smartwatch into Chen Fan's package. Chen Fan reached for the smartwatch and put it in. Go back to the entrance of the cave first. There are still a few corpses over there. The 4 of them sent the beast back to the beast's space, leaving only the heavy beetle king, the heavenly sacred ox, Jade and Xiao Hei, and quickly returned to the cave entrance where they originally lived. Shen Taoao jumped off the dragon-blooded lion and went over to touch the corpse first. Yi Hao didn't fight with him. Anyway, everything must be handed over to Chen Fan. Chen Fan gave Shen Taoao the 2 shields of the 3rd grade and 4th level Heavenly Star Warriors. The 2 shields of the 3rd grade and 3rd level Heavenly Star Warriors were divided between Yi Hao and Chu Xian. There are 4 more shields. This kind of shield is usually worn on the wrist and activated by star power. Although it is not as powerful as the 2 shields Chen Fan bought, it still has the power to defend against 4th level attacks. Chen Fan thought for a while, and gave the 2 shields to the old ape. Because apart from Chu Xian's dark-blooded stone man, there are only old ape-like humanoids. The dark-blooded stone man is so big that he can't even wear this wristband. After sending the old ape back to the beast-controlling space, Chen Fan walked to the dragon-blooded lion and asked Shen Taoao to take out the weeds from the woman's mouth. How much do you know about the Broken Soul Mountain Range? Is there any way to avoid the pursuit of the Nightmare Court and get to the Demon City as soon as possible? The woman spit out the weed in her mouth and said, There is no good way to avoid them, because I don't know where they are now. Perhaps if you go out for more than 10 miles now, you might encounter them. Perhaps you won't encounter them even if you leave the Broken Soul Mountain Range. The Broken Soul Mountain Range is very long. More than 580 miles long. You all have a compass on your smartwatch. Just go north. More than 460 miles north from here, you can get out of the Broken Soul Mountain Range. But if you go all the way north, the further north you go, the more dangerous it becomes. Because there are many monsters above level 16 in the northern part of the Broken Soul Mountain Range. Above level 16? Chen Fan looked slightly moved and said, What is the highest level? The woman was silent for a moment and said, The highest level should be 19. As far as I know. So far, there have been no monsters above level 19 in the Broken Soul Mountain Range. But after leaving the Broken Soul Mountain Range, there is no big threat in the Shining Fireflies Swamp to the north except for a shadow beast. More than 400 miles after passing the Sparkling Fireflies Swamp. That's the area of the Magic City. Although the Nightmare Court is arrogant and domineering, it is most afraid of the 2 main cities of the Tang Kingdom, the Imperial Capital and the Demon City. So it basically does not dare to act arrogantly in the area 500 miles outside the Demon City. Yi Hao narrowed his eyes. Brother Fan, how about we go all the way west? Henry Chu was stunned. Isn't it getting further and further away from the Devil's Capital? Chen Fan rolled his eyes helplessly. Don't listen to his nonsense. He is clearly driving. Henry Chu was puzzled. Driving? Yi Hao grinned. Brother Fan is indeed a fellow-minded person. Chen Fan waved his hand. Let's go all the way north. Shen Taoao stuffed another pile of weeds into the woman's mouth. The Tian Wang Shinya took Chu Xian and Yi Hao. And the Dragon Blood Crazy Lion took Shen Taoao and the female Star Warrior and rushed north quickly. Chen Fan spread his legs and rushed forward with a bang. On the back of the dragon-blooded Mad Lion, the woman's eyes were wide open. No wonder this guy can kill a 3rd grade or 4th level person with one strike. Such a speed. At least above the 4th level. But didn't the previous news say that he only had the 3rd level and the 1st level? Moreover, he doesn't seem to have any star power armor on him. The woman rolled her eyes and closed them. With this kind of strength, even if you encounter the 4th level, it is not certain who will live and who will die. The woman's eyes twitched a few times. Her hope that others would save her was dashed. Unless those 6 4th level people appear at the same time. Otherwise. Chapter 186 The Violent and Bloodthirsty Shadow Demon. The head of the last Jumbo Monitor lizard was chopped off by Henry Chu. Henry Chu and the others didn't even dig out the crystal core. So they just sat in the open space next to them and rested. Chen Fan was sitting on the bluestone with his legs crossed. He didn't take any action in this battle, because Yi Hao and Shen Tao strongly asked him not to take action. As soon as the 2 guys saw the 2 Jumbo Monitor lizards, they rushed forward, howling like chicken blood. It turned out that the Jumbo Monitor lizard's nest was in front of it. A large group of Jumbo Monitor lizards rushed out. Fortunately, although Chen Fan didn't take any action, Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing all participated. Otherwise, Yi Hao, the 3 of them, and the 10 beasts alone would not be able to withstand the impact of such a large group of Jumbo Monitor lizards. After a brutal battle, the bodies of Jumbo Monitor lizards were spread all over the ground. More than 50 of them. Although there were only 4 level 10 Jumbo Monitor lizards, and the others were basically level 8 or 9. Yi Hao and the others were still very tired. These Jumbo Monitor lizards are numerous, large, and have defensive skills. If the weapons in the hands of Chu Xian and the others were not all high-grade profound weapons, even if they could win after this battle, it would probably be a miserable victory. Even so, the nagging Jipalong was seriously injured and was almost swallowed by the Jumbo Monitor. Yi Hao's orange-red poisonous spider also had one of his legs bitten off. It was Chen Fan who came to help and saved his life. Gongzi, who likes close combat, was even swallowed by a level 9 Jumbo Monitor lizard. But Gongzi has Shuqing Cyan crystal armor, and its own magic crystal armor, which are so hard that a level 9 Jumbo Monitor lizard can't bite it at all. After Gongzi was swallowed, he immediately started to be bloodthirsty, and then used the amethyst thrust in the Jumbo Monitor's belly, disemboweled the Jumbo Monitor, and then crawled out of the Jumbo Monitor's belly. At this time, the beasts such as the old ape and the dark-blooded stone man spread out and stood guard on the outside. Yi Hao and Shen Tao were like dead dogs, leaning against the big tree, breathing heavily. Henry Chu was a little better than them, but his physical exertion was also very huge, and his face was a little pale. All the way to the north. They were just coming here to kill them. The Broken Soul Mountain Range is far away from the main city, and is a real monster zone. There are too many monsters. The place where the big truck was attacked was just on the edge of the Broken Soul Mountain Range. So there weren't many monsters. But the further north you go, the closer you get to the center of the Broken Soul Mountain Range. There are more and more monsters. And their levels are getting higher and higher. The speed of the 4 of them became slower and slower, and finally changed from fast running to slow walking. It took a whole day of walking to get here. Chen Fan picked up Xiao Bai, who was walking over, and subconsciously glanced at Xiao Bai's attribute panel. Huh? Chen Fan's expression moved slightly. Xiao Bai's Thunder Flash skill has a proficiency level of 152 points. The upper limit has been exceeded. The upper limit has finally been exceeded. Chen Fan took a closer look. Really? The upper limit of Thunder Flash has changed from 150 before to 250. A full 100 points were added. Chen Fan became a little excited. Watch until the clouds open and the moon shines. Really a breakthrough. The skill proficiency of ordinary beast masters is only 100. At first, he directly used system energy to increase Xiao Bai's skill proficiency to 100. Soon, Xiao Bai's skill proficiency exceeded the limit of 100 and reached 150. But after Chen Fan directly raised Xiao Bai's skill proficiency to 150 points, Xiao Bai's Thunder Flash has only now exceeded the limit of 150 after so long. Chen Fan suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and immediately consumed the system energy, directly increasing Xiao Bai's Thunder Flash to 250. 250 points full. But unfortunately, Xiao Bai only has the skill of Thunder Flash, which exceeds the upper limit of 150. All other skills are still 150. Proficiency. Chen Fan touched his chin. Thunder Flash is almost the most used skill by Xiao Bai. Every time he attacks, Xiao Bai uses Thunder Flash to coordinate with Thunder Blade and other skills. So did Lei Shan break through first? Chen Fan turned his eyes and looked at Gongzi and Lao Yuan. Lao Yuan's Shadow Canopy has exceeded the upper limit. Jade's Stormwind Blade has exceeded the upper limit. Xiao Hei's Spiritual Spike exceeded the upper limit. The upper limit of all Xiqing skills is still 150. Gongzi. Chen Fan was a little speechless. Gongzi's amethyst stab did not break through the upper limit of 150. But Crazy Bite did. Just know how to bite someone's thigh. As for the orange cat, it's okay if the orange cat doesn't look at it. This guy has never been trained from the beginning to the end. He lies there and sleeps every day. This time when he was being chased, Chen Fan was the one who pulled him out and used the spiritual spike twice. The upper limit of all orange cat's skills is still 100. Chen Fan walked up to Lao Yuan and Gang Zi and raised their upper limit skill proficiency to 250. Gongzi and Lao Yuan became a little excited when they felt the changes in their skills. After raising Gongzi's skill proficiency to the limit of 250, Chen Fan glanced at the other beast masters. During this period of time, Chu Xian and his beast masters have been at his training ground, practicing like crazy like Xiao Bai and others. Along the way, the monsters they encountered were not of very high levels, so Xiao Bai and the others did not have many opportunities to take action. Most of the time, the dragon-blooded lions and dark-blooded stone men were actually fighting. Chen Fan glanced at the dark-blood stone man and other beasts, and nodded with some satisfaction. Except for Holy Moon Morning Glory, whose skill proficiency has not changed. All other beast masters have one skill that has exceeded the limit. Shaolin, come here! Chen Fan waved to the dark-blood stone man. My name is not Shaolin. The dark-blood stone man scratched his head and walked over. Henry Chu tilted his head slightly. His name is not Shaolin. His name is Sure too. Okay, I understand. Chen Fan nodded. Shaolin, eat this piece of barbecue. Chu Xian, dark-blood stone man. A piece of grilled fire ant meat. Although the sky fire ant meat in Chen Fan's package was of a very high grade. However, the dark-blood stone man is an earth attribute and does not really like to eat the meat of fire ants. However, the dark-blooded stone man still took the roast and swallowed it in several mouthfuls. The time has come to witness the miracle, Chen Fan said, raised the long knife, and struck the chained woman on the ground with a scabbard on the head. Bang! The woman fainted. Afterwards, Chen Fan carried the woman and placed her under a big tree in the distance, letting Xiao Bai look at her before walking back. Chu Xian and others. Is this witnessing a miracle? At this time, Chen Fan raised the skill proficiency of the dark-blood stone man's obsidian armor to 250 points. The dark-blood stone man sensed the change in his skills and looked at Chen Fan with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Is its skill stronger because of Chen Fan? Before this, the dark-blood stone man had experienced two inexplicable skill enhancements. One time, the skill proficiency level of dozens of points turned into 100 points, and the skills became much stronger. Another time, it was 100 skill proficiency points, which became 150 points. No matter which change it is, it happens quietly. Chen Fan never told it, nor has it been touched. Therefore, the dark-blood stone man always thought that it was his hard training that made his skills stronger. But this time, the dark-blood stone man finally understood that its skills became stronger because of Chen Fan. No matter how much you practice or fight, it is impossible for a skill to suddenly become so powerful. The dark-blooded stone man looked at Chen Fan with even more respect. Henry Chu noticed the change in the dark-blood stone man's expression, and immediately communicated with the dark-blood stone man's mind. How can it be? Henry Chu looked at Chen Fan. An earth-attributed dark-blooded stone man eats a piece of fire and meat, and his skills become significantly stronger? What a joke. The dark-blooded stone man's thoughts moved slightly, and he activated the obsidian armor. Huh? Yi Hao, who had been looking at it inexplicably, let out a sigh. Why does the stone obsidian armor look different? Shin Taoao also came over. It's indeed different. When we fought with the jungle monitor just now, its obsidian armor clearly didn't have such spikes. You see? There are so many spikes growing on its two shoulders. It's a little bit. It's so hideous and terrifying. Besides, the previous obsidian armor didn't have this kind of red light. Right. Under everyone's gaze, the obsidian armor on the dark-blood stone man not only sprouted many hideous and terrifying spikes, but was also covered with a faint red light from top to bottom. Henry Chu nodded slightly and walked to the edge with the dark-blood stone man. Immediately, the dark-blood stone man took a step back with his right foot. Henry Chu flipped his wrist and struck out with the long sword in his hand like lightning, landing on the chest of the dark-blood stone man. When? A string of sparks appeared, and the light on the obsidian armor flickered. Intact? So strong! Henry Chu's eyes widened. He is very clear about his own strength and his skills in controlling beasts. The sword just struck could definitely break the stone's obsidian armor before. Unexpected. With a thought in his mind, Henry Chu increased his strength and struck the dark-blooded stone man with another sword. Boom! The dark-blooded stone man's huge body retreated continuously, retreating 4 meters before he stabilized his figure. But the obsidian armor on it only had a much dimmer light. But it still wasn't broken. Henry Chu turned his head and looked at Chen Fan. How did you do it? Chen Fan said calmly. This is why I asked Xiaobai and the others, as well as Shaoan and the others, to train hard. Training hard will not only help improve the race level and combat power level, but it will also be of great benefit, and it can increase the attack power of skills. Didn't I say it before? Even if your cultivation level has not changed, there is a huge difference between practicing the same sword move 3 or 5 times and practicing it 10,000 times. Some time ago at my training ground, they fought against each other and learned from each other. This time in the Broken Soul Mountain Range, they were so brutal that they almost didn't give much rest all the way here. So some of their skills became much stronger and reached a certain critical value. Finally, just like our practice, they succeeded naturally and broke through. Chen Fan did not continue. Henry Chu did not continue to ask. There is no need to explore this kind of thing. But Yi Hao and Shen Tao were extremely ecstatic. Yi Hao's eyes widened and he said, Brother Fan, help me do it. Help me do it quickly. My sacred cow. Orange-red poisonous spider. Shen Tao squeezed Yi Hao away. Help my beast masters first. They did the most work just now. Stop arguing. Chen Fan took out various dried meats from the package and handed them to the group of beasts that surrounded them. Chu Xian and the other 3. Hashtag. Just giving the flesh of fire ants to the dark-blooded stone man was very perfunctory. Now that it was better, he took out a pile of dried meat from the package and handed it to the beast to eat without even looking at it. Henry Chu and the other 3 couldn't help but roll their eyes. Chen Fan didn't bother to pay attention. You can tell I'm acting. I also know you can tell I'm acting. But I still want to continue acting. After letting a group of beasts eat dried meat, Chen Fan consumed system energy and raised the skill proficiency of the skill that these beasts had reached the upper limit to 250. Although the combat power level and racial level of these beasts have not changed. But the power of this skill has been greatly improved. Moreover, after breaking through the upper limit of skill proficiency, and later breaking through the combat power level or racial level, this skill will also be much stronger than other beast masters of the same level. A group of beasts roared happily. Holy Moon Morning Glory also walked up to Chen Fan. It is the last one. But after Chen Fan glanced at Holy Moon Morning Glory, he coughed lightly and said, Hua, you have no skills that can be improved. Holy Moon Morning Glory. Immediately, it ran to the edge, picked up a leaf, ran to Chen Fan, and fanned Chen Fan diligently. Chen Fan. Yi Hao couldn't help but ask, Brother Fan, can you help Hua break through her skills? Holy Moon Morning Glory looked at Chen Fan very aggrievedly. All beast masters have skill breakthroughs. Why don't I? Chen Fan was silent for a moment and then said, I just said that to achieve breakthroughs in skills. To become stronger naturally, it requires persistent efforts. To put it simply, you need to use this skill often and keep using it. Stone's obsidian armor is the skill it uses the most. Basically every time it fights, it will use this skill first. And it will also add this armor to other partners. Dark Bloodstone Man was so moved that he wanted to cry. You finally said my name correctly for once. Chen Fan continued. Dragon Blood Lion's Flame Dance, Xiao Bai's Thunder Flash, and Lao 8's Shadow Canopy are all the same. It's the most used skill. Hua is a healing beast, and doesn't spend much time participating in battles. Originally, I asked him to help treat the injured beast while Xiaobai and the others were sparring. But in each of their battles, they added several layers of armor to each other, and they only suffered minor injuries at the end of the fight. So Hua's healing skills were useless. Xiaobai can use Thunder Dragon and Thunder Blade against the stone pillar. Hua can't use healing skills on the stone pillars. Right? Holy Moon Morning Glory felt even more aggrieved, with tears welling up in her eyes. Don't cry. Don't cry. Chen Fan touched the flower bones of the Holy Moon Morning Glory and said, It's because I didn't think well. If you train from now on, you won't care whether Xiaobai or the others are injured. Just keep throwing things at them while they are competing. Healing. At the same time, you can also participate in the battle and throw star power burning to the enemies on the other side. This will make your skills more powerful. When the time comes, when it reaches a certain critical value, I can help you improve the power of your skills. Holy Moon Morning Glory immediately widened her eyes. Yi Hao took the opportunity to comfort him. Gongzi, Jipalong and others also came over to comfort him together. Xiao He was mean-mouthed and wanted to make a few mocking remarks. But Chen Fan glared back at him. Holy Moon Morning Glory then smiled happily. Chen Fan glanced at all the beast masters and said, "Not everyone. Every beast master has strong and weak skills. Strong skills have broken through. But weak skills cannot be neglected. Many skills actually have specific functions in specific situations. So when you practice or fight in the future, practice other skills more. If you don't practice, even if I want to help you, I can't." A group of beast masters nodded repeatedly. Henry Chu smiled rarely, and then handed a bottle of water to Chen Fan. Chen Fan took the water and was about to drink it when he stopped. "It's not poisoned." "Right." Henry Chu. "Get off." "Then I'm relieved." Chen Fan nodded, raised his head and took a big sip. "Brother Fan, thank you." Yi Hao took the fan from Holy Moon Morning Glory and fanned Chen Fan. Chen Fan's face darkened and he slapped the fan out of Yi Hao's hand. "Are you stupid? It's December now. You can see snow on the top of the mountain in front. Why are you fanning me?" Yi Hao glanced at Holy Moon Morning Glory speechlessly. He was led astray by Hua Hua. Hua Hua grinned and jumped on the back of the Tian Wang Divine Ox. Shen Tao and Henry Chu both laughed. Chen Fan turned his head and asked the old ape to pick up the woman who had placed him far away. He then poured water on the unconscious woman's head. The woman regained consciousness. "Hack! If you don't want me to see or hear something, why don't you just put me far away? Why do you knock me out at every turn?" Chen Fan did not answer the woman's question, but just said, "Where are the 3 strongholds of the Nightmare Garden you mentioned before? Take advantage of this rest time to tell them." The woman grinned and said, "Then how can I believe that you won't kill me immediately after I say it?" Chen Fan said calmly, "Don't be too confident. Don't think that you are worth much. The Nightmare Garden is so rampant. After I kill you, I can also get this information from other people's mouths." The woman shook her head and said, "Unless you can seize the 5th level, it's impossible to get this information from other people's mouths." Chen Fan frowned. "Why?" The woman said, "If you are below the 5th level realm, entering those 3 strongholds must be brought in by a strong person at the 5th level realm. Even if ordinary people know that the stronghold is in a certain mountain range, they have no idea where it is. The reason I know is because..." At this point, the woman's eyes darkened slightly, and she paused before continuing. "Because I am the mistress of a powerful 7th grade master." Chen Fan and Henry Chu looked at each other, and did not continue to ask, "Is what this woman said true or false?" But it doesn't really matter whether it's true or false. After arriving in the Magic City, hand her over to the people in the Magic City. The strong people there have 10,000 ways to get the information they want. Back in the Broken Soul Mountain Range, if we meet people from the Nightmare Garden again, we can catch 2 of them and torture them, and we will still know whether what she said is true or false. Chen Fan sat back on the bluestone and said, "Haozi, Tao, go dig out the crystal cores of those jungle monitor lizards." Yi Hao and Shen Tao nodded and went to work. Henry Chu suddenly asked, "Why does your saber-toothed orange cat also have mental spikes?" Chen Fan touched his chin. "Who told you that my saber-toothed orange cat would have a sharp mind?" Henry Chu blinked. He hesitated. The skill, Spiritual Spike, is completely invisible and is purely a mental attack. Unless the spirit is strong, most people cannot sense it at all. But when the 4 people were being chased by the 5th level player with the skeleton bird, the 5th level player was clearly interrupted by Spiritual Spikes from casting spells twice. Xiao He used Spiritual Spike on it for the first time, but it didn't work and he could only fly high into the sky. But later, when Xiao He was still high in the sky, the man in black robe covered his head and screamed several times. The first time he covered his head and screamed, Chen Fan chopped off his right hand. In that situation, apart from Orange Cat, could anyone else or a beast have used this kind of mental attack? But Orange Cats are only level 6, so weak that every time he comes out, he panics and wants to hide behind. Even the level 9 soul-eating bird, using Spiritual Spikes, cannot break through the 5th level defense that has opened up the mental barrier. How can a level 6 saber-toothed orange cat break through the defense of the 5th level? Henry Chu frowned. He didn't want to find out the details about Chen Fan. But if he couldn't understand this kind of thing, it would really make him quite depressed. "Gone!" Chen Fan stood up. "What are you still thinking about?" At this time, Chen Fan's expression changed drastically and he shouted, "Haozi, get down! Yi Hao on the other side was surprised. But Yi Hao believed Chen Fan's words so much that he immediately got down on a jungle monitor lizard regardless of what happened. Crack! Chen Fan flashed with lightning, instantly moved above Yi Hao, and slashed out with his sword. Chong! The sound of gold and iron clashing came out. A translucent monster flew out of the originally empty void. The monster was not big, just a little bigger than Gongzi. It was completely black, like a black fox. As soon as the monster appeared, it jumped onto a big tree with a swipe, then disappeared without a trace again. What? Henry Chu and Shen Tao rushed over. Yi Hao stood up in fear, standing back to back with Henry Chu, opening up the shields. Xiao Bai, the Dark Bloodstone Man, and the others immediately formed a circle. Level 15 Shadow Demon. Chen Fan smiled coldly. Leader level monster? Henry Chu and others were surprised. Level 15 monsters can also become invisible. Chen Fan's hand holding the long knife tightened. Henry Chu and the others couldn't see the Shadow Demon. He can't see it either. But he can see the properties panel. Monster name, Shadow Demon. Combat power level, level 15, leader level. Racial level, high and extraordinary. Monster attribute, shadow type. Racial skills, stealth. Accelerated sprint. Tier, stun claw. Armor piercing blade. Monster state, violent. Bloodthirsty. The attribute panel of the Shadow Demon in Chen Fan's sight was moving rapidly around. Henry Chu frowned and said in a deep voice, What should we do now? Chen Fan said calmly, Let all the beasts return to the beast space first. And you can just open the shields like this. Xiao Bai, the dark-blooded stone man, and the others immediately returned to the beast-controlling space. Only Xiao He was flying around in the air. Among all these level 15 monsters, it is estimated that only level 12 Xiao Qin can compete head-on. But this kind of monster can sneak into the shadows and launch sneak attacks. Xiao Qin may not be able to resist it. Shen Tao suddenly said, Brother Fan, can you catch him alive? Even among shadow-type monsters, those with the skill of sneaking are very rare. If we can catch it and become our master beast in the future, our strength will skyrocket. Henry Chu said lightly. Now I will give you a level 1 beast. Can you sign the contract? Shen Tao. I said later. When our cultivation level reaches a high level in the future, we can sign a contract with it. Chen Fan shook his head slightly and said, It's not that easy. This monster is obviously at level 15, but it doesn't seem to be very smart. It clearly saw that we had killed a large number of jungle monitor lizards, and yet it still carried out a sneak attack without fear of death. It was either extremely stupid or extremely cruel. How can it be so easy to tame this kind of monster? Yi Hao said angrily. Don't talk about signing a contract. Just kill it. It's him. If Brother Fan hadn't reacted quickly just now, I might have been killed by it. Henry Chu said. It's not that easy to kill you. The defense of this armor on your body may not be broken by 1 or 2 moves. Yi Hao was furious. If I just say something casually, you have to raise the bar. Henry Chu. I will discuss the matter. Talking room. The Shadow Demon had already circled behind Chen Fan. Chen Fan slowly turned around. Shadow Demon. No matter which side it turned, Chen Fan's eyes always followed it. How is this possible? A human being can actually see through its stealth technique? At the moment when the Shadow Demon was stunned, crack! Chen Fan appeared in front of it out of thin air and slashed down with his sword. The Shadow Demon was so aware that he didn't dare to fight head-on. He activated the accelerated sprint and rushed to the northwest like lightning. As soon as it used accelerated sprint, its stealth technique immediately ceased and its body shape appeared. Crack! Chen Fan flashed a thunderbolt, appearing behind it like a gangrene attached to its bones. He raised his foot and hit it in the stomach. Violent! The Shadow Demon screamed, and his body was kicked out, slamming into a big tree. Crack! Chen Fan activated Thunder Flash again, and the second strike came first. The blade deflected and hit the Shadow Demon directly on the head. Boom! The Shadow Demon did not hit the big tree, but was hit by Chen Fan's blade and hit the ground heavily. Chen Fan stepped on the tree trunk with his right foot and then fell down. As soon as he fell down, the Shadow Demon immediately flew up from the hole like a ghost and grabbed Chen Fan's face with one claw. It's quite fast. The long sword in Chen Fan's hand flashed, and he struck out like lightning. Boom! The Shadow Demon screamed and was photographed on top of a big rock, smashing the big rock into pieces. Call! Chen Fan stepped forward and pointed the tip of the knife at the Shadow Demon's neck. No matter how violent the Shadow Demon was, he was still afraid of death. He immediately raised his claws in a humane manner, and did not dare to move. Shin Tao ran over quickly. Holy shit! Shit! Brother Fan! Did you really catch him alive? Henry Chu took out the specially made rope from the package, and tied up the shadow demon with 5 flowers. Even so, the shadow demon looked into everyone's eyes with murderous intent. Yi Hao picked up the axe, and slapped the shadow demon on the head. Bang! Aren't you very arrogant? Bang! How dare you sneak up on me? Bang! You try to sneak attack me again! The shadow demon was not big, and had no defensive skills. Yi Hao patted him so hard that his head was covered with gold stars. Stop shooting! That axe in your hand is a high-grade mysterious weapon. Don't shoot it to death, Qin Fan said. Take it with you first. If you can really sign a contract, that's not bad. After all, you are already level 15 now. If we can't sign the contract, we'll just kill it and dig out the crystal core in its head, Yi Hao said. It's better to kill such a ferocious monster directly. There was fear in the shadow demon's eyes. Qin Fan said, take it with you first. It's only so big and not burdened by that woman. The woman on the other side. Qin Fan carried the shadow demon and walked back. As he walked, he said, where did those idiots from the Nightmare Garden die? We were walking so slowly, and they didn't even catch up? Woman. Qin Fan looked at the woman on the ground and said, do you, the boss of the Nightmare Court, like to watch Naruto? The woman was stunned. Why do you ask that? Qin Fan. Look, the Akatsuki organization in Hokage just likes to hang out in groups of 2. Your boss must want to imitate the Akatsuki organization. Right. Woman. Qin Fan asked again. Is it because the Hokage is too long and your boss didn't see the end? The Akatsuki organization is obviously very good and can start a group fight to win. They have to divide the people into groups of 2. Make a 2-person team, and send them out one by one to die. In the end, they all died. I feel that the boss of your Nightmare Court must be a traitor. They are doing this because they want to release you and kill you one by one until you are all dead. Woman. Shin Tao. Brother Fan, you can't talk about a big bug like the Nightmare Garden. If they find out about it, the next time they come out, they will become a trio. Qin Fan. You guys don't tell me. I don't tell you. God knows what you know and I know. How could they know? Okay, let's go. Everyone, be careful. Be careful of those duos in the Nightmare Garden. Woman. Chapter 187 using the old. Weak, sick and disabled as bait for the shadow beast. This is the northern edge of the Broken Soul Mountain Range. The woman on the back of the dragon-blooded mad lion said. More than 20 miles further north is the Shining Firefly Swamp. Qin Fan and the 4 of them found a clearing in the forest and sat down. 3 days. This journey went smoothly without encountering anyone from the Nightmare Garden. But there are a lot of monsters in the Broken Soul Mountain Range. After reaching the central area, monsters of more than 10 levels can be seen everywhere. The 4 of them led a group of beasts and fought almost all the way. Qin Fan took a sip of water and checked the system panel. System energy 365-6898. Host Qin Fan. Level 3rd grade 5th level heaven. Star power 3799 cards plus. Psychic power 452 Hz plus. Linked high 5 floors plus. After discovering that the system energy had increased to over 100 W the night before yesterday, Qin Fan immediately used the system energy to build a 5th level spiritual platform, breaking through to the 3rd level and 5th level. We are not really out of the crisis yet. If your strength can be improved a little, just improve it a little. Because the breakthrough was too fast in a short period of time. Qin Fan's foundation was unstable, and it was a little difficult to control the power of the surge. So along the way, he chose to be the vanguard and continued killing all the way. After 3 days of fighting, although Qin Fan did not break through again in his cultivation realm, Qin Fan was able to control the power of the 3rd and 5th levels of heaven with ease. It's a pity that the current system energy is still not enough to activate the 9 sky-breaking swords and the void divine body. On the system panel, the 9 blades of Duantian are still gray. The 9 heaven-breaking swords that Qin Fan learned came from his senior brother by Baiyu. So if he wants to activate the 9 heaven-breaking swords, he still needs to consume 220 W of system energy. But opening the 9 sky-breaking swords is only the first step. The first one below requires 380 W of system energy. If the system energy is sufficient, Qin Fan will definitely use this first blow without hesitation. This sword skill is too profound. Tian Tianyu taught him this set of sword skills by consuming his soul power. which was equivalent to passing on all his years of experience and insights to him. But even so, Qin Fan's first sword in such a long time has only penetrated the 9 swords. The first sword of the 9 swords of Duantian is actually composed of 99 and 81 swords. Not only must the 99 and 81 swords be thoroughly understood, but in the end, the 99 and 81 swords must be integrated and condensed into one sword. This sword can be considered a success if the system energy is sufficient and the first sword is activated directly. It would be equivalent to Qin Fan directly penetrating the first sword. This is the first sword of the 9 cutting heaven swords. I dare not say that it is too high, but it should not be a big problem to kill several 5th level players with one sword. But now it is only 365W system energy. It looks like we have to wait a few days. The issue of the insect wave in East China Sea City is already coming to an end. Although Qin Fan worked hard to breed beasts in the 10 days before coming to the Demon City, the number of insects outside Donghai City was getting smaller and smaller. So in the past few days, the increase in system energy had been far less than before. It is probably impossible to imagine the system energy increasing by 1 or 2 million in one night as before. Qin Fan was silent for a moment, then suddenly stood up. Yi Hao was stunned. Brother Fan, what's wrong? Qin Fan said calmly. My stomach feels uncomfortable. Find a place to relax. Yi Hao also stood up. I'll go too. My stomach doesn't feel too good. Get lost, Qin Fan said. What the H? Do you want to form a team? I'll go to the west, and you go to the east. Yi Hao had no choice but to walk to the east. Now, keep an eye on that woman. Don't let her get away. The woman just wanted to speak. Shen Taotao turned the hilt of his sword upside down and stabbed the woman in the head. Bang! The woman fell to the ground and fainted. Shen Taotao said, This way you don't have to worry. Henry Chu glanced at the woman on the ground speechlessly. The woman's head is covered with bumps. Every time he wanted to do something, Qin Fan would habitually knock her unconscious. Now even Shen Taotao has learned it. Qin Fan didn't want to poop at all. He wanted to stay away and directly use the system energy to break through to the 4th level. Compared with the 4th level and the 5th level, although they seem to be only a little bit different. In fact, they are completely different. Unless someone like Qin Fan has learned peerless sword skills, like the 9 heaven-breaking swords, or has a high-grade mysterious weapon, like the heaven-breaking demon sword in his hand. It is impossible for an ordinary 3rd-grade 5th-level sword to attack the 4th-grade sword. After reaching the 4th level, star power can condense star power armor. Just this layer of defense can surpass most low-level armors. Qin Fan looked back at Henry Chu, then walked around behind the rugged rocks. Keep a low profile. These guys have been hit hard these days. In 2 or 3 days, 3 layers of spiritual platforms were built, which made Henry Chu feel a little autistic now. If he were to break through to the 4th level after seeing himself pooping wildly again, even a character like Henry Chu would probably want to vomit blood. After walking out for a while, Qin Fan sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Ling Tai, 5 floors plus. The spiritual platform has only 5 floors in total. But after breaking through to the 5th floor, there is still a plus sign behind it. Obviously, this is the last level for the 3rd level 5th level heaven to break through to the 4th level. Qin Fan took a deep breath, gathered his energy, and clicked on the plus sign behind the 5th floor. Consume 150W system energy. Solidify the Sea of Stars. And break through to the 4th level. Please click yes to confirm. This last step actually requires 150W system energy. In future practice, if you want to directly improve the system energy, it will consume a huge amount of energy. After arriving in the Magic City, you must carry out breeding the beast to the end. When the number of cultivated beasts reaches a certain level, the energy of the system can skyrocket. There has been a wave of insects in this nightmare garden, so they have sent you a rich gift. But after arriving in the Magic City, it is not so easy to encounter such gifts again. Qin Fan pondered for a moment and clicked yes. Next moment, boom! His body shook violently. The evil energy in the surrounding heaven and earth suddenly gathered towards him like a rolling flood. The step to break through from the 3rd level realm to the 4th level realm is to absorb the evil energy between heaven and earth. Build a spiritual platform, and let the evil energy merge with the star power in the body. Now Qin Fan's 9 spiritual towers already have 5 floors. And this is the only thing missing. As the evil energy from the surrounding heaven and earth poured in, the Sea of Stars surrounded by 9 spiritual towers immediately condensed and compressed quickly, turning into a layer of spiritual towers. Immediately, the star power on the 9 spiritual platforms started to circulate, connecting quickly and connecting with each other. Centered on the star platform in the middle, a mysterious star array diagram was quickly formed. And as the star array took shape, the star power in the surrounding heaven and earth immediately gathered towards Chen Fan at a faster speed. Although the star platform transformed from the sea of stars is much smaller than before, it is like a black hole, madly devouring the star power in the surrounding heaven and earth. Boom! Chen Fan's body shook violently again. On the star platform, a heaven gate that leads to nowhere quickly condensed. The stars are falling all over the sky. Finally broke through to the 4th level. The 8 meridians lead to the 9 orifices. 9 orifices determine the 10 directions. Shifang Huiling platform. Climb the spiritual platform to Tianmen. The 1st level realm requires the opening of 8 meridians, so it is also called the 8 meridians realm. The 2nd level realm requires access to the 9 orifices, so it is also called the 9 orifices realm. The 3rd level realm must determine the 10 directions, so it is also called the 10 directions realm. The 4th level realm requires Huiling Lingtai, so it is also called Lingtai realm. As for the 5th level realm, you have to climb to the Tianmen, which is called the Tianmen realm. System energy 215-6970. Host Chen Fan. Level 4th grade. Star power 3,949 cards plus. Psychic power 465 Hz plus. Tianmen progress 1%. After glancing at the system panel, Chen Fan stood up. In just this moment, the system energy increased a little bit. Chen Fan's thoughts moved slightly, and his star power activated, and his body was immediately covered with a film-like star power. Bang! This layer of star power exploded before it completely covered the whole body. Chen Fan frowned. The star power armor. After the 4th level seems to require unique skills. Let's ask the old leader later. Or you can ask the instructor after arriving at the number 1 martial arts university in Shanghai. Chen Fan looked at a large tree with a diameter of more than 3 feet in front of him. He flipped his wrist, and his fist immediately flashed with light. But just when he was about to punch the big tree, a faint human voice suddenly came from ahead. Someone! Chen Fan shook his fist slightly, and withdrew his star power. Then, 2 summoning circles appeared next to him, and Lao Yuan and Xiao He crawled out of the summoning circles. Xiao He jumped into the sky. The old ape used the shadow canopy to envelop Chen Fan. Chen Fan took advantage of the cover of the old ape's shadow sky and quietly moved towards the direction where the human voice was coming from. After a while, the scene on the mountain road ahead appeared in Chen Fan's sight. On the mountain road, a group of armored beast masters came over with a group of beast masters, pressing down on a group of people who were tied up with 5 flowers. The group of people who were tied up by 5 flowers included young and old, men and women. Everyone's body was covered with scars and bleeding. Some children cried as they walked, but their cries only elicited crazy whippings. For a moment, cries, curses, screams, and the ferocious roars of the beasts were mixed together. Looking at this scene, Chen Fan thought he had traveled to another ancient world. Why do you see this scene on the northern edge of the Broken Soul mountain range? Who are they? Chen Fan's eyes quickly swept over the tied people. The properties panel does not appear. They are neither monsters nor aliens. What happened? Go faster! If you delay our important event, none of you will survive. A bunch of garbage. Slow and slow. Delaying my business. If you can't reach the sparkling fireflies swamp before dark, I'll kill you and feed them to the wild dogs. The whip kept falling on those people. Screams continued to sound. The screams of adults and children made the group of armored beast masters become even more crazy. Some of them even burst into laughter, completely treating the whipping of these old, weak, sick and young as a matter of fun. Chen Fan's eyes became colder and colder. His eyes quickly swept over the beasts. 8 royal beasts. The lowest level beast is a level 9 cleft-hoofed ox. The highest level beast is a level 13 swamp flying snake. The remaining 6 beasts are all level 10 or above. It seems that the cultivation level of this group of beast masters should be around the 3rd level. Chen Fan watched the group of people gradually go away. After they disappeared around the corner of the mountain call ahead, Chen Fan waved and called Xiao He down. At the same time, he summoned Xiao Qing. Xiao He! You, Xiao Qing and Lao Yuan, go back to find Xian Chu and the others, and tell them what happened to me. Then you, Xiao Qing, and Xian Chu and the others will find a place to hide nearby. Chen Fan said in a deep voice. I'll follow you to see what's going on, Xiao He said. Aren't you going to let Henry Chu and the others pass? Chen Fan shook his head. It's difficult to do things with a large number of people. And most of those people are at the 3rd level or above. It would be too dangerous for Chu Xian and the others to follow them. Xiao He nodded and walked back and forth with Xiao Qing and Lao Yuan. Chen Fan put the long knife behind his back, hunched over his waist, and followed quickly like a ghost. After breaking through to the 4th level, even if he didn't exert much force, his speed during actions was much faster than before. A few minutes later, Chen Fan caught up with that group of people. Among the group of people who were tied up, 2 children, who looked to be no more than 7 or 8 years old, seemed to have lost their strength and fell to the ground. 2 beastmasters, 1 male and 1 female, were beating the 2 children on the ground hard with whips. Amid the heartbreaking cries, the man and woman laughed. Chen Fan picked off a leaf, poked a few holes in the leaf, strung it on a vine, made a mask, and put it on his face. Then, he took off the long knife on his back, holding the scabbard in his left hand. Chen Fan walked out of the woods with cold eyes. Who? Among the group of beastmasters, someone saw Chen Fan walking out of the forest. A group of beastmasters and beastmasters glanced at Chen Fan at the same time. Chen Fan didn't speak, but walked slowly step by step. Something that hides its head but shows its tail. The man riding on the level 13 swamp flying snake said coldly. Kill him! A beastmaster wearing armor immediately came over with a black flame rat that was larger than an ordinary cow. Chen Fan walked towards the black flame rat step by step. Hiss! After the black flame rat got a little closer, it took the beastmaster on its back and pounced directly on Chen Fan. Chong! The long sword in Chen Fan's hand suddenly came out of its sheath, and the sword struck down, splitting the person and the black flame rat into 2 instantly. Be bold! Court death! When a group of beastmasters saw their companions being killed, they were immediately furious, except for the level 13 beastmaster and the level 12 beastmaster. Other beastmasters and beastmasters surrounded Chen Fan at the same time. Among the children who were tied up, many of them had their legs weak and fell to the ground. Crack! Just when a group of people gathered around and a group of beasts were about to release their skills, Chen Fan suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Next moment, brush! Chen Fan appeared out of thin air right in front of the level 13 swamp flying snake. The sword flashed with thunderous light and slashed at the man on the swamp flying snake. What a courage! The man shouted angrily, and the spear in his hand flashed, and it hit Chen Fan's long knife like a stick. When? The overbearing sword light cut off the spear with 1 strike, and then split the man and the swamp flying snake into 2 halves at the same time. The beast master at the early stage of the 3rd level and level 13 couldn't even block Chen Fan's sword. The other 6 people turned around and looked at the killed captain, dumbfounded. Immediately, a group of people screamed and scattered in all directions, trying to escape. Can you leave? Chen Fan pushed hard with his feet, and the person rushed out like a cannonball. He was still more than 8 meters away from the person in front, and he swept out with his sword. Boom! Bloodlight burst out, and the bodies of the beast master and the beast master exploded at the same time. Chen Fan swayed and quickly caught up with those people, striking them one by one without mercy. By the time he finished killing 5 people, the last man had escaped more than 100 meters away. But Chen Fan dodged past the 2 thunderbolts and immediately chased after the man. No! When the man found out that he was being chased by Chen Fan, he was so frightened that he knelt on the ground with a bang. Please! Please don't kill me! Those people you tied up also begged you for this. Chen Fan casually swung the long knife in his hand and chopped the jungle bear next to the man into 2 pieces. Seeing his beast being killed, the man became even more frightened. He lay on the ground and trembled, wanting to run, but not daring to run. Chen Fan squatted down and said calmly, Who are you? Taking such a group of old, weak, sick and disabled people who have not awakened. Where do you want to go, and what do you do? If you dare to lie to me, I will kill you, or if I think you are lying to me, I will also kill you. If you hide something, I will also kill you. In fact, you have to work very hard to keep this a small life. Do you understand what I said? If not, I will kill you now. The man swallowed hard and said, We are from the Li family in the Magic City. This time we captured some unawakened people and wanted to use them as bait to lure out the shadow beasts from the sparkling fireflies swamp. None of this has anything to do with me. I'm just following orders. It was Li Xinghe, the eldest young master of the Li family, who did it. He ordered us to do this. The shadow beast of glowing swamp? Chen Fan's expression moved slightly. The female star warrior from the Nightmare Garden, who was captured before, once mentioned that there was only one shadow beast in the sparkling fireflies swamp ahead that was more threatening. Li Xinghe, the eldest young master of the Li family, actually used a living person as bait to lure out the shadow beast? What is the difference between this kind of crazy person and those scum in the Nightmare Garden? Qin Fan stood up and said solemnly, Li Xinghe wants to capture the shadow beast? The man kneeling on the ground nodded repeatedly. The shadow beast is a very rare monster. Li Xinghe wants to catch it alive, just to conquer the shadow beast and let the shadow beast sign a contract with him. Qin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. What kind of cultivation is Li Xinghe? What masters are there around him? The man on the ground said, Li Xinghe is a 4th grade 2nd level heaven. This time he brought 2 4th grade 3rd level beast masters with him. They have now reached the Dust Mist Canyon in the sparkling firefly swamp. We are escorting this group of people to the Dust and Mist Canyon. The long knife in Qin Fan's hand cut the man's neck. The man covered his neck with both hands and looked at Qin Fan with wide eyes. After struggling for a while, he fell to the ground and died. Qin Fan jumped around in the jungle and soon returned to the mountain road. On the mountain road, the group of people who were tied up had actually taken the opportunity to break free from the ropes. Qin Fan's expression moved slightly. There seems to be a star warrior among these people? At this time, seeing Qin Fan return, a woman in her mid-20s came out of the group and said, Thank you, sir, for saving me. Qin Fan looked at the woman, tilted his head and asked, Are you a star warrior or a beast master? The woman quickly said, I am a star warrior. 2nd grade and 2nd heaven. Even the 2nd grade and 1st level star warriors were caught as bait. In this magical city, the Li family, Qin Fan glanced at the group of people behind the woman and asked, Besides you, is there anyone else who is a star warrior or a beast master? The woman said, There are 3 more star warriors, but their cultivation is only the 1st level and 5th level. Hearing this, Qin Fan frowned. Most of the monsters in Sparkling Swamp are level 8 or above. It is too difficult for a 2nd grade, 2nd level heavenly star warrior, plus 3 1st grade, 5th level heavenly warriors to protect such a large group of people. Qin Fan looked at the group of people and felt a little headache. He is also being hunted now. It is unrealistic to escort such a large group of people. But leaving them here to fend for themselves was something Qin Fan couldn't do. After a moment of silence, Qin Fan pointed to the pile of corpses and said, Of the group of people I killed, several of them still had intact armor. They also had shield-type wrist guards on them, and their levels were not low. Weapons. Go get those equipment. Do you have the confidence to walk out of the sparkling firefly swamp? The woman smiled bitterly and said, It is very difficult, but we have no choice. Suddenly, a little girl came over and said, Brother, thank you for saving us. Can you take us away? Qin Fan sighed softly and said, I am also being hunted. It will be inconvenient for you to take me with me, but it may bring you disaster. Besides, Li Xinghe also arrested a group of people, and I want to go over and have a look. The little girl opened her eyes wide and nodded fiercely. Then go ahead. We will get out of this swamp ourselves. Be good. Qin Fan smiled slightly and reached out to touch the little girl's head. Then, he looked at the woman and said, Do you know how to get to the Dust Mist Canyon and Shining Firefly Swamp? The woman nodded and said, Go northwest from here, about 180 miles away, and you will reach the Dust Mist Canyon. They just want to take us to Dust Fog Canyon and use us as bait to catch the Shadow Beast. Qin Fan nodded slightly. Change the direction and go northeast. Be careful on the road. After leaving a few words, he rushed into the jungle and headed northwest. A little further ahead is the sparkling firefly swamp. Qin Fan walked quickly through the jungle. In his mind, the helpless and desperate eyes of the previous children kept reappearing. An unspeakable killing intent rose in his heart. At this moment, Qin Fan's eyes became a little scary. He has never wanted to kill people as much as he does now. I want to kill them all. Chapter 188 Kill. Firefly Swamp. This is a rich and vibrant area. Unlike the dense jungle in the Broken Soul Mountain Range, there are not many towering trees here. But there are many mushroom-like trees growing here. Those mushroom-like trees are not very tall. Most are only 7 or 8 meters tall, and a few can reach 12 or 13 meters. The leaves are very hard, like rocks. The exotic mushroom tree, like other native plants, emits a strange phosphorescence. Being here makes people feel as if they have entered a fairy tale world. Here, there are fewer rugged rocks, but more peaceful ponds and streams. Qin Fan crossed the small ponds and walked quickly through the wetlands. There are often monsters around. But now that Chen Fan was more than 100 meters away, he could see the monster attribute panel, so he could avoid it immediately. A little further ahead is the Dust and Mist Canyon. Chen Fan glanced at the system panel. On the system panel, there is also 210W system energy. Along the way, Chen Fan was also a little hesitant about how to use the system energy. This part of the system's energy is not enough to activate the first of the 9 swords to break the sky. Nor is it enough to activate the Void Divine Body and the Demon King's Whisper. If you use the Copy 2 skill to copy the beast controlling skills to yourself, you can now copy 2 skills. Misstep. The skills that Chen Fan wanted to copy the most before were actually Lao Yuan's Shadow Canopy and Ghost Shadow Step. But in order to take care of Henry Chu and the others, Chen Fan asked Lao Yuan and Xiao Qin to go back. What skills should be copied now? Xiao Bai's Thunder Blade is currently a bit cost-effective, because Chen Fan's 9 sky-breaking swords combined with the high-grade mysterious weapon in his hand has sufficient attack power. Xiao Bai's Lightning Chain. This skill is suitable for group attacks, and is suitable for dealing with a large number of enemies whose cultivation level is equal to or lower than one's own. But it is difficult to threaten enemies who are stronger than one's own. Xiao Bai's Thunder Dragon has a very strong attack power, but the time to accumulate momentum is almost the same as that of the 9 heaven-breaking swords. If you have this time to accumulate momentum, it will be the same as using the 9 heaven-breaking swords. Gongzi's Bloodthirsty is relatively powerful, directly increasing his strength by 30% and lasting for 30 seconds, which is suitable for Chen Fan's current situation where he dare not summon Gongzi. Jade's Wind Wings and Wind Binding are also pretty good. One can be used to escape, and the other is a control skill. Chen Fan felt a little irritable. I had always wanted to wait for the system energy to rise, and then activate the first of the 9 swords to break the sky. As a result, the energy increased a lot, but it was still not enough. So it could only be used to break through to the 4th level. As it is now, it's a bit difficult to get up and down. Chen Fan slowed down, squinted his eyes slightly, and copied the 2 skills of the beast controlling Space Jade. Wings of Wind! Wind Binding Technique! As soon as the skill was copied, Chen Fan felt slightly dizzy. The last time I copied Thunder Flash, I didn't have time to experience it carefully because I was being chased. Now that these 2 skills were copied, Chen Fan felt that there were many more things in his head. These 2 skills seemed to be not Jade's skills at all, but skills that Chen Fan had used tens of millions of times. Chen Fan only needs to activate his star power and move his mind to activate these 2 skills immediately. The system's Copy 2 skill is really terrifying. Choose some powerful beast-controlling skills and copy them. Why do you need to practice any martial arts? After copying these skills, he no longer needed to forcibly borrow some skills from Xiaobai and Jade during battle. After all, borrowing skills has great limitations. For one thing, the usage time is only a few minutes. On the other hand, once borrowed, the skill will be unable to be used by the Beast Master for a short period of time. Now copied like this, Chen Fan can use various skills with the beast control at the same time without any conflict. Even Chen Fan wanted to call himself Bad Guy. At this time, a grand canyon covered with fog appeared in Chen Fan's sight. At the mouth of the canyon, a group of flaming lions were walking. Chen Fan dodged and hid behind a mushroom tree. After the group of flaming lions left, he quickly rushed inward against the mountain wall on the right side of the canyon. After walking for more than 40 miles into the canyon, a faint human voice suddenly appeared in front of us. In the 4th level, one can hear ants fighting, listen to the wind and identify one's position. And one's perception is extremely powerful. And Chen Fan's current mental power has reached 465 Hz, which is far higher than the ordinary 4th level realm. Far away, the noisy sound over there reached Chen Fan's ears. Chen Fan raised his head to observe, and saw a path sloping upward on the mountain wall above his head. With a slight movement in his expression, Chen Fan bent his knees slightly and launched himself into the air. Then his fingers formed into claws, and he clasped his hands on the mountain wall. With a few brushstrokes like a deft ape, he jumped onto the path above the mountain wall. We quickly walked forward along the path, and then wandered around the winding canyon for a while. A group of figures appeared in Chen Fan's sight. Ahead is a platform above the canyon. On the other side of the canyon, and on this side, there were a group of people standing. On the opposite side of the canyon, a young man wearing silver armor was sitting on a chair with his arms around a beautiful woman, looking indifferently down the canyon. Behind him stood 2 middle-aged men with their hands behind their backs. Just to the left of the young man wearing silver armor, a white-haired old man was lying on the ground. The white-haired old man's feet were wrapped in chains, and he was lying on the ground. His right hand stretched forward was nailed to the ground by a long sword. In front of him, a short knife fell. He seemed to just want to grab the short knife in front of him. On this side of the canyon, there were 4 young men wearing heavy armor, looking down the canyon with murderous intent. Chin Fan quietly moved forward a few meters and looked down. He was suddenly shocked. His blood surged up, and his eyes were about to burst. Just below the canyon, more than 30 people were tied up in chains and screaming. There were more than 30 people, including men, women, old and young. 9 of the children were nailed to 9 stone pillars by a short spear as black as ink. Their whole bodies were covered in blood, their heads lowered, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. Brute! Chin Fan was filled with grief and anger, and he was furious. The murderous spirit in his heart also rose to an unprecedented level at this moment. The crazy killing intent almost went to his head. The surrounding world seemed to have turned blood red. Kill them! We must kill them at all costs. At this moment, Chin Fan only had this thought left in his mind. He took off the long knife from his back, grabbed the scabbard with his left hand, and the handle with his right hand, and walked out slowly. Almost a moment, he walked out from behind the rock. A group of people on the other side of the canyon, and 4 people on this side looked at him at the same time. When the 4 people on this side of the canyon saw the mask, made of leaves on Chin Fan's face, they parted in a fan shape without even asking, drew their swords out of their sheaths, and surrounded Chin Fan. Shang! The long sword in Chin Fan's hand suddenly unsheathed, and swung out in one sweep. The sword flashed. The 4 people were startled, and subconsciously slanted the long sword in their hands to block it in front of them. The fierce and domineering sword light cut the 4 people in two in an instant, with star power comparable to the peak of the 4th level realm. After stimulating the thunder and lightning power of the sky-breaking demon sword, how can it be resisted by an ordinary 3rd level realm? The armors worn by the 4 3rd level warriors were as if they were made of paper under such a blow. Chin Fan kicked the upper body of one of them down to the bottom of the canyon, then walked to the edge of the cliff and looked at the young man wearing silver armor opposite. Well, Li Xinghe, who was wearing silver armor across from him, sighed and said, "In this world, there are always some self-righteous guys who like to be heroes and like bad guys and good deeds. But in this world, the weak have always been trampled on. This has never changed since ancient times. No matter how angry you are, it's just an ant's roar against an unfair fate and is meaningless. The following group of weaklings can lure the shadow beast out and then become its food. This is their greatest value. I'll give you a chance. If you retreat now, I can forget the past. Otherwise, you'll become one of them." The beautiful woman in Li Xinghe's arms immediately giggled. Chin Fan glanced at the people across from him, and his eyes rested on the beautiful woman for a moment. Level 18 Nine-tailed Ice Fox. That beautiful woman turned out to be a nine-tailed ice fox in human form. Chin Fan's eyes flashed with sternness, and he quickly glanced at several skills of the nine-tailed ice fox. Level 18. When it was only the 3rd level and 2nd level, it was quite difficult to kill a level 18 demon. But now, at this time, the white-haired old man at the bottom of the canyon, whose right hand was nailed by a long sword, suddenly struggled, raised his left hand, and tried to pull out the long sword nailed to his right hand. Snort! The nine-tailed ice fox in Li Xinghe's arms laughed and flicked his right hand casually. Laugh! An ice pick about 2 feet long nailed the white-haired old man's left hand to the ground. Not only that, circles of ice crystals started from the palm of the white-haired old man's left hand and quickly spread to his whole body, freezing his whole body. Bitch! Chin Fan gritted his teeth. The nine-tailed ice fox stood up and stepped on the white-haired old man's back, almost forcing the white-haired old man's entire body into the ground. Then, the nine-tailed ice fox turned around, looked at Chin Fan with a smile, and said faintly, "Looking at this scene, what can you do? Angry? Powerless? Boom!" The rocks under Chin Fan's feet shattered, and the man rushed towards the other side of the canyon like a missile. Kill you! Seeking death? A middle-aged man behind Li Xinghe casually slapped Chin Fan in midair with the palm of his right hand. A huge palm print, like an overwhelming force, blasted towards Chin Fan. Wings of wind! Chin Fan's wings flashed behind him, and his body quickly rose up. After avoiding the palm print, he flew down to the top of the opposite canyon at an even faster speed. Wind binding technique! Before the person fell, Chin Fan pushed forward with his left hand and threw the wind binding technique, copied from Jade at the nine-tailed ice fox. Call! Before the nine-tailed ice fox could react, he was wrapped up in the whirlwind and restrained more than 2 meters above the ground. At this time, Chen Fan suddenly fell down and slashed at the nine-tailed ice fox. Crack! With a flash of lightning, he disappeared from the sight of the two middle-aged men out of thin air. What? Uncle Zhao and Uncle Hong were stunned for a moment. It is normal for people above the third level to perform martial arts with various attributes. But this kind of footwork that comes and goes without a trace is simply unheard of. How could a star warrior, who hadn't even condensed the star power armor, have such weird movement skills? Uncle Zhao! Be careful! Before the two middle-aged men turned around, Li Xinghe's exclamation sounded from behind. Uncle Zhao didn't have time to turn around. His body sank quickly, and then he rolled out like a donkey. The light of the sword passed over Uncle Zhao's head and swept towards Uncle Hong extremely quickly. Uncle Hong quickly turned aside and opened a shield. Boom! The sword light hit the shield, causing the shield's light to flicker in and out. Uncle Hong took a few steps back, but Chen Fan did not take advantage of the victory to attack, but suddenly turned around and swept his sword directly towards Li Xinghe and the nine-tailed ice fox. Li Xinghe's face was gloomy, and he did not retreat. The nine-tailed ice fox flicked his sleeves and shouted softly, "Extremely cold ice wall!" As the nine-tailed ice fox drank softly, a transparent ice wall engraved with countless runes appeared, blocking Chen Fan. The light of Chen Fan's sword hit the extremely cold ice wall, making a muffled sound, and immediately rebounded, sweeping towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan had seen the attribute panel of the nine-tailed ice fox before, and had a cursory glance at its skills, so he was well prepared. He just took a small step with his right foot, and simply dodged the rebounding sword light. At this time, the extremely cold ice wall moved towards both sides, and the nine-tailed ice fox quickly appeared, swinging its sleeves with both hands towards Chen Fan twice. TSK, 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 TSK! Her sleeves seemed light and fluttery, but when she swung them, a sharp sound broke through the air. It's like a whip whipping rapidly in the air. In Chen Fan's senses, what kind of sleeve robe was being whipped toward him? Those are simply two huge white fox tails. That is the skill of the nine-tailed ice fox. Nine-tail combo. The huge fox tail was pulled out fiercely, and even the air crawled towards both sides, making a loud rumbling sound. Such power is not much worse than Uncle Zhao and Uncle Hong behind. From behind, Uncle Zhao and Uncle Hong approached like ghosts and attacked Chen Fan's back. Under attack from both sides, a cruel smile immediately appeared on the corner of Li Xinghe's mouth. Snort! Although Chen Fan was not afraid, he did not want to be entangled like this. There was a flash of thunder and lightning on his body, and then there was another thunder flash, and he disappeared out of thin air. The nine-tailed ice fox and Li Xinghe turned around suddenly with shocked expressions on their faces. But there is no one behind me. Galaxy, be careful! Above! Amidst the exclamations of Uncle Zhao and Uncle Hong, the nine-tailed ice fox reacted extremely quickly and opened a huge, extremely cold ice wall. Upward. Die! Chen Fan, who was in the air, used his star power wildly and slashed down with his sword. Boom! The overbearing sword light broke through the extremely cold ice wall with one strike, splitting the nine-tailed ice fox diagonally from the shoulder downwards. The body of the nine-tailed ice fox exploded instantly, flesh and blood flying everywhere. The extremely cold ice wall does have the power to rebound attacks, but it also depends on how strong the opponent's attack is. Chen Fan's current star power, coupled with a high-grade mysterious weapon sky-breaking magic sword. Even an ordinary 5th-grade realm might not be able to stop it if he doesn't try his best. Bang! The moment the nine-tailed ice fox's body exploded, Chen Fan also fell to the ground with a bang. Uncle Zhao! Save me! When Li Xinghe saw Chen Fan killing the nine-tailed ice fox with one strike, he lost his previous composure and started shouting in panic. Behind Chen Fan, Uncle Zhao and Uncle Hong were filled with murderous intent, one from the left and the other from the right. They attacked Chen Fan again. Crack! Chen Fan made a lightning flash and moved more than 50 meters away. Seeing Chen Fan suddenly move out, Li Xinghe and others were stunned for a moment, wondering what kind of tactic this was. Then he saw a summoning circle appearing in front of Chen Fan. A chubby orange cat climbed out of the summoning circle. What? He is a beast master? Li Xinghe and the others were surprised. They always thought that the guy with the leaves on his face was a star warrior. How can a beast master summon a beast after fighting for a long time? But they didn't know that Chen Fan really didn't want to summon the beast. First of all, the characteristics of the beast are too strong, and it is easy to be remembered as soon as it is summoned. And then people will check it out. If you are really going to summon the beast, What is the use of wearing a leaf on your face? Secondly, not to mention the level 6 orange cats. Even Xiaobai and the others can't keep up with the improvement of Qin Fan's strength and cannot participate in this kind of 4th level battle. But those 2 4th level and 3rd level warriors are veterans, experienced, and have star power armor on them. So they are very difficult to deal with. If you want a quick victory, you still need the help of the old leader. Depend on! As soon as the orange cat sensed the cultivation of the 2 people, he immediately cursed. I thought you summoned me to come out for dinner. I knew that every time you summoned me, nothing good would happen. Every time something good happens, I never expect it. If something like this happens, just get me out. Is this too much? Li Xinghe and 3 people. Although it is impossible to determine the level of the orange cat, but in their perception, this orange cat was really weak and pitiful. How is this going? Normally, beast masters and beast masters grow together. Even if there is a slight difference in cultivation, it is not likely to be too different. The guy with leaves covering his face in front of him is no weaker than Uncle Zhao and Uncle Hong. His beast control should be at least level 18. Right? Why is the orange cat so weak in the induction? Hey! Hey! Let me go back quickly! The orange cat screamed again. I asked you to help me break through quickly, and you refused. You asked me to do this kind of thing every day. I still want to live for 2 more days. Stop talking nonsense, Qin Fan said. There are still a group of people below who are at risk of death. I want to fight quickly and help me. The orange cat walked around behind Qin Fan. I'm afraid I'll die in an instant. Before he finished speaking, Uncle Zhao and Uncle Hong were already attacking from the left and the right. Crack! Qin Fan did the same thing again, and flashed behind Uncle Zhao with a flash of lightning. As soon as Uncle Zhao saw Qin Fan disappear, he immediately turned around. Spiritual Spike! The orange cat, almost ignored by them, cast a skill. Before Uncle Zhao's shield could be opened, he immediately screamed, Boom! After the thunderous sword light crushed the star power armor, it split Uncle Zhao's body open with one strike. A bunch of self-righteous guys. Do you think that with the star power armor, you don't need to wear a battle armor? Qin Fan sneered and without stopping, swung his sword towards Uncle Hong. Seeing Uncle Zhao being hacked to death with a knife, Uncle Hong was so frightened that he quickly retreated without even thinking. Qin Fan failed with one strike. Spiritual Spike! The orange cat used his skill on Uncle Hong again. Uncle Hong screamed and squatted down, holding his head. Under Li Xinghe's dumbfounded gaze, Qin Fan rushed out like lightning and struck out with another knife, killing Uncle Hong. Even with the 5th level realm opening up the mental barrier, he couldn't stop the orange cat's move. Not to mention a mere 4th grade 3rd level heaven. After Qin Fan killed Uncle Hong with one strike, he turned around and looked at Li Xinghe silently. Li Xinghe's hand holding the sword started to tremble, and he said, I am from the Li family in the Demon City. If you dare to kill me, the Li family will find you and your relatives in heaven and earth, and then kill them one by one. You can't escape. As he spoke, Li Xinghe lightly touched a ring on the finger of his left hand. A circular shield covered with countless runes immediately enveloped him and wrapped him in it. Qin Fan said nothing. There was a flash of thunder and lightning on his body, triggering the lightning flash again. Brush. As soon as he appeared in front of Li Xinghe, the light of the long sword in Qin Fan's hand surged, and he slashed down with the sword. The moment the long sword came into contact with the shield, boom! The violent energy exploded. Qin Fan's mouth went numb, and his whole body was pushed backwards by a huge force. His feet plowed a deep ravine on the ground. Li Xinghe smiled slightly. Even if you are in the 5th level, you can't break the shield. How can it be so easy if you want to kill me? The orange cat's eyes flashed, and a mental spike hit him. Ah! Li Xinghe screamed and fell to the ground holding his head. The orange cat looked at Qin Fan helplessly and said, This shield blocks part of the mental power. After the power of the mental spike penetrates the shield, it becomes much weaker. Qin Fan nodded slightly. Continue. The orange cat sent several mental spikes in succession, torturing Li Xinghe to the point where he couldn't help but die. At this time, Qin Fan had already mobilized all his star power and used the first of the 9 swords to break the sky. His feet began to move quickly, and his body brought up a series of afterimages. One knife volleyed into the air and shattered the thunder. The peerless sword light seemed to break through the space and landed on the circular shield that Li Xinghe had opened. Boom! The dazzling light exploded, and the shield exploded. Li Xinghe, who was in the shield, was split open by the sword light without reacting at all. When his body was split into 2, the 2 halves of the body exploded with a bang. Chen Fan didn't even look at the corpse. He quickly walked up to the white-haired old man lying on the ground, pressed his palms on his frozen body, and gave him a slight shock. The ice melts. Chen Fan stretched out his hand to check, and there was still a pulse. After pondering for a while, Chen Fan sent the orange cat back to the beast control space, then picked up the white-haired old man, activated the wings of wind, and floated down the canyon. The group of people below had long seen the fighting above the canyon, and when they saw Chen Fanfei falling down, they all cried with joy. Chen Fan waved his long knife and cut the chains on those people. Although these people who were tied up had scars all over their bodies, they could move freely. But when Chen Fan walked to the stone pillars, he checked his mental strength, and his heart suddenly sank. The children who were nailed to the 9 stone pillars were all dead. Even the corpse was extremely cold. Standing in front of the stone pillar, Chen Fan's entire body froze. At this time, some of the people who were freed from the restraints threw themselves on the stone pillars and cried out in pain. After Chen Fan was silent for a long time, he just wanted to speak. Suddenly, a light flashed at his eyes, and he looked towards the top of the cliff. On the edge of the platform where Li Xinghe was killed before, a man in his 50s appeared, and beside that man stood a level 19 flamingo. "Did you kill someone from my Li family?" The voice of the old man above the canyon came down. "It's far away, but it's like someone is talking in my ear." Those people who were crying uncontrollably suddenly showed fear on their faces. Chen Fan said in a deep voice, "Take these children out and bury them properly. You go to the north, and I will lead them to the south." After saying that, he moved and rushed towards the south of the canyon with a bang. Snort! A soft hum sounded in the void. I saw the flamingo spreading its huge wings and leading the old man to chase after him quickly. Although the rescue group of people were worried about Chen Fan, they had no choice but to collect the bodies of the children on the stone pillars and struggle to escape north. Bang, 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 bang. Every time Chen Fan stepped on the ground, there was a loud banging sound. He raised his speed to the limit and rushed hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye. In the air, the old man stood on the back of the flamingo and couldn't help but shrink his eyes slightly. This speed is already very close to the 5th level. Killing intent flashed in the old man's eyes, and the flamingo under his feet immediately dived and lowered its height. The distance between the two sides is quickly closing. Violent! The flamingo raised its head to the sky and chirped, increased its speed, caught up with Chen Fan, and then landed in front of Chen Fan. Chen Fan stopped. Then I saw the old man on the back of the flamingo, with his hands behind his back. He calmly jumped down and said calmly, "Did you kill someone from my Li family?" He had just asked this question once. Chen Fan didn't say anything, but summoned the orange cat again. The orange cat was so angry that he really wanted to scratch Chen Fan to death. He is just a level 6 orange cat now. He had just faced those 4th level ones, which had already made him tremble with fear. Now comes a stronger one. A strong man of this level can kill him with just a breath of wind. The most annoying thing is that Chen Fan also sent Xiaoqing away. Now, he only has Gongzi's magic crystal armor on him. The magic crystal armor used by level 9 Gongzi is useless against the 5th level. The orange cat had the urge to kill him head-on. At this time, Chen Fan took a step forward and slashed at the old man with his sword. "Ignorant child! Knock an egg against a stone!" the old man shouted coldly. Almost at the same time, the flamingo next to the old man opened his mouth and sprayed a mouthful of flame towards Chen Fan. The orange cat was frightened to death, meowing strangely, and rushed to the right. As a result, it accidentally hit a rock, smashing the rock into pieces and crashing into the rock. Chapter 189. The 6th level realm also came and was almost killed. Brush! After Chen Fan activated the shield on the leader's ring, he slashed out without any hesitation. The dazzling sword light, which was more than 10 meters long, separated the raging flames like sea water with one strike, and then flew towards the old man in front of him. "Oh, it's a while." The old man's eyes were as cold as ever. He waved his left hand casually, and a burst of energy instantly destroyed the light of Chen Fan's sword. Very strong. Too strong. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He used 80% of his star power on this sword. 80% of the star power seems like child's play to the other party. If it was just a level 19 flamingo, he wouldn't care too much. When he was still at the 3rd level, he seized the opportunity to kill the level 18 skeleton bird with one blow. Now that he has broken through to the 4th level, although the increase in star power is not very great, it is not too difficult to kill a level 19 flamingo. The difficulty is that old ghost ahead. The old ghost wore a ferocious armor and had his hands behind his back, like a Yuan Ting Yushi. With just a wave of his hand, his sword was shattered. In Chen Fan's perception, this old monster is much more powerful than Lin Zhao's master Hong Quan. The gap between the two sides is too big. There is no way to fight. Before Chen Fan actually fought with the old man, he already wanted to give up. But just when he was about to send the orange cat back to the beast-controlling space, "Call!" The old man, who was some distance away, suddenly brought a string of afterimages on the field, appeared in front of him, and slapped him on the chest. Too fast. Chen Fan was startled. He quickly raised his left hand and opened the shield on his left wrist guard. Boom! The shimmering palm shattered the shield, and then simply slapped Chen Fan on the chest. Chen Fan groaned, and the man flew back like a cannonball, smashing several large rocks. The mask, made of leaves on his face, immediately collapsed into dust. Even the sky-breaking demon sword fell and flew out. The orange cat laid down in the crack of the stone and closed its eyes. "You can't see me? You can't see me? You can't see me." Of course the old man could see it, but he didn't take a low-level orange cat seriously at all. He raised his feet and slowly walked towards Chen Fan, who was lying on the ground. "You are so young and don't know the heights of the world. If you dare to kill members of my Li family or go against my Li family, you are simply asking for your own death," the old man said as he approached Chen Fan, just when he was only 5 meters away from Chen Fan. Crack! Chen Fan suddenly disappeared out of thin air, and then appeared at the location of the sky-breaking demon sword. He quickly picked up the long knife on the ground, and with a flash, it was more than 50 meters away. The old man turned around and glanced at Chen Fan in surprise. Although the power of his previous palm was reduced by the shield, even if the opponent was in the second level of the 5th grade realm, he would still die without a doubt. As a result, this kid is still alive and kicking? The old man turned his head and glanced at the orange cat pretending to be dead in the crack of the stone. The orange cat is obviously not a lightning-attributed beast. So why did this kid borrow the skill, Thunder Flash? On the other side, Chen Fan touched his chest, feeling a little worried. Fortunately, the leader's ring's defense was activated early, and the ring condensed a layer of armor that stuck tightly to the armor. With 3 layers of defense, he escaped. Sure enough, this old monster is much stronger than Hong Quan, and Hong Quan is a 5th grade 4th level heaven. Could it be said that this old monster is already at the 5th level and 5th level? Or 6th grade? No. The possibility of reaching the 5th level and the 5th level is higher. Because of the 6th level, one can already fly. But this old monster has always been riding a flamingo. Careless. When he saw the flamingo attribute panel before, Chen Fan habitually judged the old man's cultivation level by the level of the beast, thinking that the opponent should be in the early stage of the 5th level. It turned out so wrong. Beast Masters and Beast Masters complement each other and grow together. But Beast Masters can only be vaguely used to judge the Beast Master's cultivation, and may not be 100% accurate. Bai Tianyu, the Lord of Donghai City, is much stronger than his Beast Master. What's more, most high-level Beast Masters don't just have 1 or 2 Beast Masters. Chen Fan took a breath and took out a smoke bomb from his pocket, preparing to use the ultimate move. The old man from the Li family didn't pay attention to the black ball in his hand at all. He just glanced at Chen Fan's slightly immature face and said coldly, "You can break through to the 4th level at this age, which is quite capable. Who are you?" Chen Fan grinned, spread his hands and said, "Since your mask has been shattered, I won't pretend anymore. I'll show my cards. I'm your father." The old man's face was expressionless, as if he didn't hear Chen Fan's words at all. Chen Fan smiled coldly, and with a thought in his mind, a summoning circle immediately appeared under the orange cat's feet. Snort! The old man snorted softly and raised his left hand, ready to catch the orange cat in the gap between the stones. The orange cat's eyes flashed. Spiritual spike! Ah! The old man screamed and subconsciously held his head with both hands. The orange cat took the opportunity to get into the summoning circle and returned to the beast-controlling space. The leader came quietly. He left quietly again. He waved his fat claw and only stabbed the old man once. On the other side, Chen Fan grabbed the smoke bomb and was about to smash it to the ground, and then take the opportunity to return to the beast control space. At this time, a rumbling sound suddenly came from above the void. A figure came through the air at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The figure came with a fierce force and fell to the ground with a bang, causing gravel to fly everywhere. 6th level realm. People from the Nightmare Court. Chen Fan and the elders of the Li family were both shocked and stepped back. The person who came was suddenly wearing a tattered and loose black robe. On the black robe, there is a terrifying demon head embroidered on it. Except for the people in the Nightmare Garden. No one would wear such clothes. What surprised Chen Fan was that the man's black robe was in tatters, and was covered in blood. He seemed to be seriously injured. Chen Fan turned around and looked both ways. On the left is the old man of the Li family, who is at the peak of the 5th rank. On the right is a 6th grade Nightmare Court expert. A few meters behind him was the mountain wall, with no way to retreat. But it doesn't matter. Same thing with a few more. This is called having too much debt, and not having to worry about it. Chen Fan used his star power to knock down the smoke bomb. Boom! A series of roars sounded in the direction from which the powerful man from the Nightmare Court flew. 2 figures sprinted over. Boom! Boom! Like meteorites. 2 figures wearing evil ghost masks fell to the bottom of the canyon. Chen Fan. I said there are a few more. But are there really a few more? It's getting more and more lively. What kind of hero is this? Looking at this posture, he looks very strong. Right? Suddenly, in the beast controlling space, the orange cat's voice rang out. Chen Fan! Those 2 people are from my heavenly demon sect. In the beast control space, Chen Fan turned on the exploration function early. So Xiaobai and Orange Cat can see everything happening in the outside world. A person from the demon sect? Chen Fan looked strange and glanced at the 2 people wearing evil ghost masks. They just ran all the way here. 5th level realm? 2 5th level people are actually hunting down the 6th level person in the Nightmare Garden? The orange cat's voice sounded again. Let the 2 people from my heavenly demon sect join forces with the person from the Li family to get rid of the person from the Nightmare Garden first. This guy flew here. At least the 6th level or above. Before Chen Fan could speak, the strong man from the Nightmare Court had already laughed strangely. You can't find anything even if you wear iron shoes. And it takes no effort at all to get here. Chen Fan, should you just surrender or let me do it myself? The old man of the Li family and the demon sect both turned their heads and looked at Chen Fan. What does it mean for a 6th level person to target such a child? Chen Fan tilted his head. What are you talking about? What Chen Fan? Did you admit the wrong person? The strong man from the Nightmare Court raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, It doesn't matter. It won't be too late to deal with you after I get rid of the 2 tails that are getting in the way, he said. 2 troublesome tails. But did not look at the 2 people from the demon sect. Instead, he looked at the old man of the Li family on the other side. The old monster's eyes suddenly shrank, and he said in a deep voice, I have no intention of enmity with the Nightmare Court. I just pursued this kid here because he killed someone from my Li family. If you want to catch him or kill him, please do whatever you want. As he spoke, he took 2 steps back. Chen Fan immediately said, Old monster, your grandson Li Xing had killed 2 4th level people in the Nightmare Court before. Do you dare to say that you and the Nightmare Court have no grievances? You killed that 5th level creature with a level 18 skeleton bird yourself. Now you want to stay out of it? The old man from the Li family. You bastard. What are you talking about? However, the 6th grade strong man in the Nightmare Court really turned his head and looked at the old man of the Li family with cold eyes. You killed our people? The eyes of the man in black robe were full of killing intent. This time, the Nightmare Court sent out 2 6th level players and 4 5th level players. The 3 people who protected Chen Fan were all severely injured by him and escaped using flying beasts. Theoretically, it is absolutely impossible for Chen Fan and Chu Xian to compete with the 5th level. Nor can they escape from the 5th level. But Chen Fan saw the 5th level person with the skeleton bird. And now he is still alive and kicking. Apart from the old man in front of me. Who else in the Broken Soul Mountain Range and Sparkling Fireflies Swamp could kill at the 5th level? At this time, one of the 2 people from the Heavenly Demon Sect suddenly said, Hey, we 2 are from the Heavenly Demon Sect. You and I will join forces to get rid of this disaster. The old man from the Li family rolled his eyes, but said nothing. The man from the Heavenly Demon Sect then said, Although this guy is in the 6th level, he was seriously injured by the strong man from Dahai City, and was chased by the 2 of us all the way. Now he is breathing heavily when he speaks. So he is not afraid at all. When the old man of the Li family heard this, his eyes moved slightly. Okay, then let's join forces to eliminate this scourge. Chen Fan. Maid, I have seen people change their faces quickly, but I have never seen anyone change their faces so quickly. But the old man of the Li family didn't pay attention to Chen Fan at all. Can a mere 4th level person reach heaven? Killing the 6th level realm of the Nightmare Court is a great achievement. It won't be too late to go back and deal with this kid then. But it's strange to say. What is this kid's identity? He actually let someone from the 6th level of the Nightmare Court pursue him personally. Just when the old man of the Lee family frowned, Chen Fan suddenly put the long knife into the scabbard, put it behind his back, and then put the smoke bomb into his pocket. He raised his left hand, moved his fingers slightly, and made a strange gesture. The first gesture is the left guardian of the heavenly demon sect. The old man from the Lee family asked, "What is this little beast doing?" On the other side, 2 powerful men from the heavenly demon sect had their eyes gleaming. Chen Fan's hands were like butterflies and flowers, and he made a few more gestures. "This old monster from the Lee family wants to kill me. First join forces with him to deal with this idiot in the Nightmare Garden. Then take advantage of him and kill him." "Ah!" Chen Fan yawned and stretched. Unexpectedly, the secret language of the demon cult that I learned from the leader would be used so quickly. Next, it's up to you. Chen Fan sat down on a stone, holding his chin with his right hand, as if watching a show. The 2 powerful men from the heavenly demon cult withdrew their gaze, and slowly approached the 6th level realm of the Nightmare Courtyard step by step. When the old man of the Lee family saw this, the bracelet on his right wrist flashed with flames, condensing into a long sword that looked like it was fished out of lava. And he also approached the black-robed man in the Nightmare Garden step by step. The man in black robe remained motionless. His eyes moved, and he glanced at the 3 people. Immediately, he moved, turned into a black mist, and appeared in front of the old man of the Lee family out of thin air. "Die!" With a sharp scream, a ghost claw emerged from the black mist, and it grabbed the old man of the Lee family with one claw. "Call!" The afterimage of the old man from the Lee family appeared all over his body. He avoided a claw very quickly, then went around to the other side of the black mist, and slashed down towards the black mist with a sword. "Shang!" The sound of metal and iron clashing sounded. Violent energy exploded, and the black mist dissipated a little. At this time, the 2 strong men from the demon sect were approaching quickly, one on the left and one on the right, and they put their hands together at the same time. "Martial arts crazy sword! Martial arts furious sword!" Above the void, a mad knife over 6 feet long and a giant sword shining with dark golden light appeared at the same time. As soon as the mad sword and the angry sword appeared, they immediately fell towards the black mist with a rumbling sound. Boom! At the critical moment, a humanoid monster in the black fog suddenly broke through the black fog and stood up. The monster was 5 meters tall, just like a lizard man, with scales all over its body and extremely sharp claws. He roared and grabbed the falling crazy sword and furious sword with his claws respectively. "What kind of monster is this?" Chen Fan, who had just sat down, stood up again. There was no monster attribute panel in his sight. This lizard-like monster is the 6th level monster. There were even strands of torn black robes hanging on the lizard man's body. Chen Fan recalled the video of the battle between several people at the 8th level outside Donghai City. In the video, the 2 8th level powerhouses in the Nightmare Court seemed to be in the same situation. Half human and half demon. Instructor Su Feng, who is also at the 8th level, once mocked the other party. "I thought you all had turned into monsters and couldn't speak? I didn't expect you could speak human language? What is this Nightmare Garden doing?" Just when Chen Fan frowned, the lizard monster grabbed the mad sword and angry sword in the air and squeezed them hard. Boom! The mad sword and the angry sword shattered into nothingness at the same time. But at this moment, 2 strong men from the demon sect suddenly swayed and threw out a chain at the same time. Crash! The 2 chains made a clattering sound, stretched straight in an instant, and passed through the lizard monster. Ah! The lizard monster let out a shrill scream. Hoo ho ho! The 2 chains that pierced through his body wrapped around his body with a few whirring sounds. Sharp spikes emerged from the chains and pierced directly into the body of the lizard monster. The aura of the lizard monster suddenly dropped by a huge amount. A strong man from the heavenly demon cult shouted loudly. "He has already been injured one after another," and was forcibly transformed into a demon. His strength is less than 1% of his heyday. Take this opportunity to kill him. This was said to the old man of the Lee family. The old man was so frightened that he took a few steps back after seeing the lizard monster. Hearing the words of the strong man from the demon sect, the old man of the Lee family frowned. But he did not choose to fight in close combat. He threw away the red-hot long sword in his hand, quickly performed several seals with his hands, and shouted coldly, "Fire origin sword technique. Black dragon phantom kill. Cut!" The long sword he threw into the air suddenly burst into flames and turned into a huge fire dragon. The fire dragon roared in the air and hit the lizard monster that was chained. At the same time, the flamingo on the other side had already flown close, opened its mouth with a flaming knife, and struck at the lizard monster. Roar! The lizard monster roared angrily, and a layer of dark green mist bloomed around it. It opened a shield even though it was locked. Boom! Boom! The flame knife and the fire dragon hit the shield at the same time. The flame knife smashed open, but the fire dragon's power was so powerful that it lasted for 2 seconds before it blasted through the shield and hit the lizard monster. Boom, boom, boom. The fire dragon turned into a fiery red sword again, pierced through the body of the lizard monster, and exploded crazily on its body, making a roaring sound. This power is not enough. A strong man from the demon sect shouted. Under the struggle of the lizard monster, the two people holding the chains were a little unable to control their bodies. Seeing that the lizard monster might break free at any time, the old man of the Lee family gritted his teeth and bit his left thumb. He quickly performed several seals with his hands, then opened his mouth and spat out a small black seal. As soon as the small seal was spit out, the body of the old man of the Lee family shook violently, and he seemed to be a little unsteady on his feet, and his face was much paler. I saw the small seal rising in the wind, turning into a hill, and falling directly towards the lizard monster below. Boom! 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 The hill-like black seal struck 3 times in a row, smashing the lizard monster's head until the flesh and blood flew everywhere, and half of its body was buried in the ground. Snapped! The old man of the Lee family put his hands together and activated the black seal frantically, preparing to give the lizard monster the final blow. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. One of the strong men from the heavenly demon sect groaned and took out the chain from his hand. Boom! The lizard monster's restraints were much lighter, and it rushed out like lightning, grabbing the old man of the Lee family with one claw. Not good. The old man of the Lee family was shocked. Without thinking, he swayed and tried to move out using his weird footwork. But because he activated the long sword and the black seal, he consumed a lot of energy, and the lizard monster was so fast that the old man of the Lee family couldn't dodge, and his left arm was torn off by the lizard monster's sharp claws with a whoosh. Ah! The old man of the Lee family screamed, and a series of afterimages appeared on his body, trying to escape frantically, but after transforming into a lizard monster, the Nightmare Garden 6th level realm was even stronger than the ordinary 6th level realm. After taking a few steps, he caught up with him again. No! The old man of the Lee family turned his head, with a look of despair in his eyes. In his pupils, the lizard monster's claws grew bigger and bigger. Crack! The strange sharp claws pierced the chest of the old man of the Lee family with one claw. Later, a strong man from the heavenly demon sect cut off the flamingo's head with a sword, then rushed to Chen Fan like a ghost and grabbed Chen Fan's shoulder. Walk! After a soft drink, the strong man from the demon sect grabbed Chen Fan that day, rushed out like a cannonball, and quickly rushed towards the exit of the Dust Mist Canyon. The other person was also very straightforward. He dropped the chain in his hand, slipped away, and chased after him. The two powerful men from the heavenly demon cult almost tried their best and ran wildly. Roar! The lizard monster, which had obviously been severely injured, roared angrily and chased after it desperately. Chen Fan. The two powerful men from the demon sect took the opportunity to kill the old man of the Lee family, which was expected. But, didn't you go all the way to hunt down the powerful man from the Nightmare Garden? Why is it now the other way around? Being hunted by a lizard monster? The strong man from the demon cult, who was holding Chen Fan, seemed to have noticed Chen Fan's doubts, and said as he ran, once the strong men in the Nightmare Court become demons, their strength will increase by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. But the 6th level and 7th level experts in the Nightmare Court have not yet truly become demons. After they are forcibly demonized, they will fall into an extremely weak state within 20 minutes. We are no match for the current situation. But after 20 minutes, it will be easy to kill him. Chen Fan looked back at the lizard monster that was chasing him. The distance between the two sides is quickly closing. Can this last 20 minutes? Chen Fan just thought this. Roar! The lizard monster suddenly roared and increased its speed. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The lizard monster stepped on the ground and made a roaring sound, once again closing the distance between the two parties. If we continue like this, we won't be able to escape far, Chen Fan said in a deep voice. You throw me into the air, and then the two of you follow him in circles. Guerrilla warfare. The strong man from the heavenly demon sect, who was holding Chen Fan, was slightly startled, but without saying anything, He lifted Chen Fan and threw it into the air. Call! Chen Fan quickly flew up. When the upward power was about to be exhausted, Chen Fan activated the Wings of Wind. Careful! As soon as Chen Fan stabilized his body, a strong man from the demon sect below exclaimed, Boom! I saw the lizard monster approaching quickly, suddenly jumped into the air, and grabbed Chen Fan with a claw from the air. Depend on! Chen Fan's expression changed drastically, and he wanted to urge Lei Shan to move out. However, that lizard monster's claw was too fast. As soon as the thunder and lightning light appeared on Chen Fan's body, the claws formed by the condensed demonic energy slapped his back. Boom! Chen Fan groaned miserably, and his whole body slammed into the mountain wall, causing a large piece of the mountain wall to collapse. Huge chunks of rocks fell with a rumble. Damn it! The two powerful men from the demon sect were shocked and angry. Although this Dharma protector is indeed a little too weak, he is still the protector of the demon sect no matter what. The two of them failed to protect themselves, and they will be blamed later. Hold him! A strong man from the heavenly demon cult shouted, bent his knees, jumped into the air, and rushed towards the big hole that Chen Fan had smashed. But Chen Fan climbed out of the big hole, vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood, and said, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. The two powerful men from the heavenly demon cult were stunned for a moment. It's just that his cultivation level is around the 4th level, but he can actually reach the 6th level without dying? The armor on this Dharma protector has really strong defense. The two powerful men from the heavenly demon cult immediately dispersed, like fighting beasts, and started a guerrilla war with the lizard monster. Although the lizard monster was fast and powerful, it seemed to have lost all its sanity when it was forcibly transformed into a demon. It only knew how to fight hard. After fighting for a long time, it was fooled around by 2 strong men from the demon cult. On the pothole, Chen Fan struggled to take out a bottle of pills and threw 3 pills into his mouth. This is an elixir refined from the blood and petals of blood petal cow. As soon as the 3 pills were swallowed, Chen Fan felt a warm medicinal power that instantly merged into the star power of the star platform. Together with the star power, it flowed through his limbs and bones. The damaged meridians and internal organs began to heal quickly under the nourishment of the medicinal power. Your uncles! Chen Fan struggled to sit up, leaned his back against a stone, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The Nightmare Court wants to capture him. On the one hand, it wants to find out about the fall of a large number of 9th level people in Qixing Mountain. On the other hand, the Nightmare Court should also want to win over him, and want him to join the Nightmare Court. No matter what the reason was, under the current circumstances, the Nightmare Court had no reason to kill him. But after this guy turned into a demon, all he could think about was killing and destruction in his head. And he couldn't remember that he was Chen Fan at all. So as soon as he saw him flying into the sky, the monster rushed over and gave him a claw. If it weren't for the powerful defense of the leader's ring, this claw would probably kill Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked down and saw that the armor on his body had cracks like spider webs, and his back is still burning with pain. Chen Fan gasped and opened the groove inlaid with crystal cores on his chest. The light of several crystal nuclei in the grooves has become extremely dim. Chen Fan took off the few crystal cores and threw them aside. He took out a few more crystal cores from his pocket and put them into the grooves. Then, he lightly touched the ring on his finger. The shield shattered by the lizard monster's claw condensed once again, and then tightly covered the armor. After a moment of silence, Chen Fan thought and poured more than half of his star power into the ring. The shield condensed by the ring has become much stronger in defense. But Chen Fan's face became even paler. If I had known earlier, I should have entered the beast-controlling space as soon as possible. I got this claw out of nowhere and almost didn't get caught. After Chen Fan took another look at the hide-and-seek game below, he withdrew his gaze and focused on the system panel. System Energy 157580. Host, Chen Fan. Level 4th grade. Star Power, 3,949 cards plus. Psychic Power, 465 Hz plus. Tianmen Progress, 1% plus. After copying the 2 skills of Jade, the system energy is only 15W. Chen Fan clicked on the plus sign after Tianmen Progress. Consume 6W system energy and increase Tianmen Progress by 1%. Please click Yes to confirm. Does 1% Tianmen Progress require 6W system energy? Chen Fan clicked Yes. The progress of Tianmen has become 2%. Star power increased by 16 cards, becoming 3,965 cards. Chen Fan immediately clicked the plus sign behind Tianmen's progress again. Consume 6.5 W system energy and increase Tianmen progress by 1%. Please click yes to confirm. System energy consumption has increased a lot. Chen Fan clicked yes again. Star power 3,983 cards plus. Tianmen progress 3% plus. I didn't feel much change. It just feels like psychological comfort. 5th level realm. With a star power value of at least 8,400 cards. At the 6th level, the star power value will even reach more than 4 W cards. The star power value of the lizard monster below is at least 4 W card or above. Thinking about it makes me a little scared. He actually took a claw from a 6th level monster. The response speed is too slow. If he had reacted a little faster and used Thunder Flash to move out, why would he be vomiting blood like this now? Chen Fan put 2 more pills into his mouth. Then sat cross-legged and activated the Saint Demon Art. He didn't dare close his eyes. What if the lizard monster took the wrong medicine and rushed up to give him a claw? Chen Fan silently recited the Holy Demon Ju, urging the star power to circulate. The star power became faster and faster, flowing rapidly through the meridians. Below, although the 2 strong men from the heavenly demon cult cooperated tacitly, it became a bit difficult. The strength of the 2 sides is very different. If the 6th level member of the Nightmare Court had not transformed into a demon, he would definitely not be a match for the 2 of them after being seriously injured. But now after becoming a demon, although he has lost his mind, his strength has returned to its peak. Even though it was pierced through the body by 2 chains and the long sword of the old man of the Li family, and was hit hard several times by the big black seal, the lizard monster was still alive and well. It's not that easy to survive these 20 minutes. Chen Fan thought and summoned the orange cat. As soon as the orange cat's head emerged from the summoning circle, his hair exploded. What are you doing? What do you want to do? Chen Fan pointed downwards and said, those 2 below cannot escape, nor can they be beaten. It will be very difficult to survive these 20 minutes. The orange cat said angrily. What can I do? You can't help. And I can't help either. Chen Fan said, I have a plan. The orange cat's hair stood on end. I refuse. I haven't even said anything yet. No matter what you say, I refuse. You just want to harm me. Listen to me first. Do not listen. I'm giving you face. Right? You tell me. Chen Fan flattened his lips, glanced sideways at the fat orange cat, and said, I'll fly over with you in my arms, and use your mental spikes to give the monster a few blows. The 2 powerful men from the demon cult below should be able to take the opportunity to kill them. You are really impatient. The orange cat glared at Chen Fan and said, the skill spirit spike has a distance limit, and this distance is far shorter than the attack distance of the lizard monster. If you want to use this move, you have to enter its attack range. If he grabs it with his claws, both you and I will be reduced to ashes. Do you think you can use lightning to move out and then fly away? After being transformed into a 6th level demon, you can still fly. You can't escape even if you go to heaven or on earth. Chen Fan frowned. Can you think of any other good ways? Sure. Any solution? Wait 10 minutes. What if the 2 people below can't last that long? Then what can I do? Waste. You asked me to go back to the beast controlling space. As long as I return to the beast controlling space, you can scold me as you please. When I asked you to sign a contract with me, you refused to the death. But now you like the beast control space. Huh? Nonsense. Is there any safer place than the beast controlling space? If you raise me to level 60, would I be as scared and frightened as I am now? You are as timid as a mouse. But you still have the nerve to say that you are the leader. I call this cautious and steady. Chen Fan fell silent and sent the orange cat back to the beast controlling space. There really is no better way. Fortunately, the lizard monster lost all its sanity. Otherwise, the 2 powerful men from the heavenly demon sect who were at the peak of 5th grade would probably have died in his hands. 10 minutes later, the lizard monster's speed became slower and slower, and its breath became weaker and weaker. Dark green blood not only emerged from the wounds on his body, but also seeped out from his intact skin. After 2 minutes, bang! Before the 2 powerful men from the heavenly demon sect could take action, the lizard monster fell to the ground with a thud. The 2 powerful men from the heavenly demon sect returned and landed on the 2 bluestones, but did not take action immediately, until the aura of the lizard monster further weakened. Martial Arts Crazy Sword. Martial Arts Furious Sword. One sword after another fell from the sky. Boom! The body of the lizard monster was chopped into several pieces in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The sword was like chopping vegetables, slashing at the lizard monster several times. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief, activated the wind wings, and flew down. Tian Mojo Yang Kun. See the protector. Fan Song of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Please see the protector. I am not a Dharma protector. I am your leader. Chen Fan flattened his lips and waved his hand gently. My brother, there is no need to be polite. Yang Kun took a step forward and said, Dharma protector, are you okay? The claw of the lizard monster just now. He's not dead yet. Chen Fan waved his hand and said, please help me pick up the old monster's long sword and the black seal. Yang Kun moved and quickly returned to the previous battlefield, picked up several magic weapons, dug out the flamingo's crystal core, and handed them all to Chen Fan. Chen Fan immediately said, you too. I want to trouble you with something. Dharma protector, please speak. I saved some people at the junction of the Broken Soul Mountain Range and the Sparkling Fireflies Swamp. Chen Fan said. Then, he rescued another group of people deep in the Dust Mist Canyon. Among them, there are only a few second-level ones. I'm afraid they won't be able to get out of the Sparkling Fireflies Swamp. Can you two please catch up with them and escort them to the Demon City? Yang Kun clasped his fists and said, Defender, please rest assured. We and I are good at tracking. We will be able to find them soon and escort them to the Demon City. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Thank you. Do you two use WeChat? Yang Kun and Fan Song looked at each other, and then said, Our Heavenly Demon Sect has formed an alliance with the Tang State, so we are not worried about leaking our whereabouts. And we also use this software to communicate. That's good, Chen Fan said. Let's add WeChat first so that we can contact you later if we have anything to do. By the way, why did you appear in the Sparkling Fireflies Swamp and then hunt down the people from the Nightmare Garden? Yang Kun glanced at Chen Fan in surprise and said, Has the Protector not received the news yet? The Nightmare Court is chasing our leader for the 5-colored sacred stone. Now the leader's life and death are unknown. The Heavenly Demon Sect is currently searching for information about its leader in the Tang Kingdom. And on the other hand, it has launched a crazy revenge against the Nightmare Court. As soon as we discovered the traces of the Nightmare Garden, our people swarmed in and started killing. We must kill him until he is bloody. Chen Fan nodded. I see. Then, we will contact you online for other matters. You too. Let's leave now. Yang Kun and Fan Song originally wanted to ask a few more questions, but after hearing Chen Fan's urging, they did not dare to stay long. The two said goodbye and left separately. Chen Fan returned to the battlefield, activated the martial arts learned from the leader, and sprayed a few flames, burning the bodies of the old man of the Li family and the lizard monster to ashes. After doing all this, Chen Fan staggered, activated the Wings of Wind, soared into the sky, and flew towards where Chu Xian and Yi Hao were hiding, in the depression made of many jagged boulders. Chu Xian closed his eyes and was immersed in cultivation. Yi Hao took a bite of the fruit and touched Shen Tao Ao on his shoulder. Brother Fan doesn't know when he will come back. He is a little irritable. Henry Chu, want to play a little game with me? Shen Tao Ao. What game? Henry Chu still closed his eyes and said nothing. Yi Hao, you can choose a superpower at will, but the first person who replies to you can determine the side effects of acquiring this superpower. Shen Tao Ao blinked and said, I can fly. Yi Hao, you have prostatitis. Shen Tao Ao. Tell your uncle. Yi Hao, you talked about playing games, so there's no need to get angry and curse people. Right. You talked about superpowers, and I replied with a side effect. If you can't afford to play, then don't play. Play. Keep playing. Shen Tao Ao's eyes widened. I can see through. Yi Hao, you can't see women. Shen Tao Ao. I can transform. Yi Hao, you can only become a fly larvae. Shen Tao Ao. I don't have kidney deficiency. Yi Hao, you don't do it. Shen Tao Ao. I can eat shit. Yi Hao, you can never have enough. What the hell are you? Shen Yao said. I can move instantly. Yi Hao, you run away as soon as you move. Shen Tao Ao. I have immortality. Yi Hao, you are a vegetable. Shen Yateo went a little crazy. I can make every part of my body bigger. Yi Hao, you are a man, but you don't have that thing. Chow, Shen Nao Hao said. I can pass through walls. Yi Hao, you can only wear half of it. Shen Tao Ao. I can attract the opposite sex. Yi Hao, except humans. Shen Tao Ao is a bit autistic. He turned his head and looked at Henry Chu. Xian Chu. Let's play this game, and you choose a superpower. Henry Chu opened his eyes. I can make you have prostatitis. Shen Tao Ao. Your uncle. Suddenly, Henry Chu's expression moved slightly, and he stood up. Chen Fan is back. The three of them asked Lao Yuan and Xiao Qing to keep an eye on the Shadow Demon and the female Star Warrior, and immediately jumped out of the pile of rocks. When he raised his head, he saw Chen Fan staggering in the air and flying towards this side. Chen Fan, who was in the air, also saw a few people below. At this moment, his star power was scattered, and he could no longer control it. Like a kite with a broken string, he quickly fell downwards in an irregular route. Chen Fan immediately shouted, My dear friends, come and save me! Yi Hao took the lead. No one can rob me! With that said, he stretched out his hands and rushed out, trying to catch Chen Fan. But Chen Fan was floating around in the air, not falling straight down. Yi Hao reached out and fished it out. Didn't catch it. Bang! Chen Fan threw himself to the ground and hit the ground, creating a hole in the ground. Yi Hao took 2 steps quickly with a sad face. Brother Fan, if I told you that it was a calculation error, would you believe it? Chen Fan raised his head and pointed at Yi Hao. You want to usurp the throne? Seeing Chen Fan vomiting blood, Yi Hao and the others were shocked. It was also at this moment that the three of them saw clearly that the armor on Chen Fan had cracked with spider web-like cracks. Above the cracks, there is still blood, which is constantly overflowing. Don't worry. You'll get used to vomiting. Chen Fan stood up with the support of Yi Hao and Shen Tao Tao. I have never been so seriously injured before. I was scratched by a 6th level person and almost died. Ah! Yi Hao and Shen Tao Ao were shocked. Henry Chu glared at Chen Fan and walked back silently. Chen Fan was stunned. What's wrong with this guy? He looks like a resentful woman. Chapter 190 Chased by Yi Hongyan. Yi Hao and Shen Tao Ao looked at each other before saying, I must have been stimulated by you. After Xiao He and Xiao Qing came back, Henry Chu insisted on chasing you. I said something to him, but he kept looking cold and ignoring us. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. That's because I was stimulated by you. It's none of my business. Yi Hao smiled bitterly and said, Let me tell you, I don't know what happened before. Whether it's encountering the Nightmare Court or other troubles, the few of us will only become a burden to you and drag you down in the end. I said, if it weren't for us, even if you encounter the 5th level, you might be able to escape easily. But if we follow up, if we are not careful, the group will be wiped out, and you will die as well. When he said that, he turned dark and silent. Chen Fan turned his head and glanced at Henry Chu's back, but said nothing. Yi Hao asked again with concern. Brother Fan, what happened? I have never seen you in such a mess. Shen Tao Ao also said, Yes, we encountered the 5th level realm before, and finally destroyed the 5th level realm and the skeleton bird. Why is the armor shattered like this time? Just now you seemed to say that you were caught in the 6th level? Chen Fan coughed twice and then said, Don't talk about this matter. It won't do any good if you know. Yi Hao's face straightened and he said, Brother Fan, we brothers share blessings and share hardships. If you say this, I feel uncomfortable. So what if the 6th grade realm chases you now? I don't care about his 5th level or 6th level realm. If he wants to kill you, step over my body first. Shen Tao Ao also changed his usual playful smile and said in a deep voice, Brother Fan, you'd better tell us. If you don't tell us, it will make us worried. I don't have much ability. I don't have much courage. And I can't say any heroic words. But I can still do it like Gongzi biting the enemy's thigh. Chen Fan silently glanced at Yi Hao and Shen Tao Tao, then grinned. Don't worry. The crisis should have passed. Go over first and talk later. Yi Hao and Shen Tao Ao immediately supported Chen Fan and walked towards the pile of rocks. When he arrived at the pile of rocks, Henry Chu glanced at Chen Fan and the others, and then turned sideways. Chen Fan summoned Xiaobai and Gongzi, leaving only the orange cat in the beast controlling space. Xiaobai, Gongzi, and Jade immediately rushed over. Xiao Qing and Lao Yuan also rushed over with concern. I'm fine. Don't worry. Chen Fan waved his hand. As he spoke, he walked towards the female Star Warrior, who was tied up and thrown to the ground. When the woman saw Chen Fan coming, she immediately became furious. What are you doing? You really want to knock me out again? Do you really think I like hearing your nonsense? Knock me out at any time, and I'm already in trouble. Just kill me, I got it. Chen Fan was a little embarrassed. What you said makes sense. I'm a little embarrassed. As he spoke, he raised his hand and struck the woman's neck with a knife. The woman groaned and her head dropped. Immediately, she raised her head and shouted, "Master, are you annoyed?" Chen Fan was startled. "Why didn't you faint?" "Oh, sorry. The injury was a bit serious this time, and I can't control my star power. I'll try it again. Don't worry. There will be no problem this time." The woman's face was distorted. "If you dare to hit me again, I will fight with you." Bang! Shen Taotao from behind punched the woman in the back of the head, knocking her unconscious. Chen Fan blinked. "Are we going a little too far?" Yi Hao shook his head. "It's not too much. For people in the Nightmare Court, there is no need to follow rules. Those trash don't treat people as human beings at all. What does it mean if we hit her on the head a few times? I didn't remove her hands and feet, but her ancestral graves were already covered in smoke." Shen Taotao pointed to the northwest and said, "There is a small cave over there. Let's go to the cave and talk." Chen Fan nodded and asked Lao Yuan and Xiao Qing to keep an eye on the woman and shadow demon on the ground. Then, with the support of Yi Hao and Shen Taotao, they walked towards the cave. Henry Chu sat in the pile of rocks and did not move. Arriving at the entrance of the small cave, standing at the entrance of the cave, Yi Hao stopped and said, "Brother Fan, I feel an unknown feeling in this cave. It seems like red hair is growing all over my body. There is great terror in this cave." Chen Fan kicked Yi Hao and almost knocked him down. Then, the three of them sat down on the bluestone a little further inside the cave entrance. As soon as the three of them sat down, they saw Henry Chu coming over and sitting down on the grass 7 or 8 meters away from the entrance of the cave. Chen Fan and 3 others. After a moment of silence, Chen Fan said, "Your hearts must be full of question marks. The next thing you know, you'll be full of exclamation points. You'll end up with a lot of ellipses." Shen Taotao scratched his head. "This line sounds a bit familiar." Yi Hao slapped Shen Tao's head. "Don't interrupt. Listen to Brother Fan." Chen Fan said, "Actually, the thing is very simple. Li Xinghe from the Li family in the Demon City captured a group of people and wanted to use these people as bait to lure out the shadow beasts in the sparkling fireflies swamp. After I slaughtered the group of people I met, I headed to the Dust Mist Canyon in the sparkling fireflies swamp alone." At this point, Chen Fan's face darkened, and he was silent for a moment before continuing. "It's a pity that I went a little late. When I arrived, 9 children had already been nailed to the stone pillars." Neither Yi Hao nor Shen Taotao spoke, but their fists were clenched so loudly that they made a clattering sound. Chen Fan continued, "The murderous intention rises in my heart." Chen Fan told all the things that happened in Chenwu Canyon one by one, which made Yi Hao and Shen Taotao tremble with fear. However, as the Dharma protector of the Heavenly Demon Sect, he used code words to instruct the strong men of the Heavenly Demon Sect to get rid of the old man of the Li family. But he covered it up with a few simple words. After finishing speaking, Chen Fan leaned against the mountain wall and took a breath. "Have you ever heard of the Li family in the Magic City? Is it powerful? The Li family in the Devil's Capital has an 8th level realm." Chu Xian walked over and said without expression, "And there are more than one. They are more famous than the Feng family where Feng Tianlin lives." Chen Fan, back in Donghai City, he had no scruples and beat Feng Tianlin violently. That night, Feng Tianlin was beaten again by Xiaobai and Goblin. But that kind of thing can only be regarded as a small fight. In the end, Feng Tianlin also lowered his head and ran to the Beast Breeders Association to ask Chen Fan to help breed the beasts. The two sides laughed away their grudges. Even if Feng Tianlin didn't bow his head, it was impossible for the Feng family to deal with Chen Fan for this matter. But this matter with the Li family is different. Kill Li Xinghe. Kill so many people in the Li family. Henry Chu suddenly said, "The people from the Nightmare Court killed Li Xinghe. The Li family will never let this matter go." "Huh?" Shen Taotao was stunned. "Isn't that Li Xinghe?" Boom! Yi Hao hit Shen Taotao's head with his fist. Shen Taotao was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Who is Li Xinghe? What happened to Li Xinghe? I have never heard of this name. I only care about one thing. After arriving at the #1 martial arts university in the Demon City, can I change to a higher level armor?" The eyes of Chu Xian and the other 3 fell on the broken armor on Chen Fan. "This is a battle armor that costs hundreds of millions of alliance coins. I didn't expect it to be useless so soon." Wrong. Xian Chu and Yi Hao looked at each other with confusion. The armors worn by the 3 of them were of the same level as the armor worn by Chen Fan. But how could an armor of this level be able to block a claw from the 6th level? After the strong man from the nightmare court turned into a demon, he was probably even stronger than an ordinary 6th level warrior. With one claw, he could only tear Chen Fan's armor apart. Stop looking! Chen Fan rolled his eyelids and said, I still have several layers of shields on my body. Do you think my armor is the only way to save my life? But now Tao is right. We really need to get a more powerful armor to do it. Don't be like those idiots in the Nightmare Garden. They think they are very powerful and walk around in black robes. If they wear armor like ours, how can it be so easy to kill them? Chu Xian and the other 3. Chen Fan added, Don't rush today. Let's set out tomorrow morning to see if there is a bigger cave nearby. Find a bigger cave to rest. Chu Xian and the other 3 dispersed, and Desert Wind Eagle and Xiao He also flew out. They searched around and found a relatively large cave. A group of people rushed in with the Beast Masters, beat up a group of blue-eyed gargoyles in the cave, and drove them all out. Then, they moved a big stone and blocked the entrance of the cave. It's quiet at night. Chu Xian and Yi Hao closed their eyes and turned around, running the holy demon art, and they all fell into cultivation. Chen Fan, who was seriously injured, rarely had any leisure time, so he laid down in a pile of weeds and fell into a deep sleep. The sky is dark and gray. It was foggy, cold and damp. Chen Fan carried a mountain-like pillar and ran wildly in the void. Behind him, there seemed to be some terrible enemy chasing him. What the hell? Where am I? What am I doing? Why run with a pillar on your back? Chen Fan wanted to throw the pillar down, but the pillar stuck to his body and couldn't be thrown away at all. However, these thoughts only flashed through his mind. Soon, Chen Fan felt a palpitation in his heart, because, from behind, a murderous red shadow is getting closer and closer. Yi Hongyan's voice came from afar. Chen Fan, keep the Tontian Divine Pillar. That is the foundation of our Dutian Yi clan. You bastard. You stole our Dutian Yi clan's artifact and ruined our Dutian Yi clan's life. You're in a hurry. Don't let me catch you. If I catch you, I will peel off your skin, twitch your muscles, bruise your bones, and scatter you into ashes. Chen Fan shouted without looking back. Come on. I'm afraid of you. Let's see if you can catch me. What responded to him was a sword light. A terrifying sword light spread across the sky, and a sword slashed down. Chen Fan was startled and ran out. The sword light fell and split a star into 2 halves. The 2 separated halves of the stars exploded instantly. This crazy woman! Chen Fan put all his energy into sucking the milk. He wanted to throw away the Tontian Divine Pillar, but I don't know why. But I just can't throw it away. Behind, Yi Hongyan was chasing after her. In the darkness, there seemed to be a pair of strange eyes watching them. Chen Fan felt a little frightened. He wanted to fly faster, but his speed became slower and slower, as if he was stuck in a quagmire. Yi Hongyan chases closer. What to do? Suddenly, a huge vortex of stars appeared in front of him. Countless huge stars gathered together, twinkling with light. Ha 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 ha! Chen Fan laughed wildly. Yi Hongyan, I have reached the dark abyss. This is my territory. You dare to step into the dark abyss. Those old monsters won't let you go. With that said, Chen Fan carried the huge divine pillar to the sky and jumped into the dark vortex. Call! As soon as he entered the dark abyss, endless demonic energy swept over him, making Chen Fan energetic. His speed suddenly increased, and like a meteorite, he fell towards the dark abyss, layer by layer. You can't run away! Above, Yi Hongyan's voice came again. Mud! This crazy bitch! How dare you rush into the dark abyss? Chen Fan was furious. The next moment, a pair of extremely evil eyes appeared in the dark abyss. Empress Dutian Yi Hongyan dares to break into the dark abyss. What a courage! Kill her! Tear her apart! In the darkness, a demon larger than the stars appeared. One by one, the devil's claws were grabbing at Yi Hongyan. The space seemed to be scratched to pieces. Roll! Yi Hongyan gave a sweet scolding, and colorful lights flashed around her body. The 5 divine stones bloomed with light and shot out like lightning. Boom, boom, boom! As 5 loud noises were heard. 5 demon gods were beaten to death in an instant. But this time, it's like poking a hornet's nest. In the darkness, more terrifying demons stood out. Chen Fan, who was flying quickly towards the bottom of the dark abyss, suddenly slowed down. He raised his head and glanced above hesitantly. Immediately, Chen Fan suddenly rushed upward. He carried the huge Tontian Divine Pillar and used the Tontian Divine Pillar as a stick. and hit the head of a demon with one stick. Boom! The terrifying demon never expected that Chen Fan would suddenly return, let alone that Chen Fan would take action against him. With one careless move, his entire body was smashed to pieces in an instant. Chen Fan! Presumptuous! Bastard thing! You want to die! The demon became furious. Hack you! Chen Fan waved the heaven-bearing divine pillar and smashed it at the group of demons that were bigger than the stars. If you want to kill Yi Hongyan, it's up to me to kill her. If anyone dares to touch her, I will let your ashes be mixed with rice, and your family tree will ascend to heaven. Chen Fan swung the heaven-bearing divine pillar and smashed it hard, breaking a bloody path. Yi Hongyan's body swayed and landed on the Tantian divine pillar. Chen Fan carried the Tantian divine pillar and sank down like lightning, disappearing into the darkness. Two lunatics! The devil actually colluded with the gods. What a shame! They can't run away. Empress Dutian entered the dark abyss and still wants to get out alive? It's just a dream. Above the void, a demon god watched Chen Fan take Yi Hongyan away, but did not pursue him. The dark abyss is divided into many layers, and each layer is equivalent to a different world. Except for a lunatic like Chen Fan. No one would run around like this and invade the territory of other demon gods at will. This is a taboo. A pair of eyes filled with murderous intent and evil thoughts watched Chen Fan take Yi Hongyan away. On top of the Tantian divine pillar, Yi Hongyan was flying in a red dress. Her eyes seemed to penetrate the huge Tantian divine pillar, and she glanced coldly at Chen Fan below. There was an unnoticeable smile on the corner of her mouth. Suddenly, the 5 colorful sacred stones surrounding her quickly flashed and appeared around Chen Fan out of thin air. Chen Fan was stunned, and his body was immediately frozen in the void, unable to move. Next moment, the red shadow flashed, and Yi Hongyan stabbed his neck with the long sword in her hand. Grass! Chen Fan jumped up, sat up, and covered his neck. Ah! Ah! It hurts! It hurts! Because the movement was too violent. The wound was torn, and Chen Fan screamed strangely. Chu Xian and the other 3 immediately gathered around. Yi Hao looked strange and said, Brother Fan, you actually have nightmares? Chen Fan touched his neck, glanced at the dim cave, and breathed a sigh of relief. Nonsense! Who doesn't have nightmares? Shin Tao came over. Brother Fan, what are you dreaming about? That all you said just now scared me so much that I got goosebumps. When you were chased by Hong Quan, I didn't see you so panicked. Right. Chen Fan subconsciously touched his neck again. It's indeed okay. A dream indeed. But this dream was too clear and a bit too scary. Irritable. I dreamed about Yi Hongyan again. Every time I have this kind of dream, I either turn into a skeleton or I am being hunted. This time it was better. He was immediately chased by Yi Hongyan. Chen Fan took a breath and said, I dreamed of a woman. Originally, she was chasing me. And then she was surrounded and killed again. Then I helped her. And then she ungratefully stabbed me in the neck with a sword. As he spoke, Chen Fan wiped his forehead. I was so scared that I broke out in a cold sweat. Yi Hao couldn't help laughing. Brother Fan, you were chased and almost killed yesterday. It's normal to have such a dream. It's just a dream. Don't worry too much. Why a woman? Weren't you chased by a man yesterday? Shin Tao said a little strangely. Henry Chu suddenly said leisurely. Chen Fan is very young. At the age of a wolf and a tiger. He dreams many dreams every day. And every dream comes from spring. Yi Hao and Shin Tao grinned. Chen Fan grabbed the weeds on the ground and threw them at Henry Chu. Yi Hao sighed and said, Oh, if you had listened to me and gone to the first secret realm to catch a succubus, why would you have so many worries now? After arriving in the magic city, I don't know when I will be able to return to Donghai City. Shin Tao said, Magic City is one of the 2 major cities in our Tang Kingdom. There must be many beauties there. When the time comes, he. Chen Fan rolled his eyelids. Get out. Is it really a dream? Although this dream was chaotic, it was very clear. Even the eyes of those demons, and the terrifying evil thoughts emanating from those demons. Chen Fan could clearly sense it. Dark Abyss. Dutianyi clan. These didn't just appear once in a dream. However, this dream was a bit too exaggerated. How could there be a demon as big as a star? Yi Hongyan also split the stars with one strike of her sword. In addition, isn't Yi Hongyan the empress of the demon clan? Why did the dream say something about the empress of all heavens? Very messy. It feels like my head is full of mush. Why do I often dream that I turn into a little skeleton? Why would I go to that eerie place and hang out with the devil? Etc. It was like a bolt of lightning struck Chen Fan's head. Demon? On the system panel, there is now a skill called Whisper of the Demon King, waiting to be activated. Is it a coincidence? How unreasonable. Next time you meet Yi Hongyan, be sure to ask her clearly. When she pointed at her forehead in Qixing Shanshu Yunjian. What exactly did she do? From that day on, I had these weird dreams every day when I went to sleep. And I couldn't even live. Who the L wants to be chased in their dreams all day long? I was being chased in my dreams. And every time I felt like I was stuck in a quagmire. And I couldn't run fast. Sometimes, I can't even fly. That feeling is really terrible. Yi Hongyan, this woman, is poisonous. Not only did he steal my 5-colored sacred stone, he also gave me nightmares every day. Chen Fan rubbed his temples with a headache, looked at Henry Chu and the others and said, Have you heard of the Dark Abyss? Have you heard of the Dutingyi clan? Henry Chu and the other 3 shook their heads. Yi Hao was stunned for a moment and said, Brother Fan, is this something in your dream? Isn't it difficult for ordinary people to recall dreams after waking up? Do you still remember the place in the dream? Take a look at Qiandu. Qiandu shit. Is there any network signal here? Chen Fan shook his head and glanced at the smart bracelet. It's past 7 in the morning. Chen Fan took out another elixir refined with blood petal cow, swallowed it, and then stood up. Just keep on your way, Chen Fan said. More than 400 miles after passing through the Shining Fireflies Swamp. That is the area of the Magic City. It is considered a safe zone. The Sparkling Fireflies Swamp doesn't have as many big trees blocking the road as the Broken Soul Mountain Range. And the monster levels are much lower. We can speed up a little bit. Still no network signal. After arriving at the Sparkling Fire Swamp, let's see if there is any network signal. I don't know how Zhenqing and Uncle Qian are doing. Henry Chu said, The target of the Nightmare Court is us. There is no need for them to chase Uncle Qian and Zhenqing. Not to mention they have flying beasts. Yeah. Chen Fan nodded. After the 4 of them ate something, they immediately left the cave. Yi Hao rides the sacred bull of heaven and brings the shadow demon tied into rice dumplings. Shen Tao rides a dragon-blooded lion with a woman who is also tied up. Chen Fan and Chu Xian, together with Xiao Bai Gongzi, rode the heavy beetle king. Ahead, Xiao He and Desert Wind Eagle were exploring the path. On the right, Xiao Qing, the highest-ranking person, is taking his time. The 3 beasts increased their speed and rushed into the Sparkling Fireflies Swamp like a whirlwind. Just when they entered the glowing swamp, behind a big tree at the edge of the Sparkling Firefly Swamp, a circle of smoke rose up and turned into a sea of clouds. Yun Songhai put his hands behind his back, looked at Chen Fan and others in the distance, and smiled slightly. Then, his body turned into smoke again and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 191 met someone from the Li family. The mountain wind is howling and chilling. The heavy beetle king and 3 other beasts, along with Chen Fan and others, stopped on the edge of a cliff halfway up a mountain. Shen Dao howled miserably and said, Brother Fan, please rest before leaving. I feel like my bones have been shattered. The woman riding the dragon-blooded lion with him tilted her head and vomited with a sound. Yi Hao had a look of disdain on his face. Is this the 3rd level? You still get motion sickness while riding a beast? The woman on the back of the dragon-blooded lion was furious. You know nothing. I'm tied up like a rice dumpling by you guys. I can't lie down. I can't lie down. This crazy dragon-blooded lion is jumping around. Jumping several meters high. It's not as smooth as the heavy beetle king. I'm like this, all the bones were broken by it. Yi Hao glanced at Chen Fan and Chu Xian enviously. The heavy beetle king has many legs, moves smoothly, and is quite fast. But the dragon-blooded lion is as powerful as the sacred cow. The most important thing is that neither Shen Tao nor he has ever ridden his beast like this for such a long time without stopping before. Let's take a rest. Chen Fan jumped off the heavy beetle king and lay directly on the grass. The grass in this world is really comfortable. The weeds are tall, dense, and very resilient. Once you lie down, you will feel so comfortable that you are willing to get up. But most people wouldn't dare to be as bold as Chen Fan, because no one knows whether a nest of snakes or some scary monster will emerge from the grass a few meters high. Xiao Bai jumped down and got into Chen Fan's arms. Gongzi and Fei Sui also jumped over and used Chen Fan's thigh as a pillow. Xiao Qing was more cautious, and he and Lao Yuan were on the left and right, and started to be vigilant. In the jungle and on the mountains, there are dangers everywhere, and they don't dare to be careless at all. My waist. Shen Tao rubbed his waist and said, Xian Chu, you will ride the dragon-blooded mad lion later. And I will ride the heavy beetle king. Right. Henry Chu. Get out. Hack. Shen Naodao laid down next to Chen Fan. When the dragon-blooded lion saw a group of people resting there, he jerked his body and knocked the woman on his back, flying out with a bang. Your uncles. The woman fell to the grass and cursed in anger. A fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken. It doesn't matter if she is bullied by those little brats. Even the beasts bully her. Sudden. Yi Hao said in surprise. There's a signal! Brother Fan. There's a signal! Chen Fan said without raising his head. It's more than 100 miles away from the Shining Firefly's swamp. If you calculate it, it's relatively close to the Demon City. It should be only more than 200 miles away. Less than 300 miles away. Ask Chen Qing and Uncle Qian how they are doing. Asking. Yi Hao said. Ha ha ha. It's okay. It's all okay. They have already arrived at the Magic City before us. Old Qin from Donghai City dared to come over and pinched a 6th level person to death. The other one was also maimed. Having said this, Yi Hao glanced at the woman on the grass warily and said no more. According to what the woman said, 2 6th level people came to the Nightmare Court this time. Those 2 people seriously injured Uncle Qian and Jin Qing. But later, Chen Fan encountered a seriously injured 6th level person in the Dust Fog Canyon. Now it seems that the seriously injured 6th level person was injured by Mr. Qin. So he was half dead before being hunted down by 2 5th level people from the Heavenly Demon Sect. And finally had to be forcibly transformed into a demon. Shen Taodao said. Howsy? Quickly send them a location and ask them to send someone to pick us up. Although we haven't encountered any crises along the way, we must take precautions. What if they guard the road? Before Shen Naodao could finish his words, Chen Fan covered his mouth with a pile of weeds. Chen Fan said with a dark face. I'm not afraid of the Nightmare Garden. I'm just afraid of your crow's mouth. Shen Taodao spat out the weeds in his mouth in a grieved manner and said. If you're not afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of what happens. Chen Fan glared. You still said that. Stop talking. Stop talking. Shen Taodao waved his hands and said. Brother Fan, you are all prejudiced against me. Do I have such a clever mouth? If you are so smart, then I predict that we will pick up 4 magic weapons on the way to the Magic City. Chu Xian, who was sitting on Chen Fan's right hand, said calmly. The crow's mouth means that good things don't work when you say them, but bad things work when you say them. Shen Taodao's forehead was covered with black lines. Get out! Yi Hao also came over. I sent the location. Sister Qing said that this is a safe zone. Let us go there by ourselves. Shen Taodao rolled his eyes and said. They are really in danger. It's so irresponsible to leave us and go to the Magic City first. What kind of safe zone is there? The people from the Nightmare Garden were all beaten directly outside Donghai City. Are those crazy people so afraid of demons? They are still 300 miles away from the Demon City, so they don't dare to get close? Why do I not believe it so much? On Qixing Mountain, a large number of 9th level people died. I have never heard of any other force that can have so many 9th level people. Except for us, the Tang State. There are not many other small countries with 9th level realm. Right. Now that such a terrifying force is chasing us, how can they feel relieved? I think they don't take us seriously at all. Can you please stop saying a few words? This guy was crackling like a machine gun. When he said these words, Chen Fan felt like his head was getting big. It was like 500 ducks quacking in my ears. Chen Fan was so angry that he wanted to cover Shen Nao's mouth again. Even Henry Chu couldn't help but frown. Yi Hao rolled his eyes and said, After I just found out that there was a signal, I checked my phone and WeChat. Sister Qing on WeChat only sent 1 sentence. Where are you now? Shen Taodao was furious. He is heartless and irresponsible. Chen Fan glanced at WeChat and said, She only sent me a message, asking us to be more careful. Shen Taodao yelled again. You are so heartless and ungrateful. Chen Fan and Henry Chu looked at each other and nodded slightly. Looking at it like this, Zhen Qing and Uncle Qian are not worried at all. The messages sent on WeChat are all so perfunctory. From this point of view, it seems that Donghai City actually has other plans. Maybe there are other more powerful beings protecting them secretly? Chen Fan smiled and stretched. Yi Hao shook his head. As the old saying goes, a piece of grass on the ground is a treasure. Shen Taoao was stunned. What do you mean? Yi Hao. It's not interesting. I just suddenly became very interested in poetry and couldn't help but recite it. Shen Taoao. Get out! Chen Fan. When he first arrived in this world, Chen Fan once said this to the Invisible Saw on the Beast Control Forum. This guy Howsy. Everyone rested for 10 minutes. And after eating and drinking, they stood up. Chen Fan walked to the edge of the cliff and said, "There is a big river in the distance. The map shows that it is called Dongjiang. After crossing the Dongjiang River, you can sleep peacefully. You guys should go around the mountain road over there." "You guys?" Yi Hao was stunned for a moment. "Brother Fan, where are you?" Chen Fan smiled proudly. "I'll fly down from here. I am in the 6th level. Different from you rookies." Yi Hao and 3 others. After Chen Fan sent Xiao Bai and the others back to the beast controlling space, he had his hands behind his back, and a pair of translucent wings appeared behind him. Then, he flew up lightly and flew down diagonally. Yi Hao looked envious and said, "Hey, how great would it be if our beast master had the ability to fly?" Henry Chu. "Even if you have the skill to fly, it's useless. You haven't reached the 3rd level. How can you borrow the skill of controlling beasts?" Yi Hao blinked and said, "Doesn't it feel great every time you do a last-ditch attack like this?" Henry Chu nodded. "Yes." Yi Hao. Shen Tao. "Stop talking nonsense. Brother Fan has already gone down. Let's go down the mountain road quickly." The 3 of them immediately got on the beast and quickly went down the mountain road. When the 3 caught up with Chen Fan was sitting by the river watching people fishing. The uncle, dressed in coarse cloth and wearing a bamboo hat, looked as motionless as a stone sculpture. Chen Fan turned around and made a hush gesture to the 3 people behind Henry Chu. After a while, the fishing rod sank suddenly. "A fish is hooked. A big fish." The uncle grinned. "It's been 3 days, and I finally caught this kingfish." The words just fell. A big fish more than 10 meters long popped up in the river, and then its head jerked. Plop! The uncle was dragged directly into the river. In the river, a large group of fish rushed over fiercely. Water jets and water cannons were fired indiscriminately. The scene was very chaotic. Chen Fan shook his head and sighed. "Are people fishing? Or are fish fishing people? Now, go down and help." Shen Tao subconsciously took a step back and said, "Brother Fan, the fish in this river are much stronger than the fish in our Qinxing River in Dahai City. I can't beat them if I go down. Even if I can beat them, what if they bite my penis? My armor mainly only strengthens the defense of the hips, but does not strengthen the defense of the lower part." Chen Fan and 3 others. At this time, the uncle in the river gave a light drink, and a circle of energy exploded around his body. On the water, a large number of fish immediately turned up their white bellies. Blood dyed the river red. Then, the uncle carried the kingfish, flew out of the river, and jumped to the ground. Shen Tao couldn't help but ask, "Uncle, your cultivation is so strong that you can kill a lot of fish with just one palm strike. Why are you still fishing here?" Chen Fan said, "You know nothing. Fishing and killing fish are the same concept. Fishing is a kind of loneliness. A kind of loneliness. Those who like fishing like the process of fishing." The uncle nodded repeatedly and glanced at Chen Fan twice, feeling as if he had met a confidant. Chen Fan added, "Those who really like fishing love it to the depths of their souls." The uncle nodded again. Chen Fan added, "A person who really likes fishing will not be able to help but throw a rod even when he reaches Naiha Bridge." Uncle. After giving Chen Fan a speechless look, the uncle rolled his eyelids and asked, "Where do you guys come from?" Chen Fan and others were just about to speak. A large number of hurricane griffins suddenly flew over from the other side of the river. The hurricane griffin was still 7 or 8 meters above the ground, and 3 people jumped off the back of the griffin. The moment the 3 men in battle armor landed, their feet stomped on the ground, and the gravel exploded. Chen Fan and the other 4 looked dissatisfied. The uncle smiled and said nothing. I saw the 3 people walking over with gloomy faces, and glanced at Chen Fan and the others with squinted eyes. Then, the leading middle-aged man said coldly, "Aren't you from the Magic City?" Chen Fan grinned. "So what if it is? So what if it's not?" The leading middle-aged man's face darkened and he said, "I ask you a question, and you answer it well. Otherwise, what?" Chen Fan's eyes also turned slightly cold. The leading middle-aged man sneered and said, "Otherwise, I might make you lose all limbs." Shawing! 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 Chen Fan and others took out their weapons at the same time. "Come!" Chen Fan said grimly. "I want to see how capable you are of making me lose all my limbs." As soon as he finished speaking, summoning arrays appeared all around, except for the orange cat. Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai all climbed out of the summoning circle, and Chu Xian and others also summoned their own beasts. Reasons can only be discussed with reasonable people. Reasoning with unreasonable people is a complete waste of time. Are the people in Magic City great? Can you kill people at will? Then it depends on whether you have this ability. Huh? The middle-aged man at the head couldn't help but let out a sigh when he saw this group of beasts. Even among the geniuses from the top families in the Demon City, few at this age can own more than 3 beasts. These guys. The fierceness in the eyes of the middle-aged man who headed the group dissipated a lot. And he said in a deep voice, "We are from the Lee family in the Demon City. The Lee family had an accident in Shining Firefly's swamp. So all this time, we've been investigating. Who are you? Why are you here? Have you ever been to the Sparkling Firefly's swamp?" Chin Fan and the other 2 people's hearts trembled slightly. People from the Lee family. Without communication. How did they know so quickly that something had happened to Li Xinghe and the old man? Henry Chu took a step forward and said, "We are students from Donghai City. We were escorted to the #1 martial arts university in the Demon City. We were attacked by the Nightmare Garden on the way to the Demon City. We just arrived near Dongjiang. People from East China Sea City?" The expression of the leading middle-aged man changed. "You passed through the Sparkling Firefly's swamp and were attacked by the Nightmare Garden in the Sparkling Firefly's swamp?" "No," Henry Chu said. "We were attacked by the Nightmare Garden in the Broken Soul Mountain Range. Later, we were separated from the few strong men who protected us. We hid in the mountains for 2 days before coming all the way north." The middle-aged man at the head glanced at the red cloak on Henry Chu's body, then at the dark-blooded stone man beside Henry Chu, and said thoughtfully, "Are you Xian Chu from the Chu family in Donghai City?" Henry Chu nodded slightly. "Not bad." The leader's middle-aged man's expression softened a lot. "Did you encounter anyone from the Nightmare Garden in the Sparkling Firefly's swamp? Did you encounter anything strange?" Henry Chu shook his head. "No. The Sparkling Firefly's swamp is different from the Broken Soul Mountain Range. The monster level is relatively lower and the terrain is relatively flat. So we ran all the way without stopping for a moment." The middle-aged man in the lead slowly glanced over Chen Fan and the others. Then, his eyes fell on the woman on the back of the dragon blood lion. "Who is she?" the middle-aged man asked. "Why are you tied with chains?" Chapter 192. That night, 3 people had insomnia. The eyes of the 3 people from the Li family fell on the woman, who was tied up in chains at the same time. Before Chen Fan and the other 4 could speak, the middle-aged man at the head suddenly stared at the woman's black robe. The woman's black robe was embroidered with a devil's head. The Court of Nightmares. The 3 members of the Li family were shocked. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed, and with one step, he grabbed the woman on the back of the dragon-blooded lion. Roar! The dragon-blooded lion was furious and turned his head to create a stream of flames. Call! A semicircular shield immediately appeared in front of the middle-aged man. The flames hit the shield and bounced outward like water. "Have you asked me?" Chen Fan dodged and struck the middle-aged man with a knife. The middle-aged man snorted, turned slightly, then took a step back. While avoiding Chen Fan's knife, he casually slapped Chen Fan with his left hand. The fierce and domineering palm wind stirred up dust all over the sky and blasted towards Chen Fan. Chen Faniran was not afraid. Instead of retreating, he advanced and slashed out with one slash. The sword light and the palm print collided instantly. Boom! Violent energy rippled out. Both Chen Fan and the middle-aged man took 3 steps back. Be bold! The other 2 people shouted angrily at the same time. And the people on the griffins in the air all jumped down. And Chen Fan and the others were the only ones surrounding him. Hiss! Gongzi bared his teeth. Xiaobai's body is also flashing with thunder and lightning. Ready to go. The old ape had already used the shadow canopy to sneak up behind one of them. Bold? Chen Fan grinned. You didn't tell me you were from the Li family before. Why did I think you were the eunuchs beside the emperor? Tell me how bold you are. I'm really brave. If you dare to take another step forward, don't blame me for killing you. Chen Fan could not determine the cultivation level of these people. But judging from the palm of the middle-aged man just now, the other party is at most a 4th grade. 3rd and 4th level heaven. Within the 5th rank, Chen Fan has nothing to fear. Although his injuries have not been completely healed. He has swallowed so many pills refined by the Blood Petal Flower King. And Yihao's Holy Moon Morning Glory has been using healing spells on him. Now his star power has stabilized. Hee! The middle-aged man at the head sneered again and again. The younger generation is to be feared. How dare these little brats go against the Li family? Boy, hand over the prisoners of the Nightmare Garden to me. Chen Fan said coldly. What if I refuse? Gongzi's eyes moved, and his bloodthirsty had already been activated. Above the heads of Chen Fan, Chu Xian, and a group of royal beasts, A blood-red crown flashed away. The middle-aged man frowned. He knew more or less about these people in Dahai City, especially the Chu family. At first, everyone thought that the old man of the Chu family was only in the 6th level. But with so many big families in the Tang dynasty, who dares to underestimate the Chu family? Who dares to touch the Chu family? Although Chu Qingcheng has been missing for 18 years, this name alone is enough to keep the Chu family standing. Some time ago, the Court of Nightmares attacked Dahai City, Chu Tian, and exposed his 8th level cultivation, and then used thunderous means to crush 2 8th level experts from the Court of Nightmares to death in 2 or 3 moves. His reputation was shocked. Now among this group of people, there is a boy from the Chu family. The middle-aged man cast his gaze on Henry Chu and said, Xian Chu, this matter has nothing to do with you. Please go aside to prevent my people from accidentally hurting you. Henry Chu's face was expressionless. The middle-aged man secretly hated this little brat from the Chu family and said coldly, Take down all these brats. I suspect they are in collusion with the Nightmare Court. The words just fell. Crack! Lightning flashed on the field. Chen Fan appeared directly behind the middle-aged man. Brush! With a series of afterimages, the sword light struck at the middle-aged man's head. At the same time, Xiaobai, Gongzi and the others, as well as Chu Xian and the others, each targeted a member of the Li family and rushed out at the same time. Court death! The middle-aged man sensed Chen Fan's sharp sword energy behind him, turned around, made a fist with 5 fingers of his right hand, and wanted to kill Chen Fan with 1 punch. But the moment he suddenly turned around, he immediately saw Chen Fan's sword clearly. 9 sky-breaking swords! The middle-aged man was so worried that he could no longer care about anything else. He rolled out like a donkey, narrowly avoiding Chen Fan's knife. Stop! The middle-aged man rolled on the ground, stood up and shouted loudly. The Li family members immediately retreated at the same time. But the field is in chaos. Xiaobai and Gongzi will not listen to his orders. The Li family retreated, but Xiaobai and the others seized the opportunity. Xiaoqing used a rock cannon and directly blew one person away, lying on the ground with blood spurting out. Xiaobai's lightning chain linked all the Li family members except the middle-aged people. Although her lightning chain is difficult to damage those in the 4th level, but below the 3rd level and 3rd level, unless she has armor with strong defense, she will encounter them every second. As soon as the lightning chain came out, the people of the Li family immediately laid down on a large area. Gongzi, Xiaoqing and the others rushed out to hit the target, and severely wounded a group of Li family members in a few strokes. The old ape made a sneak attack from behind, and after grabbing a claw on the thigh of one of them, regardless of whether it was successful or not, he moved behind the other person with a ghostly step, and grabbed the person's ankle with his right claw. When Chu Xian and Yihao moved their hands, they were like tigers descending the mountain. Although the 3 of them are still at the 2nd level, they don't dare to take on the high-grade mysterious weapons in their hands even if they are at the 4th level. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. Among the large group of Li family members, only he and 3 others were left standing on the field. Everyone else was lying on the ground, howling and screaming. Maid! The middle-aged man was shocked and angry. Originally, a group of people from the Li family surrounded a few imps in Dahai City. Now the situation is completely reversed. The 4 of them, Chen Fan and a large group of beasts, surrounded the 3 of them. You can fight if you want to, and stop if you want to stop, Chen Fan said calmly. What do you think you are? The middle-aged man clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, Are you from the Bai family or the Zhang family? Bai Rouge from the Bai family has never practiced the 9 heaven-destroying swords. Who are you? Chen Fan tilted his head. Who am I to care about your affairs? The middle-aged man's eyes twitched twice. If other people had said such things to him, he would have been unable to hold back. But a person who has practiced the 9 sky-breaking swords, the Zhang family in the imperial capital, is not something that the Li family in the magical capital can provoke. The Zhang family in the imperial capital was not only the #1 beast-breeding family in the Tang kingdom, but the Zhang family was one of the patron saints of the Tang kingdom, and was very famous. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and said, Sorry, I just saw the people in the Nightmare Garden, so I was a little impulsive. Everyone knows that the Nightmare Court is our mortal enemy. That is the most evil and terrifying organization in the world. Chen Fan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, Give me 50 million, and I will pretend that this matter never happened. Otherwise, I don't care who you are from the Li family or the Lu family. You will all be missing limbs today. Are you him? The middle-aged man almost fainted out of breath. The group of people lying on the ground and the two people next to the middle-aged man also had their eyes widened with disbelief. What's wrong with this world? Someone actually blackmailed someone to come to the Lee family in the magical city? Will you pay him back 50 million as soon as you ask? Are you talking about happy beans? Crack! Chen Fan disappeared out of thin air. The middle-aged man was startled. Be careful! But when he just stepped aside, someone on his right had already screamed. An arm flew up. After Chen Fan flashed with lightning, he chopped off the man's right arm with one strike. You dare! The middle-aged man was furious, and his fists flashed with fire. Chen Fan had no expression on his face. After kicking away the man whose hand he had severed, he quickly dodged and struck the middle-aged man with the first sword of the 9 heaven-breaking swords again. The middle-aged man at the head was also frightened by the 9 sky-breaking swords. He didn't care whether he could block it or not, and moved to the side again. Here, Chu Xian and Yi Hao quickly retreated with all the beasts. Shao Qing, the most powerful among them, rushed forward quickly and blasted the middle-aged man with a rock cannon. The last person wanted to help the middle-aged man, but was attacked by the old ape. He grabbed his leg with his claws and fell to the ground instantly. There was only one middle-aged man left on the field. In the front is Chen Fan. Behind is the green crystal demon fox. Ha! The middle-aged man clenched his fists and opened a shield. A circular shield immediately wrapped his whole body. Chen Fan's sword and Shao Qing's rock cannon blasted at the shield at the same time. Boom! The shield shattered, and the rock Shao Qing had punched exploded into nothingness. But Chen Fan's sword only dimmed a little, and finally hit the middle-aged man's chest. The middle-aged man groaned. His armor shattered, and Tang Tang took 3 steps back. The long sword in Chen Fan's hand flashed again, and he immediately wanted to pursue the victory. I promise you! The middle-aged man shouted angrily. I'll give you 50 million! Chen Fan put away the long knife and laughed. You should have told me earlier! As he spoke, he waved slightly. Xiao Bai, Gongzi and the others immediately rushed towards a Li family member, who fell to the ground. Thunder blades and sharp claws were all placed on the necks of those people. As long as middle-aged people dare to play tricks, a group of beast masters can kill these people in an instant. The middle-aged man looked at this scene, and his eyes jumped a few times. Chen Fan walked over with a smile, and turned on his smart watch. Transfer the money. What a shame! The middle-aged man's forehead was covered with black lines. But he had to turn on his smart watch. He is not afraid of Chen Fan. With his strength, if Chen Fan wanted to escape, there was nothing he could do. But does he really dare to escape? He could escape, but this group of people would probably all die. In the Magic City, most people would not dare to kill members of the Li family like this. But these little devils can do anything. As for the Chu family, Zhang family, and the Li family, they can't afford to offend them. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and transferred 50 million to Chen Fan. Chen Fan smiled brightly and nodded. Boss, happy cooperation. Cooperate with you. If you hadn't been able to cut the sky with 9 swords, I would have killed you even if I was seriously injured today. When Chen Fan made a gesture, Xiao Bai, Gongzi and the others immediately let go of the Li family. Xiao Heifei landed on Chen Fan's shoulder and sighed. Oh, these people from the Li family are so rubbish. I don't even have a chance to take action. How lonely. The middle-aged man's eyes turned black, and he almost fainted. It's okay to be bullied by a few young boys. After all, the origin of the other party is strange, and the identity is unknown. But a black crow dares to laugh at himself, which is unbearable. Sudden, the middle-aged man's eyes fell on the uncle, who had been watching a show by the river, and his body suddenly tensed up. Before that, the uncle wore a bamboo hat and wore very ordinary clothes, just like a farmer, and did not attract any attention at all. But at this moment, he raised his head slightly, just enough for the middle-aged man to see his face. The middle-aged man's body began to tremble as if shaking. But the uncle wearing a bamboo hat just glanced at him briefly, turned around, sat down on the small bench by the river, and continued fishing. Seeing the middle-aged man trembling non-stop, Chen Fan said coldly, What? Why don't you get out? Do you want to make another deal with me? The middle-aged man came to his senses, glared at Chen Fan fiercely, waved his hand, led a group of limping guys, mounted the griffin, and left quickly. Chen Fan waved towards the fishing uncle. Uncle, let's go! The uncle didn't look back, waved his hand casually and said, The Li family will retaliate for their anger. You little guys should be careful when you arrive in the Magic City. Retribution is inevitable. Chen Fan laughed. Do they still dare to kill us in the Demon City? The fishing uncle smiled. Immediately, he suddenly stood up and held his head with both hands. My fish king! My fish king! Chen Fan took a look at the four of them. The big fish that the uncle carried up from the river before has disappeared without knowing it. The fish king apparently jumped back into the river and escaped while the uncle was watching the show. The fish he caught can still run away. But this uncle doesn't seem to be very reliable. Let's go! Let's go to the magic city! Chen Fan shook his head. And after letting Lao Yuan and Shao Qing return to the beast control space, he swayed and jumped on the back of the heavy beetle king. On the other side, Shen Daodao also rode on the dragon-blooded lion. Chen Fan felt something was wrong. This guy usually dances the most, and has a mouth like a machine gun that can't be blocked. Why has he suddenly become taciturn? Chen Fan asked the heavy beetle king to move closer and asked, What's the matter? Are you worried about the Li family? No. Shen Daodao shook his head, raised his head, glanced towards the magic city, opened his mouth, and said after a while, I have a brother in the magic city that I have known for many years. Chen Fan was stunned. Then you will see him soon. Shouldn't you be happy? Shen Daodao seemed not to have heard Chen Fan's words and continued. He is 3 years older than me. He is like my elder brother. I also introduced his girlfriend to him. Xian Chu and Yi Hao both looked at Shen Daodao with sideways eyes. What the hell is this guy talking about? Shen Daodao continued. Some time before the start of this semester, he and his girlfriend came to Donghai City. I took them to stay at the Shen family's hotel and drank wine all night. In the end, I even stayed in the hotel. In the middle of the night, I couldn't sleep, so I just used star power to communicate with my body. As a result, there was a snapping sound next door. Yi Hao was happy. Say, keep talking. Chen Fan. Henry Chu frowned and asked, What is the sound of snapping? Applause? Chen Fan and Yi Hao. Shen Daodao said quietly. When I heard that sound and was secretly laughing, my brother's girlfriend screamed with excitement. Yi Hao stood on the back of the sacred cow, rubbing his hands in excitement. How exciting! Shen Daodao looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle and said, I never expected that his girlfriend actually called out my name. Chen Fan and 3 others. Shen Daodao's eyes were full of confusion. Yes, it's my name. I was completely messed up at that time. The whole world also became extremely quiet in an instant. That night, Doi, was possessed. That night, I couldn't argue. That night, 3 people suffered from insomnia. Chen Fan and Yi Hao. Henry Chu was silent for a moment, then turned to look at Chen Fan beside him. What on earth is he talking about? Chen Fan. Chapter 193 The Far North. Throne of Glacier. In mist. It was as if someone was singing a sad song. That voice. Soft. Long. Mysterious. Chen Fan glanced at his skeleton and felt very sad. Why in the dark abyss? Many demons weaker than him can turn into human form. And he has been unable to form a physical body? The old demon dragon said that as long as Chen Fan stole the Tongtian divine pillar from the Dutian divine realm and refined the Tongtian divine pillar into his own backbone, Chen Fan would be able to condense his divine body. Chen Fan sneered. The Tongtian divine pillar is the treasure of the Dushanai clan. Want to steal the divine pillar? The old devil dragon may not be able to do it himself. That thing has many roots, which have supported the Dutian divine realm since ancient times. If he really stole that thing, even if he hid at the bottom of the dark abyss, he would probably be caught by the Dutiani clan and then smashed to pieces with divine thunder. Right? But it sounds really strange to say. Chen Fan remembered that he seemed to have had this kind of dream, in which he actually stole a divine pillar that reaches the sky and was chased by Yi Hongyan all the way into the dark abyss. Moreover, he clearly saved Yi Hongyan. The woman finally attacked him sneakily and stabbed his neck with a sword. Chen Fan subconsciously touched his neck. In that dream, he seemed to have condensed his spiritual body? How weird. Do you really want to steal the Tongtian divine pillar? By the way, when did you have that dream? So sad. It seems that I have forgotten a lot of things. That's it without condensing the divine body. The demons born in the dark abyss are filled with negative emotions such as death and destruction as soon as they are born, making it difficult to control them. If it hadn't been for a drop of blood from the old demon dragon, maybe he would still be frantically grabbing food and fighting with other demons now. Right? Chen Fan touched his head and turned his head. Not far away on the grass under a big tree, Yi Hongyan had fallen asleep. The 2 will-o'-the-wisps in Chen Fan's eyes jumped, and his eyes fell on Yi Hongyan's left wrist. Yi Hongyan wore a bracelet on her left wrist. The bracelet is made of 5 gemstones of different colors connected in series. 5 stones. 5 colors. That is another treasure of the Dutianyi clan. The colorful sacred stone. Chen Fan slowly stood up and quietly walked towards Yi Hongyan. Forget about the Tongtian divine pillar. With Chen Fan's current strength, it is impossible to even approach the area where the Tongtian divine pillar is located. But the colorful sacred stone, according to legend, this 5-colored sacred stone has the power to create heaven and earth. It is precisely because of the power of these 5 sacred stones that this girl Yi Hongyan became the empress of the Dutianyi clan at a young age. If one could obtain this 5-colored divine stone and condense it into a divine body, wouldn't it be easy? Chen Fan quietly walked to Yi Hongyan and slowly squatted down. Under the dim light, 2 blushes appeared on Yi Hongyan's face. Her breathing also became rapid, and her chest heaved up and down. Chen Fan raised his ghost claw. Yi Hongyan's body seemed to become a little tense. What a strange woman. Sleeping so hard. Call! Chen Fan's ghost claw grabbed the colorful sacred stone on Yi Hongyan's wrist like lightning. The colorful divine stone blooms with dazzling light. Boom! Chen Fan only felt an overwhelming force coming in. Before he could react, his body was shattered by the force, and bones and skulls were thrown outwards. Bang, 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 bang. Bones were scattered all over the floor. Yi Hongyan sat up, pursed her lips, gritted her teeth, and looked at the bones scattered on the ground. I saw the bones in that area quickly gather together, and then link together to form a skeleton. Yi Hongyan rolled her eyes and said, "My head is on the wrong side. I want you to remind me." Chen Fan raised his head with both hands, turned it around, and placed it on his neck. Then, the will-o'-the-wisps in his eyes jumped twice, and he said again, "There seems to be something wrong." Yi Hongyan burst into laughter. "My left and right hands are wrong." Chen Fan. After a moment of silence, Chen Fan took off his left and right hands and replaced them on the other side. Yi Hongyan said angrily, "I told you a long time ago that the magical power of the 5-colored divine stone can restrain your dark divine power. If your frame hadn't been tempered by the blood of the old demon dragon, you would have been destroyed just now." He was beaten to the point of losing his wits. Chen Fan came over and sat down next to Yi Hongyan. "I want to condense my spiritual body. I don't like looking like this skeleton all the time." Yi Hongyan glanced at Chen Fan and said after a while, "How many years has it been since you crawled out of the dark abyss?" Chen Fan counted his fingers and said, "I don't remember. Is it 800 years or 8,000 years? Yi Hongyan said again, "Why do you want to condense your divine body so much and transform into a human form? Wouldn't it be better to be a little skeleton? Carefree and free." Chen Fan was stunned. "After condensing the divine body, can't we be carefree and free?" Yi Hongyan sighed softly. "You don't understand the cruelty of this world." "Maybe," Chen Fan said. "I don't know how many years I have lived. From the moment I was born into consciousness, I have been fighting countless demons just for a bite of food. Later, I became stronger and stronger, and those demons no longer dared to steal things from me. One day, I started from the bottom of the dark abyss, and kept rushing up, and kept rushing up, because the old demon dragon said that there is another world outside the dark abyss. I want to see that world." Yi Hongyan turned her head and looked at Chen Fan quietly. Chen Fan continued, "The old monster lied to me. The outside world is indeed wonderful, but the outside world is much scarier than the dark abyss. Wherever I go, whoever sees me wants to kill me. Even if they don't kill me, they will kill me themselves." Yi Hongyan said softly, "There is no killing in the dark abyss." "Kill," Chen Fan said. "There is also killing in the dark abyss, but it is much simpler in the dark abyss, and there are not so many intrigues. Devils are much simpler than gods. The gods like to lie to people. Not long after I crawled out of the dark abyss, a little girl lied to me. I thought she wanted to be friends with me, but I didn't expect that she tricked me back because she wanted to remove my head and refine it into a magic weapon. After she knocked me unconscious, she took off my left and right hands and wanted to use them to grind them into 2 skeleton swords." Night Beauty. The far north. The throne of Glacier. Yi Hongyan, who was dressed in red robe, opened her eyes. Behind her, a huge Suzaku shadow flashed away. The surrounding ice melted instantly and turned into flowing ice water. Yi Hongyan frowned slightly. She hadn't slept in years, but since she went to the Qixing Mountain outside Donghai City in the Tang Dynasty, she returned to the Glacier Throne and often fell into a deep sleep for no apparent reason. Then, dreaming about weird things like this, Chen Fan, when she saw the young man at Qixing Shanchuyunjian that day, she felt an indescribable feeling of familiarity. But later, she checked Chen Fan's body and soul, and found nothing strange or other familiar places. Why do I always fall into such weird dreams after I come back? Sometimes, Chen Fan is a little skeleton. Sometimes, Chen Fan is in human form. Sometimes, she and Chen Fan would fight. Sometimes, the two held hands and bathed in the sunset. Where is the Dutian divine realm? Where is the dark abyss? Yi Hongyan raised her head slightly and looked in the direction of Tanghua. Maybe the person who brought her from Earth to Blue Star would know these places? Yi Hongyan was a little anxious. In the past 18 years, she has often sneaked into Tang Dynasty. However, she never found that person. The guy who brought her and the demon clan from Earth to Blue Star disappeared 18 years ago and never appeared again. Yi Hongyan sighed and closed her eyes again. She didn't know why, but she suddenly liked those strange dreams. Although she leads the demon clan and has countless subordinates, she feels unspeakable loneliness after guarding the glacier throne for a long time. Only in that weird dream would she smile. In that dream, she seemed to be experiencing another life. Unfortunately, the dream was so confusing. It's like countless pieces put together. Time is confused. Dreams are confused. The only thing that was not chaotic was that there was Yi Hongyan and Chen Fan in the dream. The south gate of the magical capital, Shen Hongxiu, Fang Qingqing, Li Fingxing and others are waiting eagerly. Jin Qing, Xiao Zi, and Uncle Qian, who had been separated from Chen Fan before, were also there. After a while, the heavy beetle king rushed over with Chen Fan and Chu Xian. Behind them are the dragon-blooded lion and the wild sacred cow. I'm coming! Shen Hongxiu's phantom king green python and golden horned beast transformed into a giant golden horned python and rushed out while speaking. The heavy beetle king didn't expect that the phantom king green python golden horned beast would suddenly rush over. So he quickly braked. Henry Chu and Chen Fan, who was sleeping, flew forward at the same time. Henry Chu jumped into the air and landed steadily. Chen Fan, on the other hand, smashed towards the crowd. Shen Hongxiu swayed, gave Chen Fan a princess hug in the air, and then landed firmly on the ground. Chen Fan opened his eyes and looked at everyone with a confused expression. Strangeness. The heavy beetle king doesn't have a pillow on him. Why so soft? Chen Fan tilted his head slightly and saw a patch of white snow. Then, he raised his head and looked at Shen Hongxiu. Shen Hongxiu said lovingly, "Si Fan, don't worry. I will be responsible for you." Chen Fan. Suddenly, Jin Qing's head came closer. Why are you so miserable every time I meet you? Chen Fan felt that these words sounded familiar. Isn't this what I said when I met Jin Qing in Crescent Mountain? This woman really holds a grudge. Chen Fan jumped down from Shen Hongxiu's arms and said lightly, to each other. Li Fingxing, Shangguan Songlong, and others all gathered around and kept asking questions. Shen Taotao and Yi Hao boasted and boasted to death. What they said about being chased by the 5th level people in the Nightmare Court was that they and Chen Fan teamed up to easily kill the 5th level people in the Nightmare Court, and also captured the strong men in the Nightmare Court alive. While Fang Qingqing was talking to Yi Hao, her eyes kept glancing towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan glanced at everyone and said a little speechlessly, Why did you get to the Magic City before us? Nonsense. You are being chased by people from the Nightmare Garden. Going around in the jungle, Jin Qing said. They are sitting in a car and coming along the road. Of course they are much faster than you. Li Feng walked over and said aggrievedly, Brother Fan, you are too unloyal. Take Haozi and Tao Tao, but not the rest of us. What the H.L. Yi Hao said. Brother Fan and Chu Xian didn't want to implicate us. So under the arrangement of Donghai City, they prepared to secretly leave Donghai City and go to the Magic City. I discovered that Brother Fan and Henry Chu were a little strange. So I followed them secretly, and finally left together. As a result, Tao Tao and I have become a burden to Brother Fan. Li Fingxing blinked. It seems that's not what you said just now. You just said that you hacked to death the 5th level person. Jin Qing waved her hand gently and said, Okay, if you have anything to do, let's go back and talk about it first. Chen Fan, you guys come with me and register and verify your identity first. The formalities are completed. The group of people sent the beast back to the beast space and got on several armored tanks. In the car, Uncle Qian said, Young Master Fan, Mr. Zhang has helped you bring all the people from the number 9 store to the Magic City. In his own name, he opened the number 9 animal breeding shop near the first martial arts university in the Magic City. Now let's go directly to store number 9. Mr. Zhang has bought you a house, which is similar to the one in the Donghai City Beast Breeders Association. Yi Hao looked over and said, "Are we also going to live with Brother Fan?" Shen Qing said calmly, "You live in the first martial arts university." "I don't want it," Yi Hao said. "I live with Brother Fan." Shen Nato and Li Fengxing also raised their hands. "I live with Brother Fan too. So why don't I pay the rent?" Fang Qingqing blushed and wanted to raise her hand. But her right hand moved and she didn't have the nerve to raise it. Shen Hongxiu didn't raise her hand, but said lightly, "I have already decided on the room next to Xiao Fan's bedroom. And I also made an agreement with Grandpa Zhang. I will kill anyone who dares to rob me." Everyone. Fang Qingqing. Henry Chu remained silent. Just like a stone sculpture. Fang Qingqing was silent for a while. Then said with a red face, "Qin Long and Xiaobu also want to live with Xiaobai Gengzi and the others. They have been asking me when Xiaobai and the others will arrive in the magic city. Woolen cloth." Everyone looked at Fang Qingqing. Fang Qingqing's face was so red that she couldn't even raise her head. Shangguan Sanlun leaned forward, looked at Chen Fan and said, "Chen Fan, what dangers have you encountered along the way? Tell us about it." Shen Taoao frowned and said, "Didn't Haozi and I just tell you something?" Shangguan Sanlun glanced sideways at Shen Naotao. "I don't believe even a single punctuation mark in what you two idiots say." Chen Fan rolled his eyelids and said, "Let Haozi tell you. I'm a bit unlucky this time. Look, the armor on my body is all broken into pieces. The battle armor bought with hundreds of millions of alliance coins was smashed to pieces. How can I have the strength to tell you this now? I'm sorry." Shangguan Sanlun scratched his head in embarrassment. Yi Hao stretched out his right hand towards his uncle. "Uncle, do you have a cigarette? Give me a cigarette. I will tell you this wonderful adventure story while I smoke." Shangguan, who had been silent until now, had no tears and his eyes widened. "We are inside a chariot. Why are we smoking? You want to choke us to death." Yi Hao sighed softly and said, "The reason why I smoke is very simple. My grandfather smoked and my father also smoked. It's my turn to stop smoking." Everyone. Shangguan said tearfully and speechlessly. "Sometimes I think about it. You can only be Chen Fan's younger brother, because you can't compare with him in all aspects. He doesn't smoke, drink, or pick up girls." Yi Hao rolled his eyelids and said, "Then what's the point of Brother Fan being alive?" Shangguan has no tears. Everyone. Chen Fan opened his eyes. "There are many interesting things in life. Not just smoking, drinking, perming your hair and picking up girls. For example, beating you every day makes me feel very interesting." Yi Hao raised his hands. "Brother Fan, spare your life." Yi Hao still didn't smoke after all. However, as the story begins, a group of people are also shocked to hear it. Chapter 194 The Nightmare Court. The Demon King of the East Region. Far west. The sky was low. The thick and strange dark clouds lingered all year round. And huge shadows were cast on the earth, as if the earth had been swallowed by a demon god. The void is filled with the smell of despair. This area with a radius of 8,000 miles is full of miasma and is called the Cursed Place. According to legend, this is an area cursed by God. No matter whether people or monsters enter it, they cannot come out. In the end, they can only bury their bones here, and even their souls cannot escape. Some people even witness with their own eyes that many monsters only reach the edge of the cursed land before being sucked into the miasma and disappearing without a trace without even making a scream. Starting more than 2,000 years ago, the cursed land extended outward for 3,000 miles and became the first forbidden land in Blue Star. No one wants to go near here. No one dares to come near here. In the morning, when the sun rises, the cursed land is still as dark as night. In the darkness, one could vaguely see bones covered in mud emerging from the swamp. Numerous piles of bones were piled up, flashing with little bits of light. The dark wind howled, as if there were countless resentful souls crying and roaring. But it is such a strange and gloomy place. But in the center area, there stands an unusually large castle. At this time, in the main hall at the top of the castle, people in black robes were divided into 2 rows, sitting on chairs, motionless. All the men in black robes have a devil's head embroidered on their robes. No one spoke. Everyone was as motionless as stone sculptures. The atmosphere was extremely weird. Sudden, in the void ahead, black mist surged. The extremely dense black mist condensed into a terrifying demon head. The men in black robes sitting in 2 rows stood up at the same time. Failed? The demon's head formed by the condensed black mist made a sound like steel rubbing against each other, causing a splitting headache. The weird sound was not very loud, but it was like thunder, resounding throughout the hall and echoing continuously. More than 2,000 years ago. We have been imprisoned on this little blue star for more than 2,000 years. The passage to the earth has not been found. The passage to Tianyi realm has not been found. The whereabouts of the missing Chu Qingcheng have not been found. The 9th level person that I cultivated at a huge cost was crushed to death like a bug outside the Tang dynasty's Donghai city? You didn't even catch a few fledgling human boys? The voice of the demon head was very slow. There was no trace of anger, as if there were no human emotions at all. But the group of men in black robes standing below were all trembling and sweating profusely. A man in black robes standing at the front said respectfully, reporting to the Demon King of the East region. The passage of the earth has been manipulated by martial ancestor. Our people have calculated the locations of transmissions from various countries this year. But our people are guarding those places. Still haven't found where the passage is. Those people who came from Earth seem to appear out of thin air. A while of fog passed. And those people appeared on the square. Trash! The demon head, who was respected as the Demon King of the East region, snorted. The man in black robe who spoke suddenly felt as if he had been shocked by an electric shock, groaned miserably, and trembled as if his body was shaking. But he still gritted his teeth and continued. If you want to find a passage to the earth, I'm afraid you have to wait until next year. Demon King, please rest assured. We have already placed our people at the top levels of various countries. We can know the transmission location every year in advance. The Demon King of the Eastern region in the void did not speak. The man in black robe added, my subordinates are also working hard to find the passage to Tianyi realm. We in the Nightmare Garden have entered countless restricted areas and secret realms, searching like a carpet to find the passage to the Tianyi realm. In countries such as Yang Kingdom and Star Kingdom, our operations have been very smooth, but the Tang state has encountered some setbacks. Please give me some more time. Demon King, my subordinates will definitely find the passage to Tianyi realm. The Demon King of the Eastern region in the void remained silent. As for Chu Qingcheng, the leader of the black robe man showed doubts in his eyes. Wasn't Chu Qingcheng killed by the 4 Demon Kings? Why did the 4 Demon Kings say they want to find his whereabouts? Kill! Ha ha ha, the Demon King of the East territory in the void laughed. How easy is it to kill an existence of this level? A group of powerful men from the Nightmare Court suddenly showed shock in their eyes. Back then, Chu Qingcheng was indeed extremely talented and beautiful. But Chu Qingcheng is not very old after all. How can he compete with the 4 kings? Even Li Mu and Han Jiangxue from the Tang Kingdom would never be able to defeat the 4 Demon Kings head-on, with 1 against 4. Right? In that battle that year, weren't Li Mu and Han Jiangxue led to Star Country and not involved? Then the Demon King of the East territory said again, we don't have much time left. No matter what the cost, Chu Qingcheng must be found. Yes! A group of men in black robes trembled. The Demon King of the East territory was silent for a moment, and then said, why did Yi Hongyan, the Empress of the Demon Clan, appear in the Tang Kingdom? The man in black robe who spoke before wiped his hands with cold sweat and said, my subordinates didn't know that the Demon Queen has been guarding the far north, and we didn't expect that she would suddenly appear in the Tang Kingdom and steal the 5-color sacred stone. When we were hunting down the leader of the demon sect, we focused on Li Mu and Han Jiangxue. It took a lot of effort to draw their attention elsewhere. Unexpectedly, Yi Hongyan intervened and not only killed our 9th grade expert, but also directly took away the 5-color sacred stone. The eyes of the Demon King of the East territory flashed with blood-red light, and he said coldly, I will settle this account with Yi Hongyan later. The man in black robe below asked cautiously, the Chu family has all moved to the Magic City now. Li Mu is in charge of the Demon City. Subordinate. The Demon King of the East territory glanced at the black robe man coldly, and said solemnly, I don't want to worry about the method you used to find Chu Qingcheng. I only want results. Yes. The man in black robe wiped away cold sweat again. Immediately, the demon head roared and disappeared without a trace. All the men in black robes on the field immediately felt that the mountain that was weighing on their hearts was lifted. And at the same time, they exhaled heavily. Just a ray of consciousness can make a group of 9th level people miserable. It's simply unimaginable. Achio! In a tall building in the magical city, Li Mu sneezed. Huh? Someone is praising me for being handsome again? Li Mu touched his chin, rolled his eyes, and then continued to browse the information on the computer. On the information, there were several photos of Chen Fan. Li Mu smiled slightly and looked at the photo of Chen Fan. He nodded while looking at it. This guy is not bad. Very good. After reading Chen Fan's information for a while, Li Mu put his feet on the table, moved his fingers a few times, and logged into the Beast Control forum. On the forum, his forum nickname is displayed. Blue Star's most handsome man. Inside the room, Chen Fan slept soundly. Xiaobai and Gongzi slept on his left and right sides respectively. Jade and the Phantom King Green Python and Golden Horn Beast lay on the table in front of the TV in the living room and fell into a deep sleep. They watched TV all night long and fell asleep when the sun came up. Sudden bang! There was a loud noise, and Li Fingxing rushed in with a big sword on his back. Chen Fan's bedroom door flew directly towards the bed. Chen Fan, Xiaobai, and Gangzi all sat up in excitement. Bang! The flying door hit them on the head. 3 heads emerged from the door. Chen Fan, Li Fingxing. Brother Fan, I didn't mean it. Li Fingxing turned around and ran away. 2 lightning bolts lit up in the sky, and Chen Fan and Xiaobai used Thunder Flash at the same time to catch up with Li Fingxing. Gongzi charged, caught up and bit Li Fingxing's foot. Click! Gongzi bit down on the armor but didn't move, and raised his head angrily. Chen Fan grabbed Li Fingxing's sword and struck Li Fingxing on the head with the sword. Help! Li Fingxing ran around in confusion. Outside the room, Henry Chu looked at Chen Fan, and his eyes shrank slightly. Did you see it wrong? It seemed like Chen Fan and Xiaobai used Thunder Flash at the same time just now. This is impossible. If Chen Fan borrows Xiaobai's Thunder Flash skill, Xiaobai will not be able to use Thunder Flash for at least 10 minutes. At this time, Yi Hao, Shin Tao Tao, and others poked their heads out of the windows of the houses. Feng Xing, your uncle. Why are you making such a fuss so early in the morning? Yi Hao rubbed his kennel-like hair and yelled. We helped Brother Fan work yesterday, and were busy all night. And why the hell didn't you let us have a good sleep? Shin Tao Tao and others watched Li Fingxing being beaten violently by Chen Fan. But none of them came to break up the fight. Everyone is angry when they wake up. Chen Fan's injury has not yet healed, and he was very sleepy on the way to the Magic City. Now that I can finally have a good sleep, Li Fingxing still wants to run over and yell. You're lucky if I don't beat you to death. But after Li Fingxing made such a fuss, neither Yi Hao nor Chen Fan could sleep. After a group of people washed up, they all walked to the garden. In the garden, Chen Fan's butler, Uncle Dong, had already prepared breakfast for everyone. They are still the same group of people from the Donghai City Beast Breeders Association. Zhang Hai brought everyone here. All they had to do was move the Donghai City Beast Breeders Association's land. Shin Tao took a sip of porridge and said, Brother Fan, it seems that you are going to report to the First Martial Arts University today? Yesterday they sent a message saying they would go there to report this morning. I really don't understand. Isn't it just a training camp for recommended students? Why is it so urgent? We have just arrived in the Magic City, and we haven't even had a good rest yet. Your injuries are not fully healed yet. Shin Hongxiu took a spoon and tapped Shin Nao's head. Don't talk while eating. It's chirping like a crow. Xiao Hei, who was eating on the other side, raised his head and said, How does this evil pen look like a crow? This is just a pure evil pen. What does it have to do with a crow? Everyone. Shin Tao picked up a bone and threw it toward Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei smashed the bones in the air into powder with a shadow arrow, and then raised his head proudly. A group of people and beast masters ignored it. The goblin who was sitting at the table eating with Chen Fan and others exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god! Xiao Hei's shadow arrow is getting more and more powerful. It's awesome! Everyone. Fang Qingqing's face turned red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at everyone. When did Xiaobu change from a bitch to a flatterer? Anyway, the goblins in the past were mean-mouthed and venomous. In this regard, they were no worse than Xiao Hei. When most people encounter him, they want to hold him down and beat him up. Even Fang Qingqing's Silver Moon Blue-Feathered Bird and Ice White Python didn't like to see him. But since this guy changed his gender, the relationship between a group of beast masters and him has become much better. That time in Donghai City, this guy even served as the leader for a while, leading a group of beasts, rushed to the hospital, and lured Feng Tianlin out and beat him half to death. Fang Qingqing is helpless. Is this change good or bad? It seems like it should be fine, but it's just too shameful. Just when Fang Qingqing was thinking this, Gongzi suddenly took a red fruit from Chen Fan and put it in the goblin's hand. Oh my god! The goblin shouted again. Gongzi, do you still remember that I like to eat the red mist fruit the most? I am very touched. Everyone got goosebumps. Even Chen Fan scratched his head. Goblins are becoming more and more like the butlers of this group of beast controllers. But this is indeed a good thing. There are so many beasts, all of them unruly, and with all kinds of weird tempers. We really need such a character to be the Poseidon Needle. Chen Fan pushed the plate of red mist fruits in front of the orange cat to the goblin. Xiao Bu, give it to you. If you like to eat red mist fruits, I'll give them to you. The orange cat was furious. Melee! That's my red mist fruit. Everyone glanced at the orange cat and were speechless for a while. Why does this fat cat have such an old voice? Shin Hongqiu's Phantom King Green Python Golden Horned Beast can also speak, but its voice is the same as that of a little girl. Xiao He can also speak, and his voice is a bit strange. But if you listen carefully, he looks like a teenager. But the orange cat, who looks young, has an old voice and an old-fashioned tone. Tisk! Chen Fan said. You are an orange cat. Why do you eat so many red mist fruits? The orange cat was furious. The red mist fruit is a spiritual fruit with a wood attribute. I am a wood attribute, and the goblins are also wood attributes. Goblins will benefit from eating it, and I will benefit from eating it. Chen Fan blinked. He usually paid more attention to the identity of the orange cat as the old leader, but he really forgot that the orange cat had a wood attribute. Hey! Wait! Chen Fan was stunned for a moment and said, Why do we all have only one red mist fruit in our seats? But you have a big plate in front of you? Xiao He on the other side raised his head and said, This product was stolen from the warehouse. I just saw him coming out with a plate of red mist fruit in his mouth, and I thought Uncle Dong had prepared it for him. The orange cat blinked and raised his head. Look! Meteor! Except for Chu Xian and Chen Fan. Everyone subconsciously raised their heads. The orange cat turned around and tried to escape, but it jumped into the old blind man. One person and one cat fell to the ground with a thud. The old blind man was so angry that he picked up the cane on the ground and hit the orange cat on the head. But the orange cat ran very fast and ran into the forest in a flash. Henry Chu stood up and helped the old blind man back to his seat. Huh? What are you still waiting for? Eat them all. Chen Fan pushed the plate filled with red mist fruits towards the goblin. The goblin looked at Chen Fan and said nothing. This red mist fruit is very precious. Even Chen Fan's position originally only had one. The orange cat was also stolen from the warehouse. Me. The goblin's tongue suddenly became a little less sharp. Chen Fan smiled slightly and said, Eat them all. This food will be very beneficial to improving your strength. Gongzi nodded repeatedly. Fong Qingqing glanced at Chen Fan, pursed her lips, and said with a smile, Xiao Bu, Chen Fan gave it to you. Just eat it. Thank you. Goblin gently took the plate. Henry Chu suddenly said, Chen Fan, when you rushed out of the room just now, did you use Thunder Flash? No. Chen Fan said without raising his head. You are blinded. Henry Chu frowned. Impossible. I saw it clearly. Chen Fan rolled his eyelids. Are you sick? When I use a skill, you still make a fuss? The old blind man tilted his head slightly towards Chen Fan. Yi Hao also said a little speechlessly, Chu Xian, are you still awake? Brother Fan is already in the 3rd level and can borrow the skills of beast control. Is it weird that he uses Thunder Flash? On the way to the Magic City, we encountered an enemy. He didn't know how many times he used Thunder Flash. Henry Chu stopped talking and lowered his head to drink the porridge. Chen Fan glared at Li Fingxing a little annoyed. This idiot almost let him reveal his secret. Being able to copy the beast-controlling skills to oneself is even scarier than entering the beast-controlling space by oneself. Even if someone discovers the matter of entering the beast-controlling space, you can use space martial arts or beast-controlling space skills to cover it up in the future. After all, there are some strange beast-controlling beasts that do have space-type skills. But copy the beast-controlling skills to yourself. This subverts almost everyone's cognition. Any kind of martial arts of beast control masters and star warriors requires special practice. Although the beast master can borrow the skills of the beast master, there are very big restrictions. Directly copying the skills of beast control is too shocking. After breakfast, the group of people returned the beast-controlling space to the Demon City's first martial arts university. The first martial arts university is not that far away from this new home. There are only 3 streets separated in the middle. Everyone walked all the way without even having to sit in a car. The number 9 store, opened by Zhang Hai in his own name, is located 300 meters to the left of the gate of Chen Fan's new home. Whether it is going to school or raising animals, it is extremely convenient. Chen Fan was very satisfied and grateful for these arrangements made by his master. Hey! Brother Fan! Look! It's Shangwan Wu Lei! Yi Hao suddenly pointed to the left-hand direction of everyone. In the woods not far from the gate of the number 1 martial arts university in the Magic City, Shangwan Sanlong's cousin Shangwan Wu Lei was gang fighting. 5 gangsters. Next to him, there was a little girl of 15 or 16 years old, and there was a group of people surrounding it. Bang, bang, bang. Shangwan Wulei kicked those gangsters in the crotch one after another. The screams of the 5 gangsters startled Chen Fan and Yi Hao, and they subconsciously covered their crotches. Too cruel. Some time ago in Dahai City, Chen Fan and others fought against Shangwan Wulei. Although Shangwan Wulei's cultivation is not weak and his fighting style is very fierce, he is not so cruel. Kick at the foot of the person to say H, low. Is this a posture that will make the person extinct? Chen Fan couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to persuade him. Even if you are a gangster, you can just hit him to death. There is no need to kick hard at that position. Right. Shangwan Wulei glanced at Chen Fan and stepped on the crotch of a gangster. The screaming like a slaughtering pig made the men around him feel a chill in their crotches. A man nearby explained, "These gangsters bullied a 16-year-old girl. They robbed her things and even tried to take off her clothes. This is next to the first martial arts university. What a shame. So brave." Li Fengxing rushed out with a bang, took off his sword behind him, and slashed at a gangster with one strike. Yi Hao was startled, rushed forward quickly, and held Li Fengxing's sword with an axe. "Are you crazy? On the first day of reporting, you killed people outside the first martial arts university?" The 5 gangsters were so scared that their faces turned pale. The students of the first martial arts university are all geniuses among geniuses. But after so many years, no one dares to kill someone near the school. This is the Magic City. That kid actually picked up a big sword and slashed at him. Madman. Chen Fan shook his head, took 2 steps forward, and said coldly, "Why don't you get out?" Several gangsters rolled around and ran away holding their crotches. It was difficult for them to still run so fast after being kicked by Shangwan Wulei in that place. After Shangwan Wulei comforted the little girl, he came back and said H, low to Shen Hongxiu and others. Then, she looked at Chen Fan and said with a half smile, "I'm going to report today, so you have to be careful." Chen Fan was stunned. "What are you careful about?" Shangwan Wulei said. "You haven't even arrived in the Magic City, but you have already become a famous figure in the first martial arts university. Those senior students have heard about your battle of wits and courage with the Nightmare Court, and now they are eager to try and compete with you." Yi Hao sneered and said, "Senior student? How powerful are you?" Back in the secret realm of Dahai City, Brother Fan met a sophomore student named Chiyoko. In the end, he was treated submissively by Brother Fan, and he was blackmailed by Brother Fan for tens of millions. Shangwan has no tears. Chen Fan blinked. "Damn! If you didn't tell me, I almost forgot about it. Originally, I was waiting for Chiyoko to send money, but the insect wave happened and we forgot about it. Chiyoko won't die in the insect wave." "Right. No tears. Help me check which martial arts university Chiyoko is from. I'm going to ask her for money. Mosquito legs are also meat, and 40 million is also money." Shangwan has no tears. After a moment of silence, Shangwan Wulei asked with some uncertainty, 40 million happy beans? What nonsense." Chen Fan frowned. "Alliance currency. Blue Star's universal currency." Shangwan Wulei turned to stone. Chapter 195. Are you studying excavator in college? The first martial arts university in Shanghai. Shangwan Sanlong and Feng Tianlin walked side by side. Feng Tianlin bumped Shangwan Sanlong with his elbow and said, "Isn't that store number 9 owned by Chen Fan? Why did my dad say that he was absolutely sure that it was opened by Master Zhang Hai? Now Master Zhang Hai is sitting in the number 9 store." "Store number?" Shangwan Sanlong said calmly. "Master Zhang Hai is Chen Fan's master. Does it matter who opens the 9th store?" Feng Tianlin rolled his eyes and said, "Can you use your brain? You know how to practice all day long. And you are almost going crazy. Now that the news has spread about the store number 9, saying that it is opened by Master Zhang Hai, the big families in the Magic City are all excited. People from all the major aristocratic families are now queuing up in a long queue at store number 9. I went over yesterday morning and took a look, and the appointment number was already 3 months in the future." Shangwan Sanlong was stunned. "So what? Master Zhang Hai is sitting in the 9th store, and the 9th store is doing well. Isn't this normal?" Feng Tianlin was a little crazy. Shangwan Sanlong, a martial arts idiot, only thinks about cultivation. The two of them are not on the same channel at all. Feng Tianlin rubbed his temples and said, "What I want to say is that the business of the number 9 store is so good now. If we want Chen Fan to help us breed animals in the future, it will be difficult for us to do so." Shangwan Sanlong blinked, stopped, and said, "Why put the beast in the 9th store? Wouldn't it be okay to send it directly to Chen Fan's home? Wei and Hongxiu and the others went to pick up Chen Fan yesterday. They said that the Zhou family had given the 2 large houses on Tiahong Street to Master Zhang Hai. Chen Fan and his master each occupied one. That place is much bigger than the one Chen Fan had in Donghai City. It encompasses a whole hilltop. With my relationship with Chen Fan, why should I put the beast in the 9th store? Feng Tianlin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If you say that, I feel relieved. Sudden, a neither yin nor yang voice came from behind the two of them. Hey, what are the 2 losers mumbling over there? Shangwan Sanlong and Feng Tianlin's expressions darkened, and they turned around at the same time. Behind, a young man stood on the back of a huge, flying purple scorpion, looking at Shangwan Sanlong and Feng Tianlin indifferently. There are also a group of beasts all around. There is a young man standing on the back or head of each beast. All the beasts surrounded the flying purple scorpion, making the young man on the back of the flying purple scorpion look like a king. Feng Tianlin's eyes flashed with anger. Li Xinghai, you'd better be polite when you speak. The word waste means returning the original. Li Xinghai, who was sitting on the back of flying purple scorpion, clasped his hands on his chest, slightly raised the corners of his mouth and said, Are all the people in the Feng family so well educated? Call me senior. Feng Tianlin and Shangwan Sanlong were silent. Li Xinghai is now a freshman, and although they were recommended, they are still seniors in high school. Li Xinghai said that he was a senior, which was not wrong in itself. However, Feng Tianlin and Shangwan Sanlong didn't take him seriously at all. Seeing that the two of them were silent, Li Xinghai's eyes became a little colder. 2 people ran to the small Donghai city, but they couldn't even defeat a beast. What is this if it's not trash? After being beaten and crying, I still had the nerve to call people brothers. Mota's face has been completely humiliated by you. The young people surrounding Li Xinghai all grinned. Shangwan Sanlong snorted coldly and wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Feng Tianlin. Feng Tianlin raised his head slightly and said with a sneer, I admit that even with 2 beasts, I can't beat one of Chen Fan's beasts, let alone Chen Fan. But what does it matter? They are just so strong. Is it difficult to admit that others are strong? You called us 2 useless people, but if you brought your 2 beasts over there, the result would be the same or even worse than ours. Do you think you are very good now that you are a freshman in college? I advise you not to provoke Chen Fan. Chen Fan is a soft-spoken guy. If you dare to provoke him, he will shove your head into a cesspool. Do you believe it? The group of young people around Li Xinghai suddenly became furious, but Li Xinghai laughed. Only a childish waste like you can use such a childish provoking method. But the rumors about Chen Fan successfully aroused my interest. Don't worry. I won't need you to provoke me. I will go find him. When the time comes, I will take your advice and push his head into the cesspit. Ha ha ha. A group of young people around laughed wildly. Shangwan Sanlong glanced at Feng Tianlin and whispered dissatisfiedly. Why do you want to bring hatred to Chen Fan? Feng Tianlin said indifferently. What kind of hatred is this? This guy is only a 2nd-grade 5th level man. Li Xinghai, who was standing on the back of the flying purple scorpion, sneered. Only the 2nd-grade 5th level heaven? I can't believe that even the 2nd-grade and 5th level heavens don't even pay attention to things that are like rubbish. Feng Tianlin rolled his eyes, but said nothing. Li Xinghai raised his eyebrows and said, However, the 2nd-grade and 5th level heaven has become a thing of the past. 7 days ago, my flying purple scorpion broke through the combat power level. It helped me and allowed me to successfully break through to the 3rd level. After saying this, Li Xinghai's eyes were full of pride, and his eyes swept back and forth on the faces of Feng Tianlin and Shangwan Sanlong, as if he wanted to find shock and jealousy on the faces of those 2 people. However, the expressions of Shangwan Sanlong and Feng Tianlin did not change at all. Their talents are far superior to Li Xinghai's, whether Li Xinghai admits it or not. This is true, especially Shangwan Sanlong, who has 4 beasts to control. Looking at all the martial arts universities in Demon City, who else within the 4th level realm can have so many beasts? As for Li Xinghai wanting to find Chen Fan, that would be even funnier. In the arena of Donghai City, Chen Fan had already defeated Yuan Qingyi, who was in the 3rd level and 2nd level. Who are you? Li Xinghai? Feng Tianlin and Shangwan Sanlong looked at each other, stopped talking to Li Xinghai, and turned around at the same time, preparing to leave. At this moment, Yi Hao's voice came from not far away. Shangwan Sanlong. Feng Tianlin. Shangwan Sanlong and Feng Tianlin turned around again. I saw a group of people including Chen Fan. Yi Hao and others walking quickly towards this side. Chen Fan. Shangwan Sanlong smiled, waved, walked around Li Xinghai and others, and ran towards Chen Fan and others. I heard you were injured. How are you doing now? Shangwan Sanlong punched Chen Fan in the chest. You were injured by a strong man from the Nightmare Court? Good boy. A group of strong men from the Nightmare Court were chasing you, but you were able to escape calmly. Chen Fan grinned. It's just luck. Feng Tianlin also came over and said hello to Chen Fan and others. Chen Fan watched the group of beasts in front of him turn around and frowned. When he saw Shangwan Sanlong and the others just now, he thought that this group of people was with Shangwan Sanlong and the others. But after Shangwan Sanlong and Feng Tianlin came over, the group of people just turned around and did not follow them. And all of them had evil eyes. Especially the young man at the head. Does he look like Li Xinghai? Are you Chen Fan? Li Xinghai, who was on the back of Flying Purple Scorpion, glanced at Chen Fan and said calmly, My name is Li Xinghai, a freshman at the First Martial Arts University. You're senior. Just now I was telling Feng Tianlin about you, and I was looking for you. Chen Fan rolled his eyelids and said nothing. Li Xinghai's eyes turned cold. Since you have come to the First Martial Arts University in the Magic City, starting from today, I must teach you the rules of the First Martial Arts University. I'm not very good at talking. Chen Fan tilted his head. Then shut up. Li Xinghai was stunned. Then sneered. You are crazy. I hope you can still be this crazy after a while. As he spoke, he waved slightly. The beasts that surrounded him immediately dispersed, leaving a large space. On this side, Yi Hao laughed, waved his hand and said, Everyone, step back. Brother Fan is going to beat someone up. Hearing this, Li Xinghai's face became even more ugly. Chen Fan said indifferently, You want to fight me? Li Xinghai raised his index finger, waved his hand gently and said, Don't get me wrong. I don't want to fight you. I just want to beat you up. In this world, the strong are respected. Chen Fan, I agree with your last sentence. But you are not a strong person. Li Xinghai, I may not be a strong person, but I can crush you to death with one kick. Do you want to try? Chen Fan, let me ask you a question. Li Xinghai's eyes showed confusion. What's the problem? Chen Fan said, There are 5 caves in front of a tiger, and there is a sheep in each cave. Why did the tiger enter the second cave in the end? Li Xinghai racked his brains and couldn't think of an answer. He turned to look at his companions beside him. Others also frowned. Li Xinghai snorted and said, What's the point of asking this kind of question? Chen Fan clasped his hands on his chest and said calmly, Don't you want to fight me? So I'm going to test your IQ because I'm not interested in fighting with a mentally retarded person. Ha ha ha. Feng Tianlin and the others laughed. Li Xinghai's face was ashen. Provoking me on purpose will do you no good, because the greater my anger, the more severe my attacks will be. Chen Fan shook his head and sighed. Tisk. You can't even figure out such a simple brain teaser. And you still want to fight me? So what if you win? Should I tell others that I defeated a mentally retarded man named Li Xinghai? Li Xinghai's face became more and more gloomy. You have sharp teeth and a sharp mouth. Aren't you afraid that I will pull out all your teeth in a while? Chen Fan. You don't have this ability. Li Xinghai. Then try. Chen Fan. You will die if you try. Li Xinghai. Chen Fan. Wait a minute. Li Xinghai. Are you scared? Chen Fan shook his head. No. I just want to tell you the answer just now. The answer is, that tiger. It can enter any cave it wants. Feng Tianlin, who was behind, took the lead in laughing again. Li Xinghai raised the corner of his eyes slightly. If you insist on forcing me to do something harsh, then as you wish. As he spoke, a summoning circle appeared on his right. A crystal demon spider that seemed to be shaped out of green crystal crawled out. Li Xinghai said calmly, I have 2 beasts. One is the flying purple scorpion, and the other is the crystal demon spider. The flying purple striped scorpion is level 12. The crystal demon spider is level 11. You can pick any one. I heard that you have many beasts. Please prepare all your beasts together, so as not to say that I bully you. Feng Tianlin turned his head and looked at Shen Taotao. I heard that this is what you told Chen Fan when you went to Ares Academy. Then you were beaten by Chen Fan until your pants were torn and your butt was exposed? Get lost. Get lost. Uncle! Shen Taotao was furious. Do you want me to practice with you? I'll beat the shit out of you. Yi Hao frowned and said, Stop it! Isn't it easy for you to fight? There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Shen Taotao and Feng Tianlin stopped talking. In front of Chen Fan, a summoning circle appeared. Then, Xiaobai was seen crawling out of the summoning circle. Feng Tianlin was stunned and quickly reminded. Chen Fan, don't be careless. Li Xinghai is already in the 3rd level. One of his 2 beasts is level 12, and the other is level 11. Let Xiaoqing fight them. Although Xiaobai is extremely powerful, he is only level 9 after all. Isn't it a little too crazy to let level 9 beast masters fight 1 against 2? Li Xinghai and the group of people with him were also stunned for a moment. Chen Fan only summoned 1 beast? What an arrogant and ignorant boy. At this time, more and more people gathered nearby. Many students are pointing here. A tutor from the college came over, but he just stood on the sidelines and watched, and did not step forward to stop Li Xinghai and Chen Fan. Chen Fan raised his head slightly, raised his hands, crossed the index fingers of his left and right hands, made a 10 sign, and said, 10 seconds. Li Xinghai was stunned. What? Chen Fan said calmly. If I can't deal with you within 10 seconds, I lose. Li Xinghai thought he heard wrongly. What did you say? Chen Fan frowned, turned back to look at Feng Tianlin, and said, in addition to his low IQ, is this guy also deaf? Li Xinghai was furious. You are looking for death. Many students around laughed and shook their heads. It seems that a remarkable person has arrived at our first martial arts university. He is a recommended student who has just entered the first martial arts university. Even if he challenges his seniors, he still resolves the battle within 10 seconds? More than 10 seconds? Look at him. Facing a level 12 flying purple striped scorpion and a level 11 crystal demon spider. He only summoned a ragdoll cat. At such a young age. I don't know how high the sky is and how high it is. Which major city is this new student from? Do you really think that we, the students of the first martial arts university, are in your eyes? It would be good if he learned a lesson. Didn't the school also let the freshmen and sophomores deliberately cause trouble for them? It just wanted to dampen their spirits and get them to correct their attitude. In the crowd, several minor-looking people were thoughtful. Just when everyone was talking about it, the flying purple striped scorpion under Li Xinghai's feet roared and rushed toward Chen Fan like lightning. And that crystal demon spider also pounced on Xiao Bai with a ferocious look. The wind is strong. The fishy smell hits your nose. Crack! Xiao Bai flashed with lightning and landed on the back of the crystal demon spider. Before the crystal demon spider could react, the thunder blades on Xiao Bai's claws had already pierced into the crystal demon spider's body with a puff. The crystal demon spider screamed, and its entire body was surrounded by electric snakes. And it fell to the ground with a thud. What? How can it be? The students around were shocked. Why is the level 11 crystal demon spider so vulnerable in front of the ragdoll cat? You know, the defense of this crystal demon spider is better than many beasts of the same level. At this moment, Xiao Bai made another lightning flash and moved behind the crystal demon spider. She opened her mouth, and thunder and lightning flashed in her mouth. Thunder Dragon is gathering momentum. Almost at that moment, when the crystal demon spider turned around with some difficulty. Boom! Xiao Bai's Thunder Dragon blasted out. At this time, Chen Fan slowly took 2 steps forward, flipped his right wrist, and punched the head of the ever-fierce flying purple scorpion. Boom! Xiao Bai's Thunder Dragon blasted the crystal demon spider away. The flying purple striped scorpion's head was also punched into the ground by Chen Fan. The huge flying purple striped scorpion looked like paper in front of Chen Fan. Li Xinghai, who was standing on the back of the flying purple scorpion, was so horrified that he couldn't control his body and was thrown forward. Crack! Chen Fan made a lightning flash, arriving first and appearing above Li Xinghai in the air, and stepped on Li Xinghai's back. Boom! Li Xinghai fell to the ground quickly like a meteorite, making a big hole in the ground. Chen Fan stepped on Li Xinghai's back with his right foot and pushed Li Xinghai down again as he tried to get up. Then, he said calmly, "Did you study excavator in college?" The whole place was silent. 10 seconds have not come yet. Chapter 196, The Powerful Martial Arts Club. Is this junior named Chen Fan really just recommended to our first martial arts university? Are today's high school students so fierce? He was just recommended. Yesterday, I heard a classmate talk about what happened to him in Donghai City. This kid is not simple. I heard that he has 5 beasts to control. Chow. Is it true or false? Impossible. Are you kidding me? I've never heard of anyone at the 7th grade master level who has so many beasts to control. I just heard that. But when Donghai City was promoted to the league, several seniors from our first martial arts university went there. They can't lie. Right. This kid is a little too fierce. Isn't he? Li Xinghai is still in the 3rd level after all. But he didn't even catch one of his moves? Amidst the discussion among the students around him, Chen Fan let go of his feet. Roar! Li Xinghai raised his head and roared angrily. Bang! As soon as he roared, his head was stepped into the ground again by Chen Fan. When fighting others, Chen Fan rarely hits hard. But people from the Li family. Li Xinghai captured a large number of people in Shining Firefly's swamp and used them as bait for the Shadow Beast. Although most of them were rescued by Chen Fan. But when Chen Fan arrived at Dust Mist Canyon, 9 children had already been nailed to stone pillars. Chen Fan doesn't think he is a good person. But this kind of thing that is worse than an animal deserves to die. Maybe not all people in the Li family are like Li Xinghai. But now Li Xinghai is clearly bullying the weak and bullying the weak. How could Chen Fan be polite to such a thing? Stepping on Li Xinghai's head, Chen Fan said indifferently, If you want to fight, I will fight with you. Now! The fight is over. I'll let go of my foot. If you dare to strike again, I'll break your legs. If you do it again, I will break your second leg. Chen Fan's voice was very soft, as if he was chatting with a friend. But the coldness in it made even a group of students around him feel slightly chilly. Li Xinghai said nothing. Chen Fan silently retracted his foot. Suddenly, a cold snort came over. How can you be so heavy-handed in a competition between classmates? As soon as he finished speaking, a figure on Chen Fan's left-hand side suddenly approached quickly and kicked Chen Fan in the chest. The girl's foot was like a whip, and when she kicked it out, it made a sharp sound that broke through the air. Chen Fan suddenly turned around, crossed his hands, and opened his defense. Boom! The crazy energy exploded and set off a strong wind. Chen Fan only felt an overwhelming force coming from that foot quickly. Without moving his feet, his whole body was pushed backwards by this fierce and overbearing force, and his feet plowed a long ravine into the ground. Meow! Xiaobai was furious, and he moved over with a lightning flash, and the thunder blade struck directly at the girl. The girl had no expression on her face, turned to one side like lightning, then reached out and grabbed Xiaobai's neck. Crack! Xiaobai reacted extremely quickly. The moment he was caught, he activated Thunder Flash again and flashed back to Chen Fan. The girl couldn't help but frown as she didn't catch Xiaobai. Xiaobai! Don't act rashly. You are no match for her. After Chen Fan comforted Xiaobai, he sent Xiaobai back to the beast-controlling space. At this time, Li Xinghai had already taken the opportunity to get up. After spitting out the dirt and gravel in his mouth, he stared at Chen Fan grimly and said, Chen Fan, I have written down this account. Chen Fan looked indifferent. In novels, villains like to say this kind of thing. And villains who say such things usually don't survive more than 3 chapters. You? Li Xinghai's eyes were red and his face was ferocious. Chen Fan stopped talking to Li Xinghai and turned his attention to the girl who had just made a move. The goddess was tall and beautiful. She was wearing a silver armor and looked very heroic. Chen Fan's expression changed slightly. 4th level realm? The girl raised her head slightly. Martial Arts Club. Su Wenqin. Junior brother. Are you a bit too harsh when competing with your seniors? Chen Fan said. Am I being harsh? The kick you just kicked could probably seriously injure an ordinary freshman. Right? Shangwan Sanlong came out from behind and said in a deep voice. Sister Su, you are a 4th grade 2nd level master who sneaked up on Chen Fan and acted so domineeringly. Shouldn't you give him an explanation? Can people from the martial arts club be so arrogant and domineering? And kill without asking any questions? Many students and instructors around him also frowned. Su Wenqin's kick just now was indeed a bit too much. You know, Wuhan University's promotion league is half a year ahead of schedule. Most of this batch of recommended students are only in the 1st and 5th levels. The proud men like Shangwan Sanlong and Feng Tianlin are already in the 2nd level realm. But there is a huge difference between the 2nd level realm and the 4th level realm. Who among ordinary recommended students could take Su Wenqin's kick? But Su Wenqin said lightly. First, the martial arts club is so domineering. Although the martial arts club is a student group, the school has given us, the martial arts club, the responsibility of maintaining order and also given us the power to enforce the law. Students and the school are governed together. This is a rule that has been passed down since the establishment of the first martial arts university. Chen Fan dares to seriously injure members of the martial arts club on campus. I'll teach him a lesson. What's the problem? Second, I know more about Chen Fan than many of you. Shangwan Sanlong and Feng Tianlin can't take my kick, but Chen Fan can. So, Chen Fan said, on this campus, people from your martial arts club can hit people. But others can't hit people from the martial arts club? Su Wenqin raised his eyebrows. It's okay to discuss, but not to kill. You stepped on the head of Li Xinghai, a member of the martial arts club, on the ground. This kind of insult is even more unacceptable. Is it okay to spar? That's no problem. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Senior sister, you can try my kicks too. When the last two words, try, were uttered, Chen Fan had already disappeared. Thunder Flash? Su Wenqin couldn't catch Chen Fan's movements. But the moment he lost Chen Fan's figure in his sight, he immediately turned around. Crack! In the flash of thunder and lightning, Chen Fan struck at Su Wenqin with a knife-like kick. So fast. Su Wenqin was surprised. When encountering this situation in a normal battle, she should have quickly dodged and then attacked. But Chen Fan's last words angered Su Wenqin and made Su Wenqin want to win. Su Wenqin snorted coldly and crossed her hands on her chest like Chen Fan did before. Boom! The moment Chen Fan's right foot came into contact with Su Wenqin's little arm, a terrifying energy exploded. Su Wenqin groaned, and the silver armor on his body took the initiative to defend and open the shield. But her body quickly hit the crowd like a missile. The student screamed and quickly backed away. Call. Among the crowd, a man who looked like a mentor stepped out, holding the palm of his right hand in the air. Su Wenqin fell to the ground lightly, as if she had hit cotton. Cough, cough, cough. After landing, Su Wenqin started coughing violently before she could thank the instructor. Although Chen Fan's kick didn't hurt her, it shook her star power. Scattered star power was flowing through the meridians all over the body, and Su Wenqin had a look of horror on his face. Could it be that Chen Fan has also reached level 4? Second level or above? How is this possible? This is a student who has just participated in the recommended league. What's going on? Chen Fan's kick seems to be stronger than Su Wenqin's kick? Su Wenqin is a 4th grade 2nd level heaven, far beyond what a rookie like Li Xinghai can compare with. This kid is a bit ridiculously strong. What's going on? The beast that Chen Fan summoned before should be at the same level as Li Xinghai's flying purple scorpion. How come Chen Fan was able to injure the 4th grade 2nd level Sky with one kick? The Martial Arts Society has completely lost its face this time. Is this kid really 18 years old? He's not even a freshman yet. And he's so scary? Listening to these discussions, Su Wenqin's face turned pale. But just as she was about to summon the beast, she was stopped by the instructor who rescued her. Okay. Today is Chen Fan's time to report. Don't waste their time. If you want to spar, just make an appointment to spar at the school's martial arts arena in the future. We are fighting here at the 4th level. Do you want to bring down the surrounding buildings? Su Wenqin pursed her lips and removed the star power she had just gathered. Chen Fan said nothing, turned and left. From behind, Feng Tianlin waved his hand. Chen Fan, you are going in the wrong direction. This way. Chen Fan came back with a dark face. The surrounding students and teachers all laughed. A teacher wearing a peaked cap suddenly came out and said, You 3 vandalized public property. No one needs to pay compensation of 1,000 union coins. And then you will be fined 500 union coins. Chen Fan and 3 others. Su Wenqin's face turned green. Teacher Li, I didn't smash this ground. Teacher Li, you 3 are fighting here. Do I have to tell you whose punch shattered something and whose foot broke which piece of ground? Su Wenqin, Li Xinghai said. Teacher Li, I didn't take any action from the beginning to the end. I was beaten from the beginning to the end. He stopped before he finished speaking. This is so embarrassing. Might as well lose money. After the interlude, Chen Fan and a group of others, led by a senior, went to the school to complete the procedures. Many recommended students from the main city have not yet arrived. Therefore, the special training for recommended students will have to wait for 7 days. Chen Fan and others, led by their senior sister, took a ride around the first martial arts university for a while. It's okay if you don't turn around. This turn made Chen Fan and a group of people confused. The first martial arts university is really too big. It is said to be a martial arts university, but it is like a main city. And within this school, there is actually a huge mountain. There is also a subway. It is indeed the strongest martial arts university in the Magic City. This condition and background are amazing. But Chen Fan's thoughts were not here. His mind has always been on store number 9. After arriving in this strange magical city, raising beasts basically starts from scratch. Fortunately, Master Zhang Hai had already prepared. Before Chen Fan arrived in the Magic City, store number 9 was already open. Moreover, it is an animal breeding shop opened in the name of Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai is a master of animal breeding. And he is a master beast breeder from the most powerful beast breeder family in the Tang dynasty. How many big families want to curry favor, but still can't? As soon as the news about store number 9 came out, the upper circles of the Magic City immediately became excited. People from all the major families sent the beast to store number 9. But Zhang Hai only accepted part of it. Now many people can only make appointments and queue up. Even so, after a few days, store number 9 is now overcrowded. I heard that Mr. Zhao and Zhui Sheng were so busy that they almost vomited blood. Store number 9 is still hiring like crazy. Last night, Chen Fan wanted to go to store number 9. But Zhang Hai was worried about Chen Fan's injury, so he refused to let him go. Instead, he found 2 high-level healing beasts to help Chen Fan heal his injuries. Now that the reporting procedures have been completed, Chen Fan is like he's ready to return home. But the senior sister acted as a tour guide and introduced the first martial arts university along the way. Yi Hao and the others listened with great interest. But Chen Fan couldn't interrupt and felt very depressed. Correct. The senior who was driving suddenly tilted her head slightly and said, Chen Fan, you still need to be careful later. The Martial Arts Club is the strongest student organization in our school, with the strongest power and the largest resources. The second secret realm in the Magic City is now guarded by the Martial Arts Club of our first Martial Arts University. The strongest Beast Masters and Star Warriors of each grade are also in the Martial Arts Club. If the Martial Arts Club targets you, you may not be able to move forward at the first Martial Arts University. Before Chen Fan could speak, Shen Hongxiu said coldly with a dark face. The Martial Arts Club is very strong, so there is no need to be reasonable. Li Xinghai came to provoke him, and Xiao Fan beat him up. Isn't it normal? Should we let his head stick out and let the other party hit him? Yi Hao and Shen Taoao also had anger in their eyes. Shangwan Songlong and Feng Tianlin, who knew the first martial arts university well, frowned and looked a little ugly. There is actually nothing to say about beating Li Xinghai. But Su Wenqin, who rushed out from behind, was in a bit of trouble. Chen Fan was silent for a moment and said, Senior, are you also from the martial arts club? The senior with long hair smiled slightly. Yes. Everyone, Yi Hao and Shen Taoao, just wanted to curse the martial arts club. Did not expect? Chen Fan smiled and said, Then please help me, Senior, to send a message to the martial arts club. I don't want to provoke anyone, and I don't mind competition between classmates or friends. But if someone doesn't want to learn from each other, but just looks for trouble, then regardless of whether he is from the martial arts club or not, I will make him regret it. The senior nodded slightly. Well, I will pass the message on. Thank you, Chen Fan said with a smile. Senior, please stop the car. I have something to do at home. I will visit the campus when I have time. Howsy, please continue. I'll go back first. Chen Fan got out of the car. Yi Hao, Chu Xian, and others also jumped down. Yi Hao, you've already gone back. Why are we still doing this? Li Fengqing, I'm not interested anymore. I feel uncomfortable when I hear about the martial arts club. Shen Taoao, is this how the first martial arts university treats freshmen? If the freshmen don't have any strength, wouldn't they just let them slaughter them? Brother Fan, we really shouldn't choose the first martial arts university. How about we go and ask? Can I transfer to another school? Shen Hongxiu was afraid that the world would not be in chaos. Yes. Let's ask Grandpa Zhang if we can transfer to another school. I won't wait for you anymore. Fang Qingqing opened her mouth and said after a while, I agree. Even Fang Qingqing, who is relatively soft-tempered, said this. Chen Fan couldn't laugh or cry. It's not as serious as you think. If the martial arts club is really unreasonable, the school will definitely take care of it. If the school really doesn't care, then it depends on whose fist is stronger. The senior standing next to him couldn't help but touch his forehead. With so many little devils coming to the first martial arts university, it will be really lively in the future. The senior sister wanted to give Chen Fan a few words of advice. But when I turned around and thought about it, it was okay for young people to be young and energetic. And it was okay for them to be frustrated. The senior sister swallowed back what she wanted to say. At this time, a little fat man walked by holding a big watermelon in his hand. The big watermelon in the fat man's hand is at least 1 meter in diameter. If Chen Fan hadn't seen the monster attribute panel, he would have doubted whether the watermelon had become a spirit. The fat man walked by, glanced at Chen Fan and the others curiously, and then his eyes fell on Shen Hongxiu, with a look of surprise on his face. Shen Taoao was a little unhappy and said, Hey fat man, hold on to your watermelon and don't drop it. Just as the fat man was about to speak, his hand slipped and the watermelon fell. The fat man also reacted quickly, trying to catch the watermelon with his left hand. But the watermelon was very fragile. The fat man inserted his hand into the watermelon, and the watermelon fell to the ground with a bang and shattered into pieces. Chen Fan and Chu Xian all looked at Shen Tao Tao. Shen Tao Tao said dissatisfied, "What's wrong? I was wrong to remind him. He's carrying this big watermelon while walking and looking around. He didn't just drop the watermelon here. It will drop it somewhere else soon. Look at his body type and his character. When he walks, he glances at beautiful women. Even if he doesn't have a watermelon, he might drop it and eat it." The words just fell. The fat man who was about to walk over stepped on the melon flesh, and with a plop, he fell to the ground. Everyone. The fat man got up a little embarrassed and stared at Shen Tao Tao. Shen Tao Tao was not willing to be outdone. The two stared at each other. Shen Tao Tao said coldly, "Why are you looking at me? I kindly reminded you that you are still wrong? Are you from the martial arts club?" "Martial arts club? What martial arts club?" Fatty said. "I am from the main city of northern Xinjiang. I was recommended to the #1 martial arts university in the Demon City. I just finished my registration today." Shen Tao Tao's face looked better. The fat man looked at the watermelon sadly and sighed. Just when Shen Tao Tao was about to speak, the fat man was silent for a moment and said, "The universe is unimaginably big, and the blue star is just a speck of dust in the universe. Why should I suffer for a watermelon?" Everyone. Shen Tao Tao. "You are really open-minded." Chen Fan turned around and left. Yi Hao and others followed behind. Shen Hongxiu walked towards the fat man with a slight smile. The fat man became a little nervous and his face turned red. Sudden, Shen Hongxiu's right hand reached out like lightning, grabbed the fat man's collar, lifted him up, and then threw him on his back, slamming him to the ground. Bang! When Shen Fan and others heard the movement, they turned around again. Shen Hongxiu stepped on the fat man's back and said coldly, "I am already Chen Fan's. If you look at me like this next time, I will castrate you." The fat man wanted to speak, but Shen Hongxiu stepped into the ground. Teacher Li, who was wearing a peaked cap, came over and said, "If you destroy public property, you will need to pay 1,000 alliance coins and a fine of 500. Chen Fan and others were shocked. Why does it feel like Teacher Li is everywhere? Everyone just traveled a long way by car. Chapter 197 Mind Control Skills. Shen Hongxiu walked up to Teacher Li and said helplessly, "Teacher, can you pay less?" Teacher Li took out the lollipop in his mouth and tilted his head. "You are the first student I have encountered to bargain. This is compensation for losses and fines. Is this negotiable?" Shen Tao Tao frowned and urged, "Shen Hongxiu, pay the fine and leave. Why are you lingering?" Shen Hongxiu glared at Shen Nato, paid the fine obediently, and said, "Teacher Li, please leave quickly. I feel bad when I see you." Teacher Li turned to the fat man. "Where is your 1,500? The fat man was furious. "Teacher, can't you see clearly? I didn't do anything at all. I was beaten by her. She hasn't paid my medical bills yet." Teacher Li said sympathetically, "You can negotiate for medical expenses yourself. I will only charge you compensation and fines for damage to public property. Also, this watermelon belongs to you. Right. You can clean it up later." "I know." The fat man handed over the money with a dark face. Teacher Li smiled broadly. "Be careful next time and don't be so impulsive." "Okay. If you don't abide by the school rules and regulations in school, what will happen?" Chen Fan and others looked at Teacher Li sideways. "You look like you want us to fight until the sky is dark and the earth is dark. Besides, on our first day here, we didn't even know what the school rules and regulations were." Everyone shrugged and walked away, leaving the fat man alone and disheveled in the wind. The fat man obediently cleaned up the rotten watermelon, then summoned a huge thick-earthed black wolf, rode on the black wolf, and headed towards the school gate. Chen Fan and others left the first martial arts university and headed all the way to shop number 9. Henry Chu walked to Chen Fan, turned to look at Chen Fan, and then turned away. After a while, he looked at Chen Fan again. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. "If you have anything to say, just say it. Ni is acting like a little daughter-in-law. What do you want to do?" Henry Chu was silent for a moment and said, "What kind of cultivation are you now?" Yi Hao and the others immediately came over with curious expressions on their faces. Chen Fan blinked. "Okay, let's talk about the second question. You can ask it." Chu Xian. Yi Hao. "Although I also want to know." Henry Chu. "You better not ask." Brother Fan is afraid of irritating us. So he deliberately didn't say anything. Henry Chu. I'm not afraid of being stimulated. Chun Fan. Really? Henry Chu. Yeah. Chun Fan. Do you have to tell me? Yi Hao. Oh. Brother Fan. Please hurry up and say it. I'm so anxious. Chun Fan raised 4 fingers. Everyone stopped. Shen Tao narrowed his eyes. Brother Fan. Although you are a monster in our minds. Are you exaggerating? Li Fengxing nodded. Monster. Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing looked at each other and saw the surprise and frustration in each other's eyes. Shangwan Songlong and Feng Tianlin looked at each other and rolled their eyes at the same time. Only Shangwan rolled his eyes wildly without tears. Xianqu is really troublesome. If you didn't ask questions like this, I would be happy today. You asked this question. I haven't been happy these days. Is this guy really a human? Is it possible that he looks like a human, but is actually an alien? Get out. Chen Fan said. I was chased when I was in the Broken Soul Mountain range. I felt that there was a danger everywhere. So I rushed with all my strength and reached the 4th level. You don't have to be too anxious. I may not be able to help with other things. But helping you breed animals is easy. You all have 3 beasts. And Haozi and Sonlong have 4 beasts. It is easiest to help you break through by increasing the power of the beast. Ah. Shangwan Wulei went a little crazy. I only have 2 beasts. Feng Tianlin looked downcast. I only have 2 beasts. How on earth did you sign up for so many beasts? Everyone was chatting and laughing when they arrived at the door of shop number 9. At this time, there were several long queues outside store number 9. And it was very lively. The 9th store in Donghai City was really just a small room when the door of the store was opened. Behind the room is a small training ground. But now the door of the 9th store is as majestic as the first martial arts university. Looking inside from the gate, we can see a series of low-rise buildings scattered in an orderly manner. Looking inside again, the view was blocked by towering trees. Hey, Brother Fan. Look, isn't that the fat man who dropped the watermelon? Yi Hao suddenly said. The fat man actually came in front of us? Chin Fan and others looked up. And sure enough they saw a thick black wolf carrying a fat man not far ahead. The fat man lay on the back of the black wolf and took a nap. His head shaking. Chin Fan shook his head. Some people are dead. But they are still alive. Some people live. But he sleeps. Yi Hao ran over and shouted. Fat man. You are not allowed to sleep while driving. The fat man trembled with fright and almost jumped up. He rubbed his eyes and took a closer look. After seeing Chin Fan and the others clearly, he pursed his lips and said, Are they you? You also heard that there is a master of animal breeding in store number 9. So you want to come here to breed animals? Let me tell you. The master of animal breeding is a legendary figure. There are very few masters of animal breeding who open animal breeding shops. Those wealthy families want to ask the grandmaster to breed their beasts. But the grandmaster may not be willing to do so. Master Zhang Hai opens an animal breeding store. This opportunity must not be missed. Yi Hao and others all showed Mona Lisa-like smiles, which made the fat man confused. Shen Taotao reminded, You are a big dog. Be careful when you fall down. Bang! The fat man, who was just about to dismount, slipped and rolled down like a rubber ball. He stood up, patted the dust on his clothes, and looked at Shen Nato angrily. Shen Taotao spread his hands. I didn't jump into the well with your wife in my arms. Why do you hate me so much? Shangwan Wulei and Feng Tianlin subconsciously took a few steps to the side, away from Shen Nato. This crow's mouth is so scary, Yi Hao said speechlessly. Fat man, what kind of cultivation are you? If you can be recommended to the first martial arts university, your cultivation level should be good. Right? Why do you have to fall a few times every time I see you? First grade 5th level heaven. Fatty said a little depressed. I have never fallen down a few times in my life. After I came to the Magic City, I met you. It's really weird. Okay. I won't talk nonsense to you anymore. I got the reservation number through the internal relationship of store number 9. Looking at the looks of you guys, you must not have gotten a reservation number. There's no point in queuing up. Go back quickly, and don't waste time here. Chen Fan smiled, and walked towards the door of shop number 9. Henry Chu and others followed closely behind. Yi Hao patted the fat man's shoulder gently. Little fat man, continue to line up. We will go in first. The fat man was stunned for a moment. At this time, someone in several other teams started shouting. Hey, you guys, line up at the back. What's going on with these people? Trying to jump in line? Why are they so unqualified? It's so shameless to stop them. The fat man wanted to shout too, but thinking that we were all from the same school after all, he endured it and shook his head. At this time, two staff members maintaining order at the entrance of store number 9 stopped Chen Fan and his party. One of them said, "Please make a reservation first. After you get the reservation number, come here and line up according to the time." The fat man grinned. "These guys are all stupid." Chen Fan glanced inside the door and said, "Please call me Zhuisheng or Zhang Wei. It's useless to call anyone." The staff member said with a stern face, "If you want to breed animals in the 9th store, please abide by the rules of the 9th store. Please make a reservation first. After getting the reservation number, come here and line up according to the time." Yi Hao's face sank and he wanted to speak, but Chen Fan stopped him. Chen Fan dialed Zhuisheng's number. "Brother Sheng, I'm at the door of store number 9. Come and pick me up. Otherwise they won't let me in." On the virtual screen, Zhuisheng was smiling. "Master Fan, wait a moment. I'll be there right away." Under the surprised gaze of a group of staff, Zhuisheng and Zhang Wei trotted over. A group of staff members immediately became nervous. Zhuisheng and Zhang Wei are the top managers of store number 9. Although there were several senior beast breeders such as Mr. Zhao above them, those few senior beast breeders were obsessed with breeding animals and rarely cared about other things. Therefore, Zhuisheng and Zhang Wei are almost at the top of the power of the number 9 animal breeding store. These two people actually ran all the way over. When people from big families in the Magic City came over, they didn't lower their posture so low. Right? Under the nervous gaze of a group of staff, Zhuisheng waved to them. A group of staff members walked over with tense bodies. At this time, Chen Fan said, "Don't blame them. This is their responsibility." "Yes, I understand," Zhuisheng said respectfully. Zhuisheng brought a group of people to the side, coughed slightly and said, "The man just now is named Chen Fan. We respectfully call him Master Fan. He is Master Zhang Hai's only disciple. He is also the true owner of shop number 9. A group of staff were stunned. Master Zhang Hai's only disciple? The owner of shop number 9? Because of what Chen Fan just said, Zhuisheng did not blame everyone, but only gave them a few words of advice before letting them return to work. Chen Fan, Shen Hongxiu and others, led by Zhuisheng and Zhang Wei, directly entered the gate of store number 9. Behind him, the little fat man's eyes widened and his mouth opened as if he could put an egg in it. "Master Fan, Mr. Zhang went to the Ministry of Education today," Zhang Wei said. "He said that after you come, let us take you for a spin first. In addition, Mr. Zhang asked me to tell you that our number 9 store is adjacent to your residence. Mr. Fan, if you come down the hill behind your residence, Mr. Fan, there is a mountain road directly connected to our number 9 store. If you come along that mountain road, you can go directly to the 9th store." Chen Fan nodded. "I understand. Take me to the training ground." Speaking of this, Chen Fan became a little excited. Finally, we can start breeding animals again. Let the beast control come more violently. Under the leadership of Zhuisheng and Zhang Wei, Chen Fan and Chu Xian got into a car and drove around the training grounds. This store number 9 is just like the Beast Breeders Association in Donghai City. The training grounds are separated by high-voltage power grids. There are no more than 5 beasts in each training ground. Outside every training ground, there are powerful star warriors guarding them. Chen Fan turned on his computer, and every time he went to a training ground, he checked the attribute panel of the beast inside, and then recorded all the information needed for evolution and upgrade. Fortunately, Chu Xian and Yi Hao had already seen Chen Fan's methods, so they were not too surprised. But Shangwan Sanlong, Shangwan Wulei, and Feng Tianlin were stunned. What is Chen Fan doing? Just by glancing at the beast, can you determine the race, name, and combat power level of the beast? Is the apprentice of the master of beast breeding so terrifying? Feng Tianlin turned his head and glanced at the beast master at a training ground outside the window. Among the 5 beasts inside, he only recognized 2. One was the flame rat, and the other was the fine iron hedgehog. The other 3 monsters look weird. They don't look like cows or tigers, and they don't even know what they are. Feng Tianlin felt a deep sense of frustration in his heart. Last time Shangwan Sanlong told him that it would be okay if he practiced hard and didn't keep comparing himself with Chen Fan. Comparing with that monster would only hurt his self-confidence. Now Feng Tianlin understood the meaning of that sentence. This is really a monster. Although he thought so in his heart, Feng Tianlin still couldn't hold back. "Chen Fan, what on earth are you doing? Recording the data of these beasts?" Chen Fan didn't even raise his head. Yeah. On the side, Li Fingxing squinted his eyes, looked at the beast masters on the training field outside, and muttered, Heavens Daoqian. Earth's Kuan. Gods and demons are divided into two realms. Open your eyes and see your true body. Feng Tianlin frowned and kicked Li Fingxing. What are you doing again? Li Fingxing turned around and said, Kick me again, and I'll beat you to death. Feng Tianlin. Irritable. Even Yi Hao was not his opponent at the beginning. In the blink of an eye, he was at the bottom. Even the idiot Li Fingxing is so arrogant. But there is no way. Although Li Fingxing's current cultivation level is not comparable to his, the combat power level and race level of Li Fingxing's three beasts are stronger than his beasts. If he really fought with Li Fingxing, he might really be beaten to death by Li Fingxing. Feng Tianlin rolled his eyes and said, I just saw you talking nonsense and wanted to ask you what on earth you are doing. Why are you so vicious? Li Fingxing smiled mysteriously and said, This is the sky eye spell that Brother Fan taught me. Feng Tianlin and Shangwan Sanlong were both stunned for a moment. Have an eye. Li Fingxing smiled proudly. Look what Brother Fan is doing now. He just relies on his heavenly eyes to observe these beasts. Feng Tianlin and three others, Yi Hao and Shen Tao, snickered. But they didn't point it out. Feng Tianlin and Shangwan Sanlong changed positions and sat next to Li Fingxing. Feng Xing, tell me, what's going on with this heavenly eye? What can you see when you recite the spell? I really don't know what I can see. I'm still practicing and haven't succeeded in practicing, Li Fingxing said. But this eye is really powerful. Outside the Beast Breeders Association, a guy from the Nightmare Garden using the stealth skills of the Shadow Beast. He hid at the gate and wanted to assassinate Brother Fan. Brother Fan saw through it at a glance. So he went back to the Animal Breeders Association to find his uncle. And he crippled him in a few strokes. When we were practicing in the secret realm, we relied on Brother Fan's eyes to detect high-level monsters. And then we were safe all the way. Feng Tianlin's eyes widened. So powerful. Teach me. I want to learn too. Li Fingxing glared and said, This is the eye of heaven. Can this be taught by preaching? Feng Tianlin gritted his teeth, hugged Li Fingxing's shoulders, and whispered, I will give you 500,000 alliance coins, and you will teach me the spell. I promise not to tell anyone about it. Even my father. I won't tell him. Yi Hao gently patted Feng Tianlin on the shoulder and said, Give me 1 million and I will teach you. Li Fingxing was furious. Yi Hao, what the hell are you doing? Feng Tianlin held Yi Hao's hand. Deal. A man of his words. Li Fingxing, who had his beard cut off, was furious. Yi Hao, get out of the car. I want to fight you. Yi Hao, I'll give you 500,000. Li Fingxing, that's pretty much it. Everyone. Yi Hao looked at Shangwan Sanlong and Shangwan Wulei. Do you want to learn? 1 million per person. Either you both learn, or neither of you learn. I'm afraid you will collude in confession. Shangwan Sanlong and Shangwan Wulei looked at each other. Shangwan Sanlong Nana said, When I was in Donghai City, I asked Chen Fan to educate beasts and spent all the money. Shangwan Wulei rolled his eyes and shook his head. I will learn it later. To learn? Feng Tianlin and Li Fingxing must practice successfully before learning. Do you think this lady is as idiotic as Feng Tianlin? Yi Hao jumped out of the car and waved to Feng Tianlin. Come over there. I'll teach you the spell. Feng Tianlin was extremely excited and followed Yi Hao over. Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing both rolled their eyes. People are shameless. It's really profitable. Should we consider not being so reserved in the future? After a while, Chen Fan finished recording the beast control information from several nearby training grounds, leaned out of the car window and shouted, Get in the car quickly. Let's drive. Yi Hao and Feng Tianlin ran back happily. As soon as he got in the car, Yi Hao turned to look at Henry Chu. Xian Chu, I have a big project. Do you want to invest in it? Henry Chu's face was expressionless. Get out! Yi Hao looked at Fang Qingqing again. Fang Qingqing pursed her lips and turned her head away. Yi Hao looked at Shen Hongxiu again. Shen Hongxiu smiled. Believe it or not, I will crush you to death? Yi Hao sighed. Where is the trust between people? I treat you as brothers and sisters, but you treat me as a liar. Alas. At least listen to me first. The car started moving and everyone was silent. Chen Fan was still peeping out the car window. Yi Hao said, You all saw the lively scene outside the number 9 store just now. Right. No one said a word. Yi Hao thought to himself and said, I'm going to open a store next to the entrance of store number 9. I haven't decided what to sell yet. But no matter what you sell, it's definitely easy to make money. It's definitely not possible for others to open a shop here. But I'm Brother Fan's brother. Isn't this shop number 9 owned by Brother Fan? If you are not happy, I will do it myself. Anyway, if we recruit a few people, I don't need to be in charge personally. How much money does the family give us per month? If Brother Fan hadn't led us to catch a few big ones, how could we have afforded the high-grade Xian weapon? How could we have so much savings? Be prepared for danger in times of peace. Brothers, we can still go to the secret realm with Brother Fan in the future. But no one knows how much we can gain in the secret realm. But opening a shop in front of the number 9 shop, with a steady flow of water, is definitely a good business. For example, I can sell materials. Ordinary Tianxiang Lisue Liuji only sells for 150,000 alliance coins in other places. I sell it directly for 220,000 here. We are the only official cooperative store of the 9th store. Even if the price is a little higher, those guys outside will definitely grab it like crazy. There are actually many ways to make money. The key depends on whether you are willing to do it. Everyone. Jin Fan glanced at Yihao speechlessly. I have to say that Yihao does have some business acumen. Shin Nato and Li Fingxing were both tricked by him. Now Feng Tianlin has also been tricked. If Shangwan Sanlong had money, he would probably have been tricked. But having said that, he just said that opening a store next to store number 9 is indeed feasible. Even if you can't make a lot of money, it's easy to make a little money. Snapped. Shin Hongxiu slapped Yihao on the back of the head. You are finally reliable for once. Count me in. Yihao touched the back of his head and said, You just said you were going to squeeze me to death. Fang Qingqing and Shin Taotao all nodded. Henry Chu held it in for a long time and then said 2 words. It's feasible. Sudden. Chin Fan shouted. Stop! Stop! With a sudden break, Feng Tianlin and Li Fingxing almost flew out. Chin Fan jumped out of the car and ran to a training ground ahead. There are 5 beasts in the training ground. One of them had an odd shape and looked like an old wooden stake. However, when looking at the old wooden stake, Chin Fan's eyes sparkled. Monster name, Soul-Raising Wood with Spirit. Combat power level, level 9 elite. Racial level, high and extraordinary. Monster attribute, wood. Monster weakness, gold. Racial skills, soul nourishing force field. Mind control, greenwood arrow. Vine entanglement. Mind control. Chin Fan's eyes widened. What a powerful spiritual skill. Chapter 198 Soul Nurturing Force Field. The mind control skill can control the enemy for 5 seconds and ignores physical defense. However, it may fail or the effect will be weakened under powerful spell defense. The mind control skill cannot be used on beings whose mental power is much stronger than the caster's. It is susceptible to mental backlash. So use it with caution. When the mind control skill is cast, the caster's own movements will also be restricted, and the star power will be difficult to operate, making it difficult to perform other skills or actions. Chin Fan's eyes lit up when he saw the description of the Soul Yang Mu Mu Ling mind control skill. They are also mental skills. Compared with Xiao Hei's mental spikes, mind control has its own strengths. The advantage of Xiao Hei's mental spike is that it is simple and direct. It can instantly disrupt the enemy's rhythm and interrupt the enemy's spellcasting when the enemy does not open the mental barrier. Those below the 5th level cannot control mental power and have no mental barrier or other actions to expose the enemy's weaknesses. Even magic defenses such as obsidian armor or cyan crystal armor can't stop the mental spike. However, mind control will be affected by various spell armors or shields, and may fail or have its effect weakened by powerful spell defense. From this point of view, the mental spike is stronger. However, Xiao Hei's spiritual spike cannot kill an existence of the same level or even a higher level with one move. Therefore, Chin Fan usually uses this skill in conjunction with his 9 heaven-breaking swords to achieve the effect of killing with one strike. As for mind control, if used properly, it is possible to kill powerful enemies with one move. For example, the 5th level, when one's own side is unable to break through the opponent's defense. Even using mental spikes will not be effective, because the opponent is standing and letting you cut. You may not be able to cut, but the skill of mind control can control the enemy for 5 seconds. What if you use this skill to control the enemy and make the enemy commit suicide? Chin Fan still doesn't know how powerful this skill is and whether it can produce special effects when used. But this skill made Chin Fan feel the infinite possibilities. Having said that, although this skill is powerful, its disadvantages are also very obvious. Easily weakened by spell defense. You know, anyone above the 4th level can already condense star power armor. even if the enemy has no other defenses. Just the star power armor may greatly weaken the effect of this skill. If an enemy has a star power armor, a powerful defensive armor, and finally is covered with a layer of beast control magic defense armor, can mind control still work? And this last point is even more fatal. When the mind control skill is cast, the caster's own movements will also be restricted, and the star power will be difficult to operate, making it difficult to perform other skills or actions. If the enemy has companions, wouldn't it put him in a desperate situation when he uses this move? As a result, this move can only be used as a sneak attack when it can ensure your own safety. Chen Fan just checked it, and one thought after another flashed through his mind. Before Henry Chu and others could react, Chen Fan summoned the Orange Cat. For mental skills, Orange Cats with strong mental power are definitely the most suitable. Although the old leader's soul was almost shattered, and was sealed in the Orange Cat's body by Empress He Hongyan, the skinny camel was bigger than a horse, and his mental power was still stronger than the average 5th level realm. Asshole! As soon as the Orange Cat crawled out of the beast-controlling space, he said angrily, I come and go when I call you. You really think of me as your beast controller? When Chu Xian and Shen Hongxiu heard this, they were all stunned. Aren't you Chen Fan's beast master? They have already signed a contract, and can freely enter and exit the beast control space. If you are not Chen Fan, what is your beast control? Chen Fan ignored the Orange Cat. After he asked Chua Sheng to open the door of the training ground, he went straight to the soul-raising woodwood spirit. The soul-raising woodwood spirit is like an old wooden stake, motionless. But when the other 4 beasts saw the stranger coming in, they immediately showed unkind looks. From behind, the 2 administrators immediately ran to the front and said a few words of comfort to the beasts. The 4 beasts turned away and continued to lie on the grass basking in the sun. Chen Fan walked to Mu Ling and squatted down. Mu Ling was a little weak and had a gentle temper. Even when Chen Fan came to the side, he just rolled his eyes and looked indifferent. After Chen Fan glanced at the wood spirit's attribute panel, he said to the 2 administrators, How long has it been since the wood spirit was brought here? What do you usually feed it? The 2 administrators did not know Chen Fan, but when he saw Zhui Sheng and Zhang Wei following him respectfully, he knew that Chen Fan had a lot of background. One of them quickly replied, It has been here for 3 days. During these 3 days, it has eaten wood monster meat, but the level of the monster meat is generally lower than level 9. So it seems to be very dissatisfied. Another administrator said, I don't know why, but it seems to be very weak all the time even though it is well fed. Of course he's weak. Those would attribute monster meat mainly only replenishes its star power, but it is difficult to replenish or even enhance its mental power. The same goes for Xiao He. Even if he is fed more than 10 levels of demonic monster meat every day, Xiao He will not be satisfied. It needs to devour souls frequently. But the soul-raising woodwood spirit does not have the ability to devour or harvest souls. And those materials that help improve mental power are also very rare. Even if shop number 9 does have them, it is unlikely that they will be used by these beasts. Chen Fan's eyes fell on the wood spirit's skill. Soul Nourishing Field. The Soul Nurturing Force Field can open a force field with a radius of 50 meters. Any person or beast within this force field can achieve the effect of nourishing the soul. Staying within the Soul Nurturing Force Field for a long time can enhance soul power, and then enhance mental power. The caster of the Soul Nurturing Force Field will harvest the mental power of all people or beasts in the force field. This part of the mental power is only the increased mental power of the people or beasts in the force field. A small part of it will not cause harm to people or beasts. Chen Fan frowned. Is this with Spirit's Beast Master a bad guy? With such a good skill, don't you remind shop number 9? Yi Hao poked his head over and said, Brother Fan, what's your skill? Chen Fan didn't even raise his head. Soul Nurturing Force Field. Everyone present was shocked. This wood spirit actually has a legendary force field that can enhance spiritual power? Chen Fan blinked and stretched out his hand towards Mu Ling. Hello, my name is Chen Fan, and I am the breeder at shop number 9. Mu Ling was stunned for a moment. The several breeders who came to take care of it before were all old men. The boy in front of me actually said that he was also a beast breeder? Mu Ling moved slightly, stretched out his branch-like hand, and shook hands with Chen Fan. After Chen Fan touched the wood spirit, he took the opportunity to copy the mind control to the Orange Cat. The system energy that had increased since yesterday afternoon was used up again in an instant. Orange Cat. Chen Fan, get this for me. Before he finished speaking, the summoning circle appeared. Chen Fan reached out and held down the Orange Cat's head, pushing the Orange Cat into the beast control space. Then, His voice rang in his mind. Fat cat. Copy the skill to you. That's my secret. Is there anything you can't say before returning to the beast-controlling space? The orange cat was furious. Besides, the orange cat, am in a hurry with you. Chen Fan ignored it. The orange cat rolled his eyes and glanced at Xiaobai and Gongzi. No, these guys don't have very good tempers. If you piss them off, you'll be in serious trouble. The orange cat ran to the old ape and said, Old ape, I have learned a new skill. Can you cooperate with me to use this skill? The old ape was stunned for a moment and nodded. Immediately, the orange cat's eyes flashed, activating the mind control. The old ape's body shook, and he instantly lost control of his body. Then, the orange cat controlled the old ape to do a handstand, then ran to Gongzi and jumped up like a master. Gongzi, noob. A group of royal beasts looked at the old ape, dumbfounded. This kind of thing happens to Gongzi and Jade, and it's normal. But the old ape is mature and prudent, and even eats like a gentleman. He has never done any of the antics of the apes. Why suddenly? 5 seconds later, the old ape regained control of his body. He looked at the orange cat, speechless. Fortunately, this is in the beast-controlling space. If it were outside, it would be the scene of social death. The orange cat blinked. This thing is not very easy to use. When I use this skill, I can't move myself. What if someone comes over and gives me a knife at this time? Will I be dead? Xiao Hei's spiritual spikes are better. Xiao Hei said angrily. Despicable and shameless robber. Dirty! Shameless! If you steal my skills, I will curse you for being infertile and having a full family of grandchildren. Xiaobai and Gongzi were all happy. Xiaoqing walked around the orange cat very curiously, her eyes full of envy. When there is a lot of noise in the beast control space, Chen Fan said to the wood spirit, I am the breeder of the 9th store. My family lives not far next door. You come with me. I can help you improve your combat power level and race level, and help you find many beasts to come over to replenish your soul power. The originally sick wood spirit immediately raised his head. Zhang Wei immediately stepped forward and said, Young Master Fan is a disciple of Master Zhang Hai. He is the strongest beast breeder in shop number 9 besides Master Zhang Hai. At the same time, he is also the true owner of shop number 9. Soul-raising Mu Muling heard what Zhang Wei said and nodded immediately. Chen Fan immediately took Mu Ling into the car. Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing were silent, but they all know the skill, Soul Nurturing Force Field, and know that this skill can help beast masters and beast masters improve their spiritual power. No wonder Chen Fan exclaimed in the car. But summon the orange cat and send it back to the beast-controlling space. What does it mean? After driving around in a large circle and recording all the beast control information in shop number 9, Chen Fan led a large group of people up the mountain road behind shop number 9 and returned home. As soon as he arrived at home, Chen Fan summoned Xiaobai, Gongzi and the others. Chu Xian and others did not need to be reminded at all, and they all summoned the beasts. The group of beast masters were all very familiar with each other. As soon as they came out of the beast master space, they immediately started having fun together. When Chen Fan saw Feng Tianlin also summoning the beast, he immediately stretched out his hand. Hey! Hey! Feng Tianlin suddenly had a long face. You took someone else's beast control, deployed the soul nourishing force field here, and then asked us to charge for it? Chen Fan said. I was originally going to charge for the soul nurturing force field, considering that I am familiar with you. So even if I give this as a gift, I want to pay for the animal breeding. The combat power level and racial level of a beast are 1 level each, and 2 million alliance coins. Feng Tianlin's face turned even darker. It wasn't so expensive when I was in Donghai City. Nonsense! Chen Fan said. The higher the level of the beast, the more difficult it is to cultivate it. Does your Feng family have a beast master of more than 30 levels? If you bid 1 million, would you like a beast breeder to help you breed a beast that is over 30 levels? Feng Tianlin's face became a little better, and he nodded. If a beast master of more than 30 levels can be promoted to 1 level, my Feng family will definitely be fine even if it costs 1 billion or 8 billion. It's extremely difficult for a beast master of that level to advance to the next level. Chen Fan immediately narrowed his eyes. Your Feng family's 30-plus level beast masters are willing to pay 1 billion or 80 million? Feng Tianlin frowned. Don't even think about it. I know you are powerful, but you want to cultivate a beast master of more than 30 levels. Are you kidding me? Unless you can persuade your master to let Master Zhang Hai help our Feng family cultivate beasts. Chen Fan didn't say anything more. He just turned around and stretched out his hand to everyone. Hurry up! If you want to breed an animal, just pay for it. My brothers will settle the score. Eat my food and live in my house. And I haven't even taken the money. Li Fengxing scratched his head. Brother Fan, I'm not wearing your clothes or pants. Am I? Chen Fan kicked Li Fengxing. Shen Hongxiu acted coquettishly. Brothers are settling accounts openly. Do we still have to settle accounts between husband and wife? Fang Qingqing sneered. Shameless. Chen Fan's eyes widened, and he turned his head. Fang Qingqing's face turned red. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Shen Hongxiu. Chen Fan stretched out his hand toward Shen Hongxiu. Hey! Don't play tricks on me. Each of you still has hundreds of millions on you. Why are you still dawdling after spending a few million? I haven't even made any money from you. The materials required for each beast to improve may be more than this. Shen Hongxiu pouted. What if Rouge comes? Will she also have to pay? Nonsense! Chen Fan said. Rouge is my master's niece, not my daughter. When I was in Donghai City, I bred a beast for her for free. I will be paid for the training of beasts in the future. Shen Hongxiu looked at Chen Fan bitterly. You're all looking for money. I can't help it. I was afraid of being poor before, Chen Fan said. As the saying goes, poor people don't tell secret words. Besides, my armor is broken and I need to replace it. It will cost a lot of money. Everyone had no choice but to transfer the money obediently. It was Shangwan Songlong's turn. Shangwan Songlong said, Who can compare with me on credit? Chen Fan was a little speechless. In the past, only Feng Xing approached me for credit. But now you also approach me for credit. Okay. Let me keep the accounts for you. After collecting the money, Chen Fan said again, Let's help me get it together. The Wood Spirit Soul Nurturing Force Field is an area of 50 meters in radius. Help me draw a circle with a radius of 50 meters on the grass. A group of people immediately started moving pieces of bluestone from the mountain and formed a circle with a radius of 50 meters. Afterwards, Chen Fan picked up the Wood Spirit and ran away, carrying the Wood Spirit to the center of the circle. Wood Spirit. Chen Fan laughed and said, Okay, Wood Spirit, please open the Soul Nurturing Force Field. The Wood Spirit blinked and opened the Soul Nourishing Force Field. Chen Fan and others who were in the Soul Nourishing Force Field suddenly felt a strange feeling. It's like being bathed in the sunshine in winter, making people feel warm and very comfortable. Chen Fan made a big move, and all the beasts ran into the circle. A group of beast masters immediately felt something unusual. At this time, Chen Fan clapped his hands and said, Everyone, please pay attention. In the future, whether you are playing or training, try to enter the circle as much as possible. To be precise, with the Wood Spirit as the center. Do not leave it more than 50 meters away. Do you understand? The ice-white python rushed to Chen Fan's feet and nodded repeatedly. The Handan Golden Horn Dragon, which was half a beat too late, was so angry that he scolded all the 18 generations of ice-white python ancestors in his heart. The Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast said, It's so comfortable. The skills of this wooden stake are so weird. Chen Fan said, This is not a strange skill. This is a very powerful skill. It is a Soul Nourishing Force Field. This Soul Nourishing Force Field can help Beast Masters, and Beast Masters enhance their spiritual power. The Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast opened its mouth and said after a while, So powerful. Oh, I wish I had such a skill. Xiao Hei sneered. Stop dreaming. This kind of skill is a spiritual skill, and only a strong person like me deserves to have it. Master, help me steal. Before Xiao Hei could finish speaking, Chen Fan grabbed his mouth. Chen Fan used his mind to communicate. Silly bird. If you say one more thing, I'll roast you and eat you. Xiao Hei, isn't it okay if you forget and don't tell me? Chen Fan let go of his hand. Henry Chu. What did Xiao Hei say he stole? Chen Fan imitated the opening remarks in the animal world and said, Spring is here. Everything revives. And the prairie has come to the season of admiration for animals. When Xiao Hei grew up, he began to dream about spring. He wanted to steal a mother bird. Chu Xian. Shen Hongxiu. Ba. 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 Fantasy King Green Python Golden Horn Beast. Ba. 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 The goblin chuckled. Fang Qingqing glared at Xiaobu. Xiaobu's laughter stopped suddenly. Chen Fan waved his hand. Why are you still dazed here? It's time to practice and practice. And it's time to train and control beasts. Yi Hao and the others shrugged and took their beasts to look for a training venue in the circle. Feng Tianlin caught up with Yi Hao and asked, Yi Hao, do you all live here? Yi Hao nodded. Yes. We rented Brother Fan's house. Feng Tianlin was a little moved. How much is the rent? Yi Hao sneered and said, Brother Fan and I are brothers. What's the rent? Feng Tianlin. Mata. Yi Hao is even more shameless than me. Feng Tianlin said again. Help me. Help me rent a room too. Yi Hao smiled. Don't dream. There is another house here, which was left to Rugu by Brother Fan. Rugu will probably arrive tomorrow. Feng Tianlin was dejected. He is no richer than Shangwan Songlong and others. After breeding animals these few times, he is now strapped for money. If you ask for money from your family, it will definitely not be much. The most important is, here in Shinfan, you can eat, drink and enjoy the soul-nourishing force field. Now they are far behind Yi Hao and the others. By the time Yi Hao and the others are practicing in the soul-nurturing force field and making rapid progress, won't they be unable to catch up even on horseback? But there is no room. Feng Tianlin was very depressed. At this moment, Shangwan Wulei came over and said, Oh, you have such an IQ. Feng Tianlin was furious. Shangwan Wulei, please show me some respect. Don't you even know how to count? Shangwan Wulei pointed at the row of houses and said, There are so many houses, and there are only a few of them like Henry Chu. Just pick off your fingers and do the math. Yi Hao said there is only one room left. So you think there is only one room left? Feng Tianlin was stunned for a moment, and then glared at Yi Hao. Yi Hao rolled his eyelids. Brother Fan uses the other rooms as warehouses. Feng Tianlin suddenly felt like a deflated ball. Shangwan Wulei pointed to the row of houses on the right side of the gate and said, That's the warehouse. Such a big warehouse is enough. Yi Hao glanced at Shangwan Wulei and said nothing. Feng Tianlin is so fooled. But Shangwan Wulei is difficult to deal with. Feng Tianlin glared at Yi Hao again. But Yi Hao just pretended that he didn't see it and went to train with the 4 beasts including Holy Moon Morning Glory. The same goes for Henry Chu and others. No matter whether they are humans or beasts, they are not idle. On the way to the Demon City, Chen Fan once told them about the proficiency of beast control skills. Chen Fan can help all beast masters improve their skill proficiency. But the upper limit of skill proficiency requires the efforts of these beast masters themselves to break through. The most commonly used skill of the Dark Bloodstone Man is Obsidian Armor. So this skill breaks through the upper limit of skill proficiency. With the help of Chen Fan, it becomes stronger in the blink of an eye. The dragon-blooded crazy lion likes to use Flame Flurry the most. So after breaking through the upper limit of 100 points for this skill, Chen Fan directly raised it to 150 points. However, Holy Moon Morning Glory is a healing beast, and its skills are rarely used during training. So many skills are always stuck at 100 points, unable to break through. Now that they have finally settled down in the Magic City, Yi Hao, Chu Xian, and the others immediately started training to control the beasts desperately. Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing also learned about skill proficiency from Shen Daoao last night, so they practiced very hard. In fact, Henry Chu and the others did not need to urge them at all. After Chu Xian and the others used their minds to communicate with the beasts. This group of beasts already knew the benefits of training, without Yi Hao's supervision at all. A group of beast masters began to train desperately. Holy Moon Morning Glory was running here and there, first throwing a skill, Star Power Burning, to all the beasts, and then desperately using healing techniques on these beasts. A group of beast masters were furious. But Holy Moon Morning Glory is like the youngest sister. Although the beast masters were annoyed, they did not blame her after all. They also knew that Hua Hua was training her skills and wanted to improve her skill proficiency. On the other side, Chen Fan was taking the Orange Cat to test mind control. Hey! Orange Cat communicated with Chen Fan. Help me copy that soul-nurturing force field. By the way, I forgot. Xiao Hei's swallowing soul was also copied to me. These 2 skills will help me restore my soul power. It will take a few days. Chen Fan said. The system energy has been used up and only about 20,000 are left. Copying skills consumes a lot of system energy. Orange Cat. Why does it take a few days? Chen Fan. There are so many reasons. Just wait patiently. Shen Taoao saw Chen Fan's mysterious look and walked over secretly. As soon as he approached, the Orange Cat turned around and smiled at him. Shen Taoao was stunned for a moment, raised his hand, opened his bow from left to right, and gave himself a few slaps. Then, he ran 2 steps quickly, hugged a big tree, and hit it hard with his head, making a dent in the trunk. Shen Taoao woke up and looked at his hands and the dents in the tree. Dumbfounded. What did I do? What did I just do? Am I possessed? Why do I have to beat myself up? Not far away. The old blind man was lying on a rocking chair basking in the sun. He raised his head, glanced at the orange cat, and scratched his head. Immediately, the old blind man lay back again, his empty eyes silently looking at the sky. Above the sky, there are wind and residual clouds. A star that ordinary people cannot see is shining brightly. The old blind man took a deep breath. The human emperor star is also heading north. When Chen Fan and others came to the demon city in the north, the human emperor star also moved north. Time is running out. If we can't find the human emperor star again, I'm afraid it will be too late. The old blind man tilted his head slightly and looked at Chen Fan again. Chapter 199 Blue Star's Biggest Crisis. The Demon King of the Sixth Heaven. Hey Chen Fan. I have something to tell you. The orange cat glanced at Henry Chu and the others who were practicing on the other side, and called Chen Fan into the room. After entering the room, Chen Fan frowned and said, What happened? It's so mysterious. I still need to find materials to breed animals. The orange cat opened a mental barrier, and then said, About the Tianyi realm. I'm not interested in the Tianyi realm. Chen Fan blinked. I am already at the 4th level now. You can first teach me how to condense star power armor. I'm going to start looking for materials in a moment, so I don't have time to listen to you. What? Orange Cat was stunned. You are not interested in Tianyi world? Why are you interested? Chen Fan said. First, I don't even know how big Blue Star is or how many countries there are in Blue Star. I haven't been to several places in Blue Star. I don't even know how many countries there are in Blue Star. Understand? Why should I understand Tianyi realm? Second, what if I know about Tianyi realm? Can you return to Tianyi realm? Can I go to Tianyi realm? The Nightmare Court came out in full force, trying to find a way back to Tianyi realm in those secret realms and restricted areas. But they haven't found it yet. What's the use of telling me about Tianyi realm? The orange cat was stunned for a long time before saying, What you said makes so much sense. After a pause, he added, But you are taking it too seriously, aren't you? After I signed a contract with you, I thought you would ask me a lot of questions. For example, ask me for the martial arts skills I know, such as things about the demon sect, such as the Nightmare Garden, or the colorful sacred stone. But after you asked for a holy demon art and several martial arts, you didn't ask anything else. I didn't ask. But you felt unhappy? Chen Fan flattened his lips and said, Have you ever heard of the saying that curiosity killed the cat? I am a person who only broke through to the 4th level 2 days ago. What do I do if I know so much? For example, regarding the matter of the heavenly demon sect, I advise you not to waste your efforts. I have no interest in the leader of the heavenly demon sect. Not only am I afraid of being crushed to death by the traitors of your heavenly demon sect, I am also afraid of being killed by those of your heavenly demon sect who disobey me as the leader. Crushed to death. I'm even more afraid of being targeted by the Nightmare Garden and killing me just like it killed you. You are a 9th level person who is being hunted down to the sky and into the earth. You want me to be the leader of the demon cult? I still want to live a few more days. Orange Cat. After a moment of silence, the orange cat rolled his eyes and said, Correction. I am not in the 9th level. I am in the Holy Realm. Chen Fan was stunned. Holy Realm? Is there such a realm? Never heard of it. The orange cat was furious. What do you know? The Holy Realm is a realm higher than the 9th grade. That's not right. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. You are a saint who is above the 9th level. And then you were hunted down by several 9th levels. And finally beaten to death? Orange Cat's face turned dark. Because I was seriously injured before I entered Blue Star. I was knocked down a level directly. Really? By whom? Chen Fan said as he sat on the chair. Then opened the computer and began to search for various materials based on the beast control data previously recorded in the number 9 store. The orange cat was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. I'm talking to you. Can you stop doing other things? Do you know how to respect people? You tell me. I'm listening. Chen Fan kept typing on the keyboard on the virtual screen with both hands. The orange cat almost couldn't help but want to bite him. After taking a deep breath, the orange cat said, Chen Fan, I am not telling you a story now. I am telling you something very important. Things involving the survival of Blue Star. Blue Star is in danger now. Chen Fan stopped his hand and looked at the orange cat. Then, he sneered and said, You mean, the world is about to perish? Orange cat. Almost. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. So, you want me, a 4th level person, To be the savior? Has your IQ dropped so seriously after Yi Hongyan put her soul into the orange cat's body? Or are you just as intelligent as you used to be? Orange cat. If I hadn't already signed a contract with you, if I hadn't been able to beat you, I would really want to bite you to death right now. Chen Fan said nothing and continued typing. The orange cat sighed and said, Okay. To be honest, I just have too many things in my heart, and I just want to find someone to talk to. Hearing this, Chen Fan stopped. The orange cat added, But you are a very weird kid. I see infinite possibilities in you. So I have also thought about whether you will really become the pillar of this world in the future. But you may not have time to grow. Do you know why I was hunted down by the Nightmare Court this time and finally fell? Chen Fan still didn't speak. Just looked out the window silently. The orange cat continued. After I entered Blue Star, I hid there for many years. Originally, I have a 5-color divine stone on my body. If you give me a little more time, I will not only be able to recover from my injuries, but I may also be able to break through to a stronger realm in the legend. But one day, I suddenly had heart palpitations. You wouldn't understand now. A strong person in the holy realm is very sensitive to crisis. I felt the awakening of that power. Chen Fan turned off the computer and said, What power? The power of the devil. Orange Cat said with lingering fear. It is also the power that almost killed me. The orange cat's eyes showed hatred. That is the power of the 6th Heaven Demon King. Chen Fan frowned. 6th Heaven Demon King? What is that? The orange cat said in a deep voice. I don't know what it is. That was one of the true creators of the Nightmare Chamber. The Nightmare Court is in the Tianyi realm, and is called the Dark Heavenly Court by many powerful people. It has the ability to destroy the world. Blue Star's Nightmare Court is just a branch formed by several strong men from the Nightmare Court. It is far from comparable to the Nightmare Court in Tianyi realm. And the Demon King of the 6th Heaven is one of the top experts in the Nightmare Court. Wait a minute. Chen Fan said with a serious look on his face. What you just said is that the 6th-day Demon King is in our Blue Star. The orange cat nodded. Not bad. Chen Fan frowned and said, How strong is it? The orange cat shook his head. I don't know how strong she is. But even if I were in my heyday and had the 5-color divine stone, I couldn't be her opponent. Chen Fan thought of his dream and said hesitantly, The 5-color sacred stone should be very powerful. Right? You can't defeat the 6th Heaven Demon King even with the 5-color sacred stone? The orange cat said a little depressed. The power of the 5-color sacred stone is actually enough to crush the Demon King of the 6th Heaven. The problem is that I don't know how to use it. I can only rely on a little bit of the power of the 5-color sacred stone. Chen Fan said with a solemn expression. How does Empress Yi Hongyan compare with the Demon King of the 6th Heaven? Orange Cat shook his head. The current Yi Hongyan cannot be the opponent of the 6th Heaven Demon King. The difference is too far. In the entire Blue Star, including your Tang Kingdom, there is absolutely no one who can be the opponent of the 6th Heaven Demon King. Once she wakes up, she will be unstoppable. Blue Star. Dead end. Chen Fan stopped talking. Although he was unwilling to chat with the Orange Cat before, he was extremely shocked when he heard these words. Orange Cat said, When we were in Tianyi Realm, the Human Emperor and the 4 Holy Lands competed with the Nightmare Court. Our heavenly demon sect only seeks to dominate the Demon Sea. Originally, there was no direct conflict between us and the Nightmare Garden. Under such circumstances, I obtained the 5-colored sacred stone. If you give me a little more time, I will reach the top of martial arts through the colorful sacred stone. Unexpectedly, the Nightmare Court targeted the 5-colored divine stone and almost completely destroyed our heavenly demon sect. In desperation, I had no choice but to abandon the Tianmo sect's main altar and let the followers disperse in the 4 major areas of Tianyi realm in order to protect myself. But even so, they still found me. My 2 fists were hard to defeat, and I was seriously injured by them. I was lucky enough to escape with the use of the 5-colored sacred stone. Chen Fan looked at the Orange Cat silently. The leader is really lonely. With the leader's previous temper, he would never tell such scandalous things about him. The Orange Cat said, I have been hiding in a secret place for many years. Chen Fan was stunned. Is there such a secret realm and restricted area in Tianyi realm? The Orange Cat nodded. Later, I don't know what happened, but the 5-color sacred stone I was carrying moved strangely and released a somewhat vague message to me. The information tells me that there is a secret realm connected to another world, and that world also has a colorful divine stone. Chen Fan's expression changed. The world you are talking about is Blue Star? Yes. The Orange Cat said, I am eager for revenge. How can I miss it? If I get another 5-color sacred stone, It's not impossible to destroy the Nightmare Garden by myself. So, I immediately decided to go to that world to find the five-colored sacred stone. Later I discovered that a branch of the Nightmare Garden was stationed in that secret realm. I didn't care at the time. I could destroy just one branch in a matter of seconds. But I never expected it. The Demon King of the Sixth Heaven is in that secret realm. When I faced that terrifying existence, my men suffered numerous casualties. In the end, I used the power of the five-colored sacred stone to break the seal of the passage and let a few people into the blue star. And I escaped. Chen Fan was horrified. Then, on the sixth day, the Demon King chased you to Blue Star? You brought this existence that could destroy Blue Star to Blue Star? Ahem. The orange cat coughed and said, theoretically, it shouldn't be. Chen Fan darkened his face. Theoretically? How dare you tell me such a thing? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? The orange cat rolled his eyelids. I'm telling you these things now. Don't I just want to discuss it with you and find a solution together? What a nonsense. Chen Fan was furious. You think too highly of me, don't you? You want me, a guy who has not yet entered the martial arts university, to find a way to deal with someone who can crush you to death at will? Are you crazy? Wait a moment. Chen Fan said, a little frightened. I will tell my master the information you mentioned first, and let him pass it on to the senior officials of the Tang dynasty. No need. The orange cat smacked his lips and said, the top leaders of the 5 major countries, including the Tang state, also know about the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven. What? Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. Orange Cat narrowed his eyes and said, do you know Martial Ancestor? Chen Fan touched his chin. I seem to have heard of these 2 words somewhere. Right. It's Chiyoko from the Yang Kingdom, who is a member of your heavenly demon sect. Back in the secret realm. She mentioned the word Martial Ancestor. It's normal that you don't know, Orange Cat said, because you are really too weak and don't have access to this level of information. Chen Fan sneered. Orange Cat added, the 6th Heavenly Demon King was guarding the passage between Tianyu Realm and Blue Star, but did not enter Blue Star. It was probably because he frightened the Tang Kingdom Martial Ancestor, so he did not dare to come in. Chen Fan gritted his teeth. So, after all, you brought him here? That thing didn't dare to come in at first, but it found out that you had the 5-colored divine stone on you. So in order to get the 5-colored divine stone, it chased you to Blue Star? Don't gnash your teeth like this. The orange cat felt guilty. Grinding your teeth? Chen Fan sneered. If the people in Blue Star knew that you brought that kind of demon to Blue Star, they would probably want to crush you to ashes. Suddenly, Chen Fan's expression changed slightly. No, you just said that the Demon King of the 6th Heaven was afraid of Martial Ancestor, so he did not dare to enter the Blue Star. But you said before that no one in the entire Blue Star can resist the Demon King of the 6th Heaven? Isn't this a bit contradictory? Orange Cat coughed lightly and said, the reason is very simple. Your Martial Ancestor from the Tang Kingdom, or rather Blue Star's Martial Ancestor, is actually from the Tianyu Realm. And now, he is no longer in Blue Star. Chen Fan, Orange Cat said. After that bastard suppressed the 6th Heaven Demon King, he also sealed the passage between Tianyu Realm and Blue Star. Originally, I wanted to return to Tianyu Realm through the passage. As a result, the passage was sealed. I broke into the seal, and was almost refined by his seal. If it hadn't been for the power of the 5-colored sacred stone to protect me, I would have been out of my mind. Chen Fan's eyes widened. Martial Ancestor is so powerful? If you are powerful, you must be powerful, Orange Cat Nana said. After I escaped from the seal, I went to him in a rage. But because I spoke a little harshly, he held me down and beat me violently. His grandma's. Chen Fan squinted his eyes and touched his chin. It seems that the leader was beaten up once before. But after hearing this, Chen Fan still breathed a sigh of relief. Since you said that the Demon King of the 6th Heaven was suppressed by Martial Ancestor, why do you now say that Blue Star is in danger? I don't know, Orange Cat said with solemn eyes. Originally, I thought Martial Ancestor killed the 6th Heavenly Demon King. But some time ago, I felt the awakening of the power of the 6th Heavenly Demon King. And I was sure that Martial Ancestor had only suppressed the 6th Heavenly Demon King. I don't understand. Martial Ancestor can actually kill the Demon King of the 6th Heaven. Why can't he just suppress it? Now that Martial Ancestor is not in Blue Star, the Demon King of the 6th Heaven has awakened again. You and I, including the entire Blue Star population and all major races, have all become turtles in a jar. We don't even have a place to escape. The Orange Cat's voice became louder and louder. By the time I got to the end, I was already a bit hysterical. It seemed that he was really scared to death of the demon king of the sixth heaven. Fortunately, there was a mental barrier. Even if he shouted like this, Henry Chu and others outside could not hear a single sound. Chen Fan glanced at the orange cat and said nothing. The orange cat opened his mouth and said after a while, "Why don't you speak? What did you say?" Chen Fan rolled his eyes and said, "What do you want me to say? Let's discuss it. And then I'll take you to kill the sixth-day demon king?" The orange cat felt guilty, and his voice was much lower. "It's not that there is no way. As long as we get another 5-color sacred stone, then we can." Chen Fan was completely speechless. "Is this the purpose of your chattering for a long time? Ever since Donghai City, you have been bewitching me, wanting me to go to the secret realm to find the 5-colored sacred stone. I just want to ask you, how did I offend you? You think about killing me every day?" The orange cat sneered and said, "I have already signed a contract with you. How could I want to kill you? I just want to tell you that time is really running out. I felt the power of the sixth heaven demon king before the previous battle. Now that she has awakened, she may break out of the seal at any time. Once she breaks out of the seal, it will be the end of the world." Chen Fan said angrily, "Then didn't you just say that martial ancestor was very powerful? Was it so easy for the demon king of the sixth heaven to break through martial ancestor seal? How did I know?" The orange cat was also angry. "I feel her power, which means the seal may have been broken and she has awakened." Chen Fan was silent for a moment and then said, "Have you heard of the Dutian Knight clan?" The orange cat was stunned for a moment. "I've never heard of it. What race is that?" Chen Fan asked again. "Dark Abyss. Heaven-reaching divine pillar. Have you heard of these?" The orange cat shook his head. "I'm talking to you about business. What are you talking about? The Tianai clan, the Dark Abyss, and the Tontian divine pillar have never been heard of, whether in Tianyu realm or Blue Star." Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and said, "Do you think the 5-colored sacred stone really belongs to Empress Yi Hongyan?" The orange cat was furious. "She said it's hers. Does it mean it's hers?" Chen Fan said, "But when you were being chased near Donghai City, Yi Hongyan came from the far north and accurately captured the power of the 5-color sacred stone and took it away. She said at that time that a month ago, she heard the call of the 5-colored sacred stone in her dream, and followed the call of the 5-colored sacred stone along the way. And later, as soon as she got the 5-colored sacred stone, the 5-colored sacred stone submerged into her body. Even the maid next to her was shocked." The orange cat said with a gloomy face, "I really hope that the 5-colored sacred stone has recognized her as its master. If she is really the owner of the 5-colored sacred stone, there may be hope for this world." "But," the orange cat said with an ugly face, "I just said that the gap between Empress Yi Hongyan and the demon king of the sixth heaven is very big. No one knows when the demon king of the sixth heaven will break through the seal. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe next month. Maybe next year. Maybe 100 years from now. No one can be sure." Chen Fan's expression moved slightly, and he said, "Then, what if the Empress gets another 5-color sacred stone?" The orange cat spread out and lay on the ground. He kept talking and wanted to trick Chen Fan into getting another 5-color divine stone so that he could help him reshape his body and regain his peak strength. Now, Chen Fan hopes that Yi Hongyan will get another 5-color sacred stone. The orange cat had nothing to say. If Yi Hongyan is really the owner of the 5-color divine stone, then Yi Hongyan may be able to fight against the sixth heavenly demon king if she gets 2 of them. It was a waste of time and energy that hung over my heart for half a lifetime. And I felt happy and sad all at once. After all, I still made wedding clothes for others." The orange cat raised its paw and roared, "I and the Nightmare Garden are inseparable." After saying that, he naturally turned his head and wanted to lick his butt. But as soon as his tongue stuck out, the orange cat stopped, and then turned his head back, with a look of despair on his face. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. "When you brought the 5-color divine stone with you, you could sense the 5-color divine stone Blue Star in the Tianyu realm. If the Empress is really the owner of the 5-color sacred stone, her senses must be much stronger than yours. So, she will definitely find the 5-color sacred stone by herself. And that 5-colored sacred stone is within the territory of the Tang Kingdom. We, the strong men of the Tang Kingdom, will definitely help her. So, the situation is actually not as serious as you said." The orange cat opened his mouth and said after a while, "When will you help me upgrade to level 40 or above? Help me upgrade to level 40 or above. And then help me get some more skills." Chen Fan reached out and touched the orange cat's head. "Do you have a fever? Are you talking nonsense again? If I am so powerful, how can I be chased up and down by people from the Nightmare Garden on the road? Before Orange Cat could speak, Chen Fan immediately reacted. By the way, let me help you and Xiaobai break through first. And then let's talk about their current cultivation level, which is a long way behind me. And I forcibly broke through to the 4th level, but my star power increased very little. I have to help you break through and get more star power before you can do it. With that said, Chen Fan immediately turned on the computer, and then sent a voice message with his mind, calling Xiaobai, Gongzi, and the others out of the window. Looking at Xiaobai and Gongzi's attribute panels, Chen Fan used the fastest speed to record down all the materials needed for Xiaobai and the others to break through their combat power level and race level. Then, he opened the Beast Controlling Shopping website and the East China Sea City Beast Breeders Association's internal website, and started searching for various materials. Jade Coral is out of stock. Diandon cannot be searched at all. There are not enough Earth Fire Lotus seeds. Chihuan Qing Ling Dan is out of stock. I can't find the Pure Heart Clover either. Chen Fan was a little irritable. When I helped senior brother by Tianyu cultivate level 28 beasts, all the materials were collected in one day. But Xiaobai and the others are only at level 9. But they lack so many materials. Suddenly, Chen Fan turned his head and said to Xiao He, who was standing on the windowsill, Xiao He, help me call Feng Tianlin and Shangwan Sanlong over. The Feng family and the Shangwan family are big families in the Magic City. This kind of big family has deep heritage and abundant resources. Maybe they have these things? Feng Tianlin and Shangwan Sanlong came over. Shangwan Sanlong asked, Chen Fan, what do you want from us? Chen Fan pointed to the jade coral and other materials on the computer and said, Can you help me find these materials? The Feng family and the Shangwan family are both big families in Magic City. Ask me if you have these things at home. If so, I can buy it at a price higher than the market price. Feng Tianlin immediately said, I have the 7 fantasy green spirits at home. And my sister got one of the Pure Heart Clover 3 days ago. But I don't know if it has been used. I'll call you now to find out. Shangwan Sanlong said, I have Dian Gallbladder and Dihua Lotus seeds at home. And they are not expensive. I will call my family now and have them delivered. Chen Fan. He had already known before that the various materials provided by the system were based on the principle of proximity, and were the easiest for Chen Fan to obtain. Unexpected. Does the system even know that the Feng family and the Shangwan family have these materials? Isn't this system a bit too scary? It seems that next time you encounter materials that you can't find, you should ask your friends around you. It's hard to think of anyone carrying it with them. Chen Fan took a deep breath and immediately began to search for the materials needed to upgrade the beasts in the 9th store. The system energy has been almost exhausted after copying mind control. Over in Donghai City, the insect tide is probably about to be cleared away. Today, the system's energy growth rate is much slower than before. Moreover, many of the Beastmasters and Beastmasters from the 3 pioneering regiments of East China Sea City were seriously injured in the battle against the insect tide. After the insect wave, they will definitely need to rest for a while. Now, I can only use the 9th store to breed animals like crazy. But this kind of madness must have a degree. This is the Magic City, not Donghai City. Chen Fan dialed Zhui Sheng's phone. Brother Sheng, do you have a record of the time when the beasts were taken in at the training ground of the number 9 store? Please make a form with the name of the beast and the time it was included, and send it to me. Also, please let out more of the animal breeding accounts. There are only 5 beasts in each training ground now. Let's increase the number of beasts in each training ground to 10. If you are afraid that too many beasts will cause trouble, just recruit more powerful star warriors and guard every training ground. Money is not an issue. Master Zhang Hai came to the Magic City one step ahead. Store number 9 has been open for some time. Some beasts may have been brought in for more than 10 days. Some of the beasts may have been brought in today. Chen Fan was ready to help the first batch of beasts brought in to upgrade. Need to go crazy. Anyway, there is a beast breeding master like Master Zhang Hai in store number 9. Sudden. Chen Fan looked strange, turned his head to look at the orange cat, communicated with his mind and said, The name of the 6th Heavenly Demon King contains the word Heavenly Demon. Does your Heavenly Demon sect also have the word Heavenly Demon? Is it a coincidence? Or do you actually have a special relationship? Chapter 200 The Mysterious Strongman from the Tianyu World. Hearing Chen Fan's question, Orange Cat sighed and said quietly, It doesn't have anything to do with it. If it has anything to do with it, it's because the name of the Heavenly Demon sect contains the word Heavenly Demon. As a result, the founder of the sect was almost beaten to death by people from the four holy lands. Chen Fan. Fortunately, I didn't agree to be the leader of the demon cult. This demon sect is a bit too miserable. Right. The founder of the sect founded the Qianma sect, and was almost beaten to death by people from the four holy lands. The leader of this generation of heavenly demon sect obtained the five-colored divine stone, but was targeted by the Nightmare Court. They chased him from Tiandi Realm to Blue Star, but he still did not escape in the end. From what Orange Cat said before, he was beaten and disabled more than once. After being targeted by the Nightmare Court, he was seriously injured by the powerful men of the Nightmare Court. After finally escaping, he sensed another five-colored sacred stone. The leader ran to the secret realm connected to the Blue Star, only to be beaten half to death by the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven. After escaping to Blue Star, the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven was suppressed by Martial Ancestor. The leader could have been hiding in a place to heal his wounds, but he had to go out for a walk, and was eventually hunted down to the sky with nowhere to go. Chen Fan couldn't help but reached out and touched the Orange Cat's head to express comfort. Don't touch my head. The Orange Cat shook his head angrily. After telling you so much, are you going to find the five-color sacred stone? You're here again, Chen Fan said with a headache. What level of cultivation am I now? What level are you at now? Do you dare to have such an idea? The Orange Cat looked up to the sky and sighed. I feel unwilling to do so. You've given up on this idea. Chen Fan rolled his eyes and said, your heavenly demon sect already knows where the restricted area of the five-colored sacred stone is. I'm going to find my master now to see if he can contact the top brass of the Tang Kingdom. The Orange Cat was stunned. What do you want to do? If you don't help me find the five-colored divine stone, you still want to give this five-colored divine stone to others? Chen Fan said, I want my master to contact the senior officials of the Tang dynasty, and then let them contact the Empress Yi Hongyan. Let Yi Hongyan come over in person. I remember you told me before that the Demon Clan and our Tang country are allies? In this case, we, the strong men of the Tang Kingdom, and the strong men of the Demon Clan join forces. And the five-color sacred stone is like a bag of treasures. And the five-colored sacred stone is originally for beauty. Help her get this one. Before Chen Fan could finish his sentence, he was stunned. The Orange Cat was also stunned. Beauty? Chen Fan only met the Empress Yi Hongyan once in Qixing Mountain. Water and cloud stream. This is absolutely true. Ever since the battle at Qixing Mountain, Orange Cat has been with Chen Fan. It is certain that Chen Fan has never met Yi Hongyan again. Why does this boy call the Empress? The Orange Cat narrowed his eyes and stared at Chen Fan, trying to read something from Chen Fan's face. Chen Fan blinked and said, I have to start looking for materials. There are so many beasts and such huge materials. I don't know how much it will cost. Orange Cat. Just then, there was a noise outside the house. What are you doing? Chen Fan stuck his head out of the window and looked at the place where the sound came from. His expression suddenly became a little strange. Under the big tree, the old blind man was sitting at the stone table, angrily pointing at three strange old men and yelling, Get out! Get out! What are you doing here? It's not chaotic enough. Beside, the two guards at the door looked depressed. Chen Fan frowned and walked out. What's wrong? One of the guards said. These three old people said they were old friends of Blind Old Man and came to see Blind Old Man. We didn't let them in, but as soon as our eyes were blurred, they ran into the garden. Old friend? Chen Fan's expression moved slightly. This is the Magic City. It hasn't been 2 days since the big guys moved here. If Chen Fan doesn't send out the address, even if his classmates from Donghai City's God of War College come to find him, they may not be able to find this place. The old blind man's three friends came to visit him not even 2 days after he arrived in the Devil. Chen Fan's eyes slowly swept over the three old men. The three old men were all dressed very simply, but they were all clean. Seeing Chen Fan looking at them, the three of them also smiled at Chen Fan. The blind man said helplessly, The one over there with a broken leg is a lame man. The one to the left of the lame man is deaf. And the one to my right is mute. Chen Fan, the blind man added. These three old guys said they had no food to eat, no place to live, and were desperate. So they came to me specially. You can drive them out. I see them upset. Chen Fan just wanted to speak. As soon as his eyes flashed, a middle-aged man in a suit had already sat in the empty seat next to him. Who are you? The two guards guarding the door were shocked. And at the same time, they reached out and grabbed the middle-aged man's shoulders. Boom! Before the two of them touched the middle-aged man's shoulders, they were bounced away by a terrifying force. Chin Fan's eyes suddenly shrank. He glanced at the two guards, and found that neither of them was injured, and immediately waved his hands gently. The two guards slowly retreated. At this time, the middle-aged man smiled slightly, poured himself a cup of coffee, and said, "3 seniors came to our country. Tang Dynasty. I don't know why." The cripple rolled his eyelids and said, "Li Mu, you are being a little unreasonable. The old blind man can come. Why can't we come?" Li Mu rubbed his temples and said with a slight headache, "When Mr. Blind entered the Tang Kingdom, he made a special trip to find me. But the 3 of you broke into the Tang Kingdom and entered the Demon City with such arrogance. Several seniors don't seem to pay much attention to me. Li Mu?" As he finished speaking, Chin Fan's eyes blurred, and the 5 figures of Li Mu and the old blind man were no longer in his sight. Chin Fan. In a void of space, Li Mu stood proudly with his hands behind his back. In front of them are the blind man and the lame man. The old blind man said, "Li Mu, I have told you before that we are not enemies." Li Mu said lightly, "I can't trust people from Tianyu Realm." The lame man said coldly, "Your master is also from Tianyu Realm." Li Mu's face darkened. "If my master hadn't been heartbroken by you people from Tianyu Realm, he wouldn't have hidden Blue Star. Even so, you still pressed on step by step and chased us here." The cripple rolled his eyes and said, "That's not because your master's wife is." Boom! The old blind man's cane hit the lame man's head directly. "Shut up if you can't speak. Let me speak." No one said anything, but a strange voice rang in everyone's minds. "Let the old blind man speak." The deaf man nodded. The person who spoke in everyone's minds just now was actually the mute standing on the right side of the old blind man. The old blind man said, "There are a few key points. Li Mu, you must understand them first. First of all, we are not here for your master's wife's business. Before we came here, we didn't even know that Blue Star was there. Secondly, your master was originally the best candidate for the new generation of human emperor. But he didn't want to. And there was nothing we could do. We can't rush the duck to the shelf. Right. Third, we came to Blue Star to find the new generation of human emperor. I entered Blue Star first. And Cripple and the others just came here. Fourth, the Tianyu realm is in danger. We need Shen Han's help. Even if he doesn't become the human emperor, he should at least join forces with us so that the Tianyu realm can have a glimmer of hope. Once Tianyu realm falls, you Blue Star will also die." Li Mu frowned. "Our Blue Star is also in danger now. There is a problem with the plan. The Demon King of the 6th day has awakened 100 years early. I'm not sure whether the seal set by my master can still suppress her for 100 years. The lame man was stunned. The Demon King of the 6th heaven is indeed powerful. But she was seriously injured by me back then. There is no way she can be your master's opponent. Even if your master doesn't kill her out of love, she won't be able to make any big waves in Blue Star." "Right." Hearing this, Li Mu's face darkened, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Are you asking questions knowingly?" The lame man and the deaf man looked at each other with questions in their eyes. When Li Mu saw this, he couldn't help but frown. With the identities of these 4 people, there is really no need to pretend in this matter. Li Mu's expression became a little better and he said, "The plot to frame my master's wife has nothing to do with your 4 holy lands. Where do you start talking about this?" The old blind man said, "The 4 holy lands did hunt down your master's wife back then. But in fact it was just for show. The Tianyu world is huge. Apart from us old guys, who else is there? Can you threaten your master and your master's wife?" At this point, the old blind man was suddenly startled. "Wait a minute. You said someone framed your teacher's wife? Aside from the Heavenly Demon sect and a small group of people from the Nightmare Court, are there anyone else coming in from the Tianyu realm?" The lame man also asked. "After I entered Blue Star, I walked around Blue Star, but I didn't sense the aura of your master and mother-in-law. Where are they now?" Li Mu said in a deep voice. "The Chen family of Tianyu realm, together with the 4th Demon King of the Nightmare Court, took my master's wife away while she was dispersing her skills, and then used her to blackmail my master. Now that my master has returned to Tianyu realm, he doesn't know whether he will live or die. The 4 seniors are at the pinnacle of the Tianyu world, so they don't even know about this kind of thing." "Right." The 4 cripples. Immediately, the old blind man slapped his thigh. "It's over. It's over." The cripple was startled. "What's the end? Don't be so surprised." The old blind man showed no fear when faced with the 2 demon kings joining forces. At this moment, he repeatedly slapped his thighs and said, "It's over," which scared the lame and mute people. Just listen to the blind man say, Before Chen Han returned to Tianyu Realm, he sealed the passage between Tianyu Realm and Blue Star. Now we can't go back to Tianyu Realm. And we can't send information back to Tianyu Realm. Now the Demon King has awakened on the 6th day and may break out of the seal at any time. And we are just a small clone. Even if we join forces, we can't fight against it. Those old bastards of the Chen family are going to trick Blue Star to death this time. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. With the abilities of the 4 seniors, can't they break through my master seal? The old blind man shook his head. Your master can be called a genius. The seal he has set up makes it difficult for even those with a higher level of cultivation than him to break through. We entered Blue Star, and it took a lot of effort from me to send a clone over. Now it is impossible to break through the seal and return to Tianyu Realm with this clone. Li Mu's expression moved slightly. The old blind man suddenly said, Li Mu, your master should have some backup plans. Right. You have a way to open the seal. Right. Li Mu shook his head. There is no way. The lame man was furious. If you have a way to open the seal, then we can spread the news to Tianyu Realm. And the 4 of us can go to the Qin family as soon as possible to help your master rescue your master's wife. At that time, your master will be able to come back to Blue Star and kill the Demon King of the 6th heaven. If the passage seal cannot be opened, Blue Star's final outcome will be its demise. The 4 of us are just clones and cannot compete with the Demon King of the 6th heaven. No one in your Tang country, or even the entire Blue Star, can compete with the 6th heavenly Demon King. Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly but said nothing. The atmosphere became a bit depressing. After a moment of silence, Li Mu suddenly said, You said that you entered Blue Star to find a new generation of human emperor? The old blind man said, Li Mu, I know you don't believe in Tianyu World, but we are all human beings. The 5-colored sacred stone gave a prophecy 5,000 years ago. The glimmer of hope for the Tianyu realm, the glimmer of hope for the human race, lies with the new generation of human emperors. Colorful divine stone. Li Mu's eyes flashed. The old blind man said, There are 5 colorful sacred stones in total. There is one in the Haotian Palace in the northern cold region. The prophecy I mentioned came from the Haotian Palace. With that said, the blind man looked at the mute. The mute's mouth did not move, but his voice sounded in everyone's mind. Not bad. The old blind man continued. The second one was originally on the leader of the demon sect, but now it has been taken away by the demon empress Yi Hongyan. The third one is in the 7th restricted area of the demon city. As for the other 2, their whereabouts are unknown. Li Mu smiled slightly. The cripple frowned and said, Blue Star actually has 2 colorful sacred stones? Blind man, if it's true what you said, the new generation of human emperor is in the Tang Kingdom, and Blue Star has 2 colorful sacred stones. So wait, since you know that the 5-color sacred stone is in the 7th restricted area of the demon city, why didn't you go and take it out? Take out the 5-colored sacred stone and put it together with the one belonging to the demon empress Yi Hongyan you mentioned. Why should you be afraid of the demon king of the 6th heaven? The blind man nodded and said, I'm looking for a new generation of human emperor, so I don't have time. You should go to the 7th restricted area. The lame man was about to agree, but Li Mu said, I can't go. There is turbulence in space in the 7th restricted area. Once someone above the 8th level enters, the turbulence in space will immediately be stirred up, and there will be no burial place. And if someone below the 8th level enters the 7th restricted area, the seal inside cannot be opened. The lame man looked at the blind man, his face as elongated as a donkey's. You damn blind man. Are you trying to trick me? Do you want to fight? The old blind man said nothing. Li Mu said, So, have you found the new generation of human emperor you mentioned?